Hello and welcome to my channel. Today we will be reading Moving the Mountain by Charlotte Perkins Gilman, published in 1911. This is one of my favorite science fiction books. Preface. One of the most distinctive features of human mind is to forecast better things. We look before and after and pine for what is not. This natural tendency to hope, desire, foresee, and then, if possible, obtain has been largely diverted from human usefulness since our goal was placed after death in heaven. With all our hope in another world, we have largely lost hope of this one. Some minds still keen in the perception of better human possibilities have tried to write out their vision and give it to the world. From Plato's ideal republic to Wells' days of the comet, we have had many utopias act before us, best known of which are that of Sir Thomas More in the great modern instance, Looking Backward. All of these have one or two distinctive features, an element of extreme remoteness, or the introduction of some mysterious outside force. Moving the Mountain is a short distance utopia, a baby utopia, a little one that can grow. It involves no other change than a change of mind, the mere awakening of people, especially the women, to existing possibilities. It indicates what people might do, real people, now living, in 30 years, if they would. One man truly aroused and redirecting his energies can change his whole life in 30 years. Soak in the world. Chapter 1. On a gray, cold, soggy Tibetan plateau stood glaring at one another two white people, a man and a woman. With the first, a group of peasants, with the second, the guides and carriers of a well-equipped exploring party. The man wore the dress of a peasant, but around him was a leather belt, old, worn, battered, but a recognizable belt of no Asiatic pattern, showing a heavy buckle made in twisted initials. The woman's eye had caught the sunlight on this buckle before she saw the heavily bearded face under the hood was white. She pressed forward to look at it. "Where did you get that belt?" she cried, turning for the interpreter to urge her question. The man had caught her voice, her words. He threw back his hood and looked at her, with a strange blank look, as of one listening to something far away. "John!" she cried. "John, my brother!" He lifted a groping hand to his head, made a confused noise that ended in almost a shout of, "Nellie?" reeled and fell backward. When one loses his mind, as it were, for 30 years and finds it again, when one wakes up, comes to life, recognizes oneself an American citizen 25 years old. No, this is what I find it so hard to realize. I am not 25. I am 55. Well, as I was saying, when one comes to life again, like this, and has to renew an acquaintance with one's own mind, and a sudden, swarming rush of hurrying memories, that is a good deal of pressure for a brain so long unused. But on top of that, one is pushed headlong into a world immeasurably different from the world one has left at 25, a topsy-turvy world wherein all one's most cherished ideals are found to be reversed, rearranged, or utterly gone, where strange new facts are accompanied by strange new thoughts and strange new feelings. The pressure becomes terrific. Nellie has suggested that I write it down, and I think for once she is right. I disagree with her on so many points that I am glad to recognize the wisdom of this idea. It will certainly be a useful process in my re-education and relieve the mental tension. So it began with my first life, being now in my third. I am the only son of a Methodist minister of South Carolina. My mother was a Yankee. She died after my sister Ellen was born, when I was 7 years old. My father educated me well. I was sent to a small southern college and showed such a talent for philology that I specialized in ancient languages, and after some teaching and taking of various degrees, I had a wonderful opportunity to join an expedition into India and Tibet. I was eager for a sight of those venerable races, those hoary scriptures, those time-honored customs. We were traveling through the Himalayas, and the last thing I remember was a night camp. and a 6-month-old newspaper from home. We had rejoicingly obtained it from a party we had met in the past. It was read and reread by all of us, even the advertisements, even the editorials, and in one of these I learned that Mrs. Eddy had been dead some time, and in another religion had burst forth and was sweeping the country, madly taken up by the women. That was my last news item. I suppose it was this reading and these discussions we had that made me walk into sleep that night. That is the only explanation I can give. I know I lay down just as I was, and that's all I know, until Nellie found me. The party reported me lost. They searched for days, made what inquiry they could. No faintest clue was ever found. Himalayan precipices are very tall and very sudden. My sister Nellie was traveling in Tibet and found me with a party of peasants. She gathered what she could from them through interpreters. It seems that I fell among those people, literally, bruised, stunned, broken, but not dead. Some merciful, or shall I say unmerciful, trees had softened the fall and let me down easy, comparatively speaking. They were good people, Buddhist. They mended my bones and cared for me, and it appears made me quite a chief man, and of course a time, in their tiny village. But their little valley was so remote and unknown, so out of touch with any and everything, that no tale of this dumb white man had ever reached Western ears. I was dumb, until I learned their language. Was, as a child of a day, they said, knew absolutely nothing. They taught me what they knew. I suppose I turned a prayer mill. I suppose I was married. Nellie didn't ask that. And they never mentioned such a detail. Furthermore, they gave so dumb an account of where the place was that we don't know now. Should have to locate the night's encampment, and then look for a precipice and go down it with ropes. As I no longer have any interest in those venerable races and time-honored customs, I think we will not do this. Well, she found me, and something happened. She says I knew her, shouted Nellie, and fell down. Fell on a stone too, hit my head so hard that they thought I was dead for a time, for sure. But when I came to, I came all the way, back to where I was 30 years ago. And as for those 30 years, I do not remember one day of them, nor do I wish to. I have those filthy Tibetan clothes, sterilized and packed away, but I never want to look at them. I am back in the real world, back where I was at 25, but now I am 55. Now, about Nellie. I must go slowly and get this thing straightened out for good and all. My little sister. I was always fond of her, and she adored me. She looked up to me naturally, believed everything I told her, minded me like a little dog when she was a child. And as she grew into girlhood, I had a strong restraining influence upon her. She wanted to be educated, to go to college. But father wouldn't hear of it, of course, and I backed him up. If there was anything on earth I always hated and despised, it is a strong-minded woman. That is, it was. I certainly cannot hate and despise my sister Nellie. Now it appears that soon after my departure from this life, father died, very suddenly. Nellie inherited the farm, and the farm turned out to be a mine, and the mine turned out to be worth a good deal of money. So, that poor child, having no natural guardian or protector, just set to work for herself, went to college to her heart's content, to a foreign university too. She studied medicine, practiced a while, then offered a chair in a college and took it. Then, I hate to write it, but she's now president of a college, a coeducational college. Don't you mean dean? I asked her. No, she said. There is a dean of the girls' building, but I am the president. My little sister. The worst of it is that my little sister is now 48, and I, to all intents and purposes, am 25. She is 23 years older than I am. She has had 23 years of life, of worldwide, which I had missed entirely. And this 30 years I begin to gather has covered more changes than an ordinary century or two. It is lucky about that, mine. At least I shall not have to worry about money, I said to her, when she told me about the increased fortune. She gave me one of those little queer smiles, as if she had something up her sleeve, and said, "No, you won't have to worry about money in the least." Having all the medical skills of hers in the background, she took excellent care of me up there on those dreary plains and hills, brought me back to the coast by easy stages, and home on one of those new steamers. But I mustn't stop to describe the details of each new thing I notice. I have sense enough myself, even if I'm not a doctor, to use my mind gradually, not to swallow too fast, as it were. Nellie is a little inclined to manage me. I don't know as I blame her. I do feel like a child sometimes. It is so humiliating not to know little common things, such as everybody else knows. Airships, I expected, of course. They had started before I left. They are common enough, all sizes. But water is still the cheaper route, as well as slower. Nellie said she didn't want me to go home too quick. She wanted time to explain things. So we spent long, quiet hours in our steamer chairs, talking things over. It's no use asking about the family. There is only a flock of young cousins, and once removed now. The aunts and uncles are mostly gone. Uncle Jake is left. Nellie grins wickedly when she mentions him. If things get too hard on you, John, you can go down to Uncle Jake's and rest up. He and Aunt Dorcas haven't moved an inch. They fairly barricade their minds against a new idea. And he plows and she cooks up on that little mountain farm just as they always did. People go to see them. Why shouldn't they? I asked. And she smiled that queer little smile again. I mean, they go to see them as if they were the pyramids. I see, said I. I might as well prepare for some preposterous nightmare of a world like, what was that book of Wells, The Sleeper Awakened? Oh yes, I remember that book, she answered, and a lot of others. People were already guessing about things as they might be, weren't they? But what never struck any of them was that people themselves could change. No, I agreed. You can't alter human nature. Nellie laughed out loud. Then she squeezed my hand and patted it. You dear, she said. You precious old long-lost brother. When you get too utterly upset, I'll wear my hair down, put on a short dress, and let you boss me a while, to keep your spirits up. That was just the phrase, wasn't it? You can't alter human nature? And she laughed again. There is something queer about Nellie, very queer. It is not only that she's different from my little sister, that's natural, but she's different from any woman of 48 I ever saw, from any woman of any age I ever saw. In the first place, she doesn't look old, not at all. Women of 40 in our region were old women, and Nellie's near 50. Then she isn't. That's what I shall call it, dependent. Not the least in the world. As soon as I become really conscious and strong enough to be of any use, and begin to offer her those little services and attentions due to a woman, I notice the difference. She is brisk, firm, assured. Not unpleasantly so. I don't mean a thing of that sort, but somehow almost like a man. No, I certainly don't mean that. She's not in the least mannish, nor in the least self-assertive, but she takes things so easily, as if she owned them. I suppose it will be some time before my head is absolutely clear and strong as it used to be. I tire rather easily. Nellie is very reassuring about it. She says it will take about a year to reestablish connections and renew mental processes. She advises me to go read and talk only a little every day, to sleep all I can, and not to worry. You will be all right soon, my dear, she says, and plenty of life before you. You seem to have led a very healthy outdoor life. You're really well and strong, and as good-looking as ever. At least she hasn't forgotten the woman's chief duty is to please. And the world is a much better place to live in, she assured me, Things will surprise you, of course. Things I've gotten used to and shall forget to tell you about. But the changes are all good ones, and you'll soon get acclimated. You're young yet. That's where Nellie slips up. She cannot help having me in mind as the brave young brother she knew. She forgets that I'm an old man now. Finally, I told her that. No, John Robertson, that's where you are utterly wrong. Of course you don't know what we're doing about age. How different we feel. As a matter of physiology, we find that about 150 ought to be our natural limit. And with that proper conditions, we can easily get to 100 now. Ever so many do. I don't want to be 100, I protested. I saw a man of 98 once, and never want to be one. It's not like that now, she said. I mean, we live to be 100 and enjoy life still. We keep our faculties, as they used to put it. Why, the ship's doctor here is 87. This surprised me a good deal. I had talked a little with this man, and had thought him about 60. Then a man of 100, according to your story, would be like Grandpa Ellie, she offered. I remembered my mother's father, a tall, straight, hale old man of 75. He had a clear eye, a firm step, a rosy color in his face. Well, that wasn't so bad a prospect. I consent to be 100 on those terms, I told her. She talked to me a good bit, in small daily doses, of those more general changes in the world, showed me new maps, even let me read a little in the current magazines. I suppose you have 1,000,000 of these now, I said. There were thousands when I left. No, she answered. There are fewer, I believe, but much better. I turned over the one in my hand. It was pleasantly light and thin. It opened easily. The paper and presswork were the best. The price was 25 cents. Is this a cheap one at a higher price, or have the best ones come down? It is a cheap one, she told me. If you mean by that a popular one, and it's cheap enough. They have all of 1,000,000 subscribers. And what's the difference, beyond the paper and print? I asked. The pictures are good. I looked through it again. Yes, very good, much improved. But I don't see anything phenomenal, unless it is the absence of advertisements. Nellie took it out of her hand and ran it over. Just read some of that, she said. Read this story and this article and that. So I sat reading in the sunny silence, the gulls wheeling and dipping just as they used to, and the wide purple ocean just as changeable and changeless as ever. One of the articles was on an extension of service, and involved so much comment on preceding steps that I found it most enlightening. The other was a recent suggestion in educational psychology, and this too carried a retrospect of change progress, which gave me food for thought. The story was a clever one. I found it really amusing, and only on a second reading did I find what it is that gave the queer flavor to it. It was a story about women. 2 women who were in business partnership with their adventures, singingly and together. I looked through it carefully. They were not even girls. They were not handsome. They were not in the process of being married. In fact, it was not once mentioned whether they were married or not, ever had been, or ever wanted to be. Yet, I found it amusing. I laid the magazine on my rug-bound knees and meditated. A queer, sick feeling came over me, mental, not physical. I looked through the magazine again. It was not what I should have called a woman's magazine. Yet, the editor was a woman, most of the contributors were women, and in all the subject matter I began to detect allusions and references of tremendous import. Presently, Nellie came to see how I was getting on. I saw her approaching, a firm, brisk figure, well and becomingly dressed, with a tailored trimness and convenience, far indeed from the slim, graceful, yielding girl I had once been so proud to protect and teach. How soon do we get in, lady manager? I asked her. Day after tomorrow, she answered back promptly. Not a word about going to see or asking anyone. Well, ma'am, I want to sit down here and tell me things right now. What am I to expect? Are there no men left in America? She laughed. No men. Why, bless you. There are as many men as there are women, and a few more, I believe. Not such an overplus as there used to be, but some to spare still. We had 1.5 million extra in your day, you know. I'm glad to learn we're allowed to live, said I. Now, tell me the worst. Are the men doing all the housework? You call that the worst, do you? Inquired Nellie, cocking her head to one side and looking at me affectionately. Well, I guess it was pretty near the worst. No, dear. Men are doing just as many kinds of business as they ever were. I heaved a sigh of relief and chucked my magazine under the chair. I'd begun to think there weren't any men left. And they still wear trousers, don't they? She laughed outright. Oh, yes. They wear just as many trousers as they did before. And what do women wear? I demanded suspiciously. Whatever clothing their work demands, she answered. Their work? What kind of work do they do? All kinds. Anything they like. I groaned and shut my eyes. I could see the world as I left it, with only a small portion of malcontents and a large majority of contented and happy homes. And then I saw this awful place I was coming to, with strange masculine women and subdued men. How does it happen that there aren't any on this ship? I inquired. Any what? Asked Nellie. Any of these new women? Why, they are. They're all new, except Mrs. Talbot. She's older than I am, and rather reactionary. This Mrs. Talbot was a stiff, narrow-minded old lady, and I had liked her the least of any on board. Do you mean to tell me that pretty Mrs. Exeter is one of the new kind? Mrs. Exeter owns and manages a large store, if that's what you mean. And those pretty boarding girls? They do house decorating, have been abroad on business. And Mrs. Green and Mrs. Sandwich? One of them is a hat designer, one is a teacher. This is toward the end of the vacation, and they're coming home, you see. And Miss Elwell? Miss Elwell is quite the prettiest woman on board, and seemed to have plenty of attention, just like the girls I remembered. Miss Elwell is a civil engineer, said my sister. It's horrid, I said. It's perfectly horrid. And aren't there any women left? There's Aunt Dorcas, said Nellie, mischievously. And Cousin Drusilla. You remember Drusilla. Chapter 2. The day after tomorrow. I was to see it the day after tomorrow. This strange, new, abhorrent world. The more I considered what bits of information I had gleaned already, the more I disliked what lay before me. In the first blazing light of returned memory and knowledge, the first joy, meeting my sister, the hope of seeing home again, I had not distinguished very sharply between what was new to my bewildered condition and what was new indeed, new to the world as well to me. But now a queer feeling of disproportion and unreality began to haunt me. As my head cleared, and such knowledge as I was now gathering began to help toward some sense of perspective and relation, even my immediate surroundings began to assume a sinister importance. Any change to any person is something of a shock, though sometimes a beneficial one. Changes too sudden and too great are hard to bear for anyone. But who can understand the peculiar horror of my unparalleled experience? Slowly the thing took shape in my mind. There was the first irrevocable loss, my life. 30 years. The 30 years in which a man may really live. These were gone from me forever. I was coming back, strong to be sure, well enough in health. Even, I hoped with my old mentor, but not to the same world. Even the convict who survives 30 years imprisonment may return at length to the same kind of world he had left so long. But it was as if I had slept, and in my sleep they had stolen my world. I threw off the thought and started into action. Here was a small world, the big steamer beneath me. I had already learned so much about her. In the first place, she was not a steamer, but a thing for which I had no name. Her power was electric. Oh well, I thought as I examined her machinery. This I might have expected. 30 years of such advances as were making in 1910 were sure to develop electric motors of all sorts. The engineer was a pleasant fellow, more than willing to talk about his profession and its marvelous advances. The ship was well manned, certainly, though the work required far less than it used to. I had made some acquaintances among the ship's officers, even among the men, who were surprisingly civil and well-mannered, but I had not at first noticed the many points of novelty in their attitude or in my surroundings. Now I paced the deck and considered the facts I had observed. The perfect ventilation of the vessel, the absence of the smell of cooking and water, the dainty convenience and appropriate beauty of all the fittings and furnishings, the smooth speed and steadiness of her. The quarters of the crew I found as remarkable as anything else about the vessel. Indeed, the forecastle and steerage differed more from what I remembered than from any other part. Every person on board had a clean and comfortable lodging, though there were grades of distinction in size and decoration. But any gentleman could have lived in the forecastle without discomfort. Indeed, I soon found that many gentlemen did. I discovered quite by accident that one of the crew was a Harvard man. He was not at all loath to talk of it, either, was evidently no black sheep of any sort. Why had he chosen this work? Oh, he wanted the experience, a widened life, knowing different traits. Why was he not an officer then? He didn't care to work at it long enough. This was his only experience work, you see. I did not see, nor ask. I inferred, and it gave me again that feeling as if the ground underfoot had wiggled slightly. Was that old dream of Bellamy's stalking abroad, where young men portioned out to service willy-nilly? It was evidently not a universal custom, for some of the sailors were much older men and long used to the business. I got hold of one who seemed more like the deckhands of the old days, though cleaner and more cheerful, a man who was all of 60. Yes, he had followed the sea from boyhood. Yes, he liked it, always had liked it better now than when he was young. He had seen many changes. I listened carefully, though I asked the question lightly enough. Changes. He guessed he had. Tobacco was better for one thing. I was relieved to see that men still smoked. And then the jar came again as I remembered that save for this man and one elderly officer, I had not seen anyone smoking on this vessel. How do you account for it? I asked the old Yankee. For tobacco's being better. He grinned cheerfully. Less run on it, I guess, said he. Young fellers don't seem to smoke no more. And I ain't seen nobody chewing for 10 years back. Is it cheaper as well as better? No, sir, it ain't. It's perishingly high, but then wages are high too, he grudgingly admitted. Better tobacco and better wages. Anything else improved? Yes, sirree. Grub's better, by square miles, and accommodations in close. Make better stuff now. Well, well, said I as genuinely as I knew how. That's very different from my young days. Then everybody older than I always complained about the manner of things, and told me how much better and cheaper things were when they were young. Yes, 'twas so, he admitted, but ain't so now. Shoes is better, most things is better, I guess. Seems like water running uphill, don't it, sir? It did. I didn't like it. I got away from the old man and walked by myself, like Kipling's cat. Of course, I said to myself impatiently. I may as well expect to find everything as much improved from it in my time, say 60 years before. That sort of progress goes faster and faster. Things change, but people And here's where I got this creepy sense of unreality. At first, everything was so strange to me, and my sister was so kind and thoughtful, so exquisitely considerate of my feelings and condition, that I had failed to notice this remarkable circumstance. So were the other people. It was like being in a house party of very nice persons. Kind, cheerful, polite. Here I suddenly realized that I had not seen a grouchy face, heard an unkind remark, felt, as one does, feel through silk and broadcloth, the sense of discontent and disapproval. There was one, the somewhat hard-faced old lady, Miss Talbot, of whom I had hopes. I sought her, and laid myself out to please her by the little attentions which are so grateful to an elderly woman from a young man. Her accepting these as a commonplace, her somewhat too specific inquiries about my health, suddenly reminded me that I was not a young man. She talked on while I made again the effort of readjustment, which was so hideously hard. Gone in a night, all my young manhood, gone untasted. Do you find it difficult to concentrate your attention? She was saying, a steely-eyed fixed upon my face. I beg your pardon, madam. I fear I do. You were saying... I was saying that you will find many changes when you get back. I find them already, Mrs. Talbot. They rather loom up. It is sudden, you see. Yes. You've been away a long time, and I understand. In the Far East? Mrs. Talbot was the first person who had asked me a question. Evidently hers were the manners of an older generation, and for once I had to admit that the younger generation had improved. But I recalled the old defensive armor against the old assaults. Quite a while, I answered cheerfully. Quite a while. Now, what should you think would impress me most in the way of change? The women, she answered promptly. I smiled and replied, bowing. I find them still charming. Her set face broke into a pleased smile. You do my heart good, she cried. I haven't heard a compliment in 15 years. Good heavens, madam. What are your men thinking of? It's not the men's fault, it's the women's. They won't have it. Are there many of these new women? There's nothing else except for a few old ones like me. I hastened to assure her that a woman like her would never be called old, and she looked as pleased as a girl. Presently, I excused myself and left her, with relief. It was annoying beyond measure to have the only specimen of the kind of woman I used to like turn out to be personally the kind I had never liked. On the opposite deck, I found Miss Elwell, and for alone at once. A retiring back, wearing an aggrieved expression, showing that it had not been for long. May I join you, Miss Elwell? I did. We paced up and down, silent for a bit. She was a joy to the eye, a lovely, straight young thing, with a fresh, pure color and eyes of dancing brightness. I spoke of this, and that aboard the ship, the sea, the weather, and she was so gaily friendly, so sweet and modest, yet wholly frank, that I grew quite happy in her company. My sister must have been mistaken about her being a civil engineer. She might be a college girl, but nothing worse, and she was so pretty. I devoted myself to Miss Elwell till she took herself off, probably to join her. It occurred to me that I had seen no one with Miss Elwell. Nellie, I said, for heaven's sake, give me the straight of all this. I'm going distracted with the confusion. What has happened to the world? Tell me all. I can bear it, as the extinct novels used to say, but I cannot bear this terrible suspense. Don't you have novels anymore? Novels? Oh yes, plenty. Better than ever were written. You'll find it splendidly worthwhile to read quite a few of them while you're getting oriented. Well, you want kind of a running historical sketch? Yes. Give me the outlines, just the heads, as it were. You see, my dear, it is not easy to get readjusted, even to the old things, and there were so many new ones. We were in our steamer chairs, most people dozing after their midday meal. She reached over and took my hands
into hers and held it tight. It was comforting. This one live, visible link between what was forever past and this uncertain future. But for her, even those old days might have flickered and seemed doubtful. I should have felt like one swimming under the water and not knowing which way is up. She gave me solid ground underfoot at any rate. Whatever her place might be in this new world, she had talked to me only of the old one. In these long, quiet, restful days, she had revived in my mind the pleasant memories of our childhood together. Our little southern home, our patient, restrained northern mother, and the fine education she gave her schoolless little ones. Our high-minded and alas narrow-minded father, handsome, courteous, and flexible. Under Nellie's gentle leading, my long unused memory cells had revived like rain-washed leaves, and my past life had, at last, grown clear and steady. My college life, my old chum Granger, who had visited us once, our neighbors and relations, little gold-haired cousin Drusilla, whom I, in 10 years' proud seniority, had teased as a baby, played with, kissed goodbye, a slim, startled little figure when I left for Asia. Nellie had always spoken of things as I remembered them, and avoided and quietly refused to discuss the new aspects. I think she was right at first. "Come out with it," said I. "Come, have we adopted socialism?" I braced myself for the answer. "Socialism? Oh, why, yes. I think we did, but that was about 20 years ago." "And it didn't last? You proved the impractical folly of it? You've discarded it?" I sat up straight, very eager. "Why, no," said Nellie. "It's very hard to put these new things into old words. We've got beyond it." "Beyond socialism? Not anarchy?" "Oh, bless you, no, indeed. We understand the better what socialism meant, that's all. We have more, much more, than it ever asked. But we don't call it that." I did not understand. "It's like this," she said. "Suppose you had left a friend in the throes of a long courtship, full of ardor, of keen joy and keener anticipation. Then, returning, you say to your friend, 'Do you still have courtship?' And he says, 'Why, no, I'm married.' It's not that he has discarded it, proved it impractical folly. He had to have it. He liked it. But he's got beyond it." "Go on," I said. "I don't quite follow." She considered a bit. "Well, here's a more direct parallel. Back in the 18th century, the world was wild and about democracy. Democracy was going to do all these things for all the men. Then, struggles they acquired with some democracy set it going. It was a good thing, but it took time. It grew. It had difficulties. In the next century, there was less talk about all the heavenly results of democracy, and more definite efforts to make it work." This was clear. "You mean," I followed her slowly, "that what was called socialism was attained, and you've been improving upon it?" "Exactly, brother. You are on, as we used to say. But even that's not the main step." "No? What else?" "Only a new religion." I showed my disappointment. Nellie watched my face silently. She laughed. She even kissed me. "John," she said, "I could make vast sums by exhibiting you to psychologists as an extinct species of mind. You'd better draw than a woolly mammoth." I smiled, and she squeezed my hand. "Might as well make a joke of it, old man. You've got to get used to it, and the sooner the quicker." "All right, go ahead with your new religion." She sat back in her chair with an expression of amused retrospection. "I had forgotten," she said. "I had really forgotten. We didn't used to think much of religion, did we?" "Father did," said I. "No, not even father and his kind. They only used it as, what was the old joke? A patent fire escape. Nobody appreciated religion." "They spent much time and money on it," I suggested. "That's not appreciation." Well, come on with the story. Did you have another incarnation of anybody? You might call it that, Nellie allowed, her voice growing quietly earnest. We certainly had somebody with an unmistakable power. This did not interest me at all. I hated to see Nellie looking so sweetly solemn over her new religion. In the not unnatural reaction of a minister's son, rigidly reared, I had a small use of religion of any sort. As a scholar, I had studied them all and felt a little reverence for the ancient ones as for the shifty mushroom crop of new sects and schools. Now look here, John, she said at length. I've been watching you pretty closely, and I think you're equal to considerable mental effort. In one way, it may be easier for you just because you've not seen a bit of it. Anyhow, you've got to face it. Our new world has changed in these 30 years. More than the change between what used to be and what people used to imagine about heaven. Here's the first thing you've got to do mentally. You must understand clearly in your human consciousness that the objection and distaste you feel is only your personal consciousness. Everything is better. There is far more comfort, pleasure, peace of mind, a richer, swifter growth, a higher, happier life in every way. And yet, you won't like it because of your... She seemed to hesitate for a word now and then, as one trying to translate. Reactions are all tuned to earlier conditions. If you can understand this and see over your own personal attitudes, it will not be long before a real convincing sense of joy, of life, will follow the intellectual perception that things are better. Hold on, I said. Let me chew on that a while. As if, I presently suggested, as if I'd left a home that was poor and dirty and crowded, with a pair of quarrelsome, inefficient parents, drunken and abusive, maybe, and a lot of horrid, wrangling, selfish little brothers and sisters, and woke up one fine morning in a great, clean, beautiful house, richly furnished, full of a lot of angels, who were total strangers? Exactly, she cried. Hooray for you, Johnny. You couldn't have defined it better. I don't like it, said I. I'd rather have my old home, in my own family, than all the princely palaces and angels you could ever dream of in 100 years. Mother had an old storybook by a New England author, Nellie quietly remarked, where somebody said, you can't always have your druthers. She used to quote it to me when I was little and complain that things were not as I wanted them. John, dear, please remember that when new people in the new world find it like home and love it far better than we used to, it'll be queer to you, but it's a pleasant commonplace to them. We have found out at last what it is to be natural and happy. She was silent, and I was silent, till I asked her, what's the name of your new religion? It hasn't any, she answered. Hasn't any? What do they call it? The believers, I mean? They call it living and life, that's all. And what's their specialty? Nellie gave a funny little laugh, part sad, part tender, part amused. I had no idea it would be so hard to tell you things, she said. You'll just have to see for yourself, I guess. Don't go, Nellie. I'll be good. You were just telling me in a nutshell what had happened. Please do. The thing that has happened, said she slowly, is just this. The world has come alive. We are doing things in a pleasant, practical way. All the things we could have done at any time before, only we never thought so. The real change is this. We have changed our minds. This happened very soon after you left. Ah, what a time. To think that you should have missed it. She gave my hand another sympathetic squeeze and went on. After that, it was only a question of time, of how soon we could do things, and we've been doing them ever since, faster and faster. This seemed rather flat and disappointing. I don't see that you make out anything wonderful so far. A new religion, which seems to consist only in behaving better and a gradual improvement of social conditions. all that was going on when I left. Nellie regarded me with a considering eye. I see how you interpret it, she said. Behaving better in our early days was a small personal affair, either a pathetically inadequate failure to do what one could not, or a self-righteous success in doing what one could. All personal. Personal. Good behavior has to be a personal affair, hasn't it? I mildly protested. Not by any means, said Nellie with decision. That was precisely what kept us so small and bad, so miserably confined and discouraged, like a lot of well-meaning soldiers imagining that their evolutions were a personal affair or an orchestra, protesting that if each man played a correct tune of his own choosing, the result would be perfect. Dear, dear, no, sir, she continued with some fierceness. That's just what we changed our minds. Humanity has come alive, I tell you, and we have reason to be so proud of our race. She held her head high. There was a glad, triumphant look in her eyes, not in the least religious. Said she, "You'll see the results. That will make it clearer to you than anything I can say. But if I may remark that we have no longer the fear of death, much less damnation, and no such thing as sin, that the only kind of prison left is called a quarantine. That punishment is unknown but preventative. Means are of a drastic and sweeping nature, such as we had never dared to think of before. That there are no such thing in a civilized world as poverty, no labor problem, no cholera problem, no sex problem, almost no disease, very little incident, practically no fires, that the world is rapidly being reforested, the soil improved, the output growing in quantity and quality, that no one needs to work over 2 hours a day, and most people work 4, that we have no graft, no adulteration of goods, no malpractice, no crime. Nellie, said I, you are a woman and my sister. I'm very sorry, but I don't believe it. I thought you wouldn't, said she. Women always will have the last word. Chapter 3. The blue shoreline of one's own land always brings a thrill of the heart. To me, buried exile as I had been, the heart leap was choking. Ours was a slow steamer, and we did not stop at the Montauk, where the mail and the swiftest travelers landed, nor in Jamaica Harbor with the immigrants. As we swept along the sunny level spaces of the South Shore, Nellie told me how Long Island was now the reception room of our country, instead of poor, brutal little Ellis Island. The shores are still mostly summer places, she said. One of the most convincing of our early lines of advance was started on the South Shore, and there are plenty of country clubs, home parks, and things like that, but the bulk of the island toward the western end is an experiment station in applied sociology. I was watching the bright shore hungrily. With a glass I could see many large buildings, not too closely yet. I should think it would spoil the place for homes, I said. Nellie had a way of listening to my remarks, kindly and pleasantly, but as if I were somehow a long way off, and she was trying to grasp what I said. In a way it did at first, she explained, but even then it meant just as many homes for other people, and now it means so much more. She hesitated a moment. You're in for a steady course of remarks from now on. Everybody will explaining things and bragging about them. We haven't outgrown some of the smaller vices, you see. As to this immigration problem, we woke up to the fact, among others, that reintegration of people, as Ward called it, was a psychological process not possible to stop, but quite possible to assist and to guide to the great advantage. And here in America, we recognized our own special place, the melting pot, you know? Yes, I remembered the phrase. I never liked it. Our family was pure English stock, and rightly proud of their descent. I begin to see, my dear sister, that while receiving the torrent of instructive remarks you foretell, the way of wisdom for me is steadfastly to withhold my own opinions. Nellie laughed. You always had a long head, John. Well, whether you like it or not, our people saw their place in power at last and rose to it. We refuse no one. We have discovered as many ways of utilizing human waste as we used to have for waste products of coal tar. You don't mean to say idiots and criminals, I protested. Idiots, hopeless ones, we don't keep any more, she answered gently. They are very rare now. The grade of average humanity is steadily rising, and we have the proud satisfaction of knowing we have helped it rise. We organized a permanent reception committee for the whole country. One station here, one in California. Anybody could come, but they had to submit to our handling when they did come. We used to have a physical examination, didn't we? A rudimentary one. What we have now is a compulsory socialization. I stared at her. Yes, I know, you are thinking the geological kind of evolution people used to talk about, and you can't alter human nature. In the first place, we can. In the second place, we do. In the third place, there isn't much alteration needed as we used to think. Human nature is a pretty good thing. No immigrant is turned loose on the community till he or she is up to a certain standard, and the children we educate. We always did, didn't we? Always did? Why, brother, we didn't know what that word meant in your time. I shall be glad to follow that up, I assured her. Education was improving even in the old days, I remember. I shall be glad to see the schools. Some of them you won't know when you do see them, said Nellie. On Long Island, we have an agricultural and industrial stations, like, I think we had something like it in our Western colleges, which it was the fashion to look down upon. We have a graded series of dwellings where the use of modern conveniences is taught to the newcomers. Suppose they won't learn. They used to prefer to live like hogs, as I remember. Again, Nellie looked at me as if I were speaking to her from a distance. We used to say so, and I suppose we used to think so, but some of us... But now we know better. These people are not compelled to come to our country, but if they come, they know what they have to do, and they do it. You may have noticed that we have no steerage. I had noticed. They have decent surroundings from the first step. They have to be antiseptically clean, they and all their belongings, before entering the ship. But what an awful expense, I ventured. Suppose you keep cattle, John, and knew how to fatten and improve them. And suppose your ranch was surrounded by strays, mavericks, anxious to come in. Would you call it an expense to add to your herd? You can't sell people, no, but you can profit by their labor. That sounds like the same old game. I should think your socialism would have put an end to that. Socialism did not alter the fact that wealth comes from labor, she replied. All these people work. We provide the opportunity for them. We train them to a higher efficiency, especially the children. The very best and wisest of us are proud to serve there, as women used to be proud when they were invited to help receive some personage. We receive humanity and introduce it to America. What they produce is used to cover the expense of their training, and also to lay up a surplus for themselves. They must produce more than they used to, observed I dryly. They do, said Nellie. You might as well finish this thing up, I said. Then when people talk to me about immigration, I can look intelligent and say, I know about that. And really, I'm interested. How do you begin with them? When they come into Jamaica Harbor, they see a great crescent of white piers, each with its gate. We'll go and see them some day, splendid arches, with figures on them, like the ones they used to put up for the triumphs. There's the German gate, and the Spanish gate, and the English gate, and the Italian gate, and so on. There is a welcome in their own language, and instruction in ours. There is a physical examination, the most searching and thorough, microscopic, chemical. They have to come up on a certain standard before they are graduated, you see. Graduated? Yes, we have a standard of citizenship now, an idea of what people ought to be and how to make them so. Dear me, to think that you don't know about that. I shouldn't think they'll stand for it, all this examination and so on. No country on earth offers so much happiness to its people. Nowhere else. Yet, is there a good opportunity to be helped up? To have real scientific care? Real loving study and assistance? Everybody likes to be made the most of. Everybody, nearly, has the feeling that they might be something better if they had a chance. We give them the chance. Then I should think you'd have all their creation on your hands at once. And depopulate the other nations? They had something to say about that. You see, this worked all sorts of ways. In the first place, when we got the worst and the lowest people, that left an average of better ones at home, people who could learn more quickly. When we proved what good stuff human nature was, rightly treated, they all took heart of grace and began to improve their own. Then, as our superior attractions steadily drew off the lower classes, that raised the value of those who remained. They were better paid, better thought of at home. As more and more people came to us, the other nations got rather alarmed and began to establish counter-attractions to keep their folks at home. Also, many other nations had better things than we did, you remember. And finally, most people love their own country better than any other, no matter how good. Now, the balance of population is not seriously altered. Still, with such an influx of low-grade people, you must have a torrent of increasing population in your hands. Again, the odd listening look, her head a little on the side. I have to keep remembering, she said. Have to recall what people wrote and said and thought in the past generation. The idea was that people had to increase like rabbits and would eat up the food supply. So wars and all the manner of cruel conditions were necessary to keep down the population. Wasn't that it? You are 20 years out, my dear, I rejoiced to assure her. We had largely passed that, and we were beginning to worry about decreasing birth rate among the more intelligent. It was only the lowest grade that kept on like rabbits, as you say. But it's that sort you seem to have been filling with. I should think it would have materially lowered the average, or have you, in the new forcing system, made decent people out of scrubs. That's exactly what we've done. We've improved the people and lowered the birth rate at one stroke. They were beginning to talk about eugenics when I left. This is not eugenics. We have made great advances in that, of course, but the chief factor is the change is a common biological law. Individuation in an inverse proportion to reproduction, you know. We individualize the women, develop their personal power, their human characteristics, and they don't have so many children. I don't see how that helps unless you have eliminated the brutality of men. My dear brother, the brutality of men lowered the birth rate. It didn't raise it. One of the most undifferentiated peasant women would have had a baby every year if she was married to a saint. And she couldn't have more than a polyandry unless it were twins. No, the birth rate for women was to settle, and they have. Out of fashion to have children at all? No, John, you needn't sneer. We have better children than that were ever born on earth before, and they grade higher every year. But we are approaching a balanced population. I didn't like the subject, and turned to the clear skyline of the distant city. It towered as of old, but seemed not so close-packed. Not one black cloud, and very few white ones. You've ended the smoking nuisance, I'm glad to see. Has steam gone too? We use electricity altogether in all our cities now. It occurred to us that to pipe a leaking death in every bedroom, to thread the city with poison, fire, explosion was foolish. Defective wiring was used to cause both death and conflagration, was it? It did, she admitted. But it is not defective anymore. Is the coal all gone? No, but we burn it at the mines by a process which does not waste 90% of the energy and transmit the power. For all of New York? Oh no. New York has enough water power, you see. The tide mills are enough for this whole region. They solved the tide mill problem, did they? Yes. They are innumerable mechanical advances, of course. You'll enjoy them.
We were near enough to see the city clearly. What a splendid waterfront, I cried. Why, this is glorious. It surely was. The wide shores swung away, glittering in the pure sunlight. Staten Island lay behind us, a vision of terraced loveliness. The Jersey shore shone clear, no foul pall of oil smoke overhanging. The Brooklyn banks were banks of palaces, and Manhattan itself towered royally before us, all bordered with the broad granite piers. Marginal mile after mile of smooth-running granite embankment, quoted Nellie. Broad steps of marble descending for the people to enter the water. White pillared piers. Look at the water! I cried suddenly. It's clear! Of course it's clear, she agreed laughingly. This is a civilized country, I tell you. I looked and looked. It was blue and bright in the distance. It was a clear, soft green beneath us. I saw a fish sleep. So far I'm happy with you anyhow, said I. That certainly is a big step and looks like a miracle. New York Harbor, clean. How about customs? I asked as we drew in. Gone. Clean forgotten. With a lot of other foolishness. The airships settled that. We couldn't plant custom houses in the air, you see, along 10,000 miles of coast and border. I was watching the shore. There were plenty of people about, but strangely gay of aspect in gray-colored raiment. I could see the amusement piers, numbers of them, some evidently used as gymnasia, and some there were dancing. Motor cars of all descriptions ran swiftly and quietly about. Airships, large and small, floated off to the north and west mostly. The water was freckled with pleasure boats. I heard singing and music. Some new holiday? I ventured. Not at all, said my sister. It is afternoon. She watched me. It is afternoon, she repeated. Let that sink in. It sank in. Slowly. Do you mean that no one works in the afternoon? No one, except those who don't work in the morning. Some kinds of work can't stop, of course, but most kinds can. I told you before, no one has to work more than 2 hours a day. Most people work 4. Why? She saw my unbelievingly stare. Because we like to. Also because we are ambitious, she went on. I told you of the gain we've made in the civilized world. Not all of it civilized. We are still missionaryingly, and while there is a need to help anywhere on earth, most of us work overtime. Also, it lays up public capital. We are planning some vast undertakings and gives a wider margin for vacations. I was thinking in a hazy way of a world that was not tired, not driven, no nose on any grindstone. Of a people who only had to work 2 hours, and worked 4. Yet there was every evidence of increased wealth. Suddenly, Nellie gave a joyous little cry. Why, there's Owen! She waved her little veil. And there's Gerald and Hallie. She fairly danced with pleasure. I could see a big grayish man madly waving his hat down there, and 2 young folks hopping up and down and flourishing handkerchiefs. Oh, how good of him, she cried. I never dreamed they'd be here. Nellie, I said sternly, you never told me you were married. Why should I? She asked innocently. You never asked me. I had not. I had seen that she signed her name Ellen Robertson, and I knew she was president of a college. How could I imagine her married? Married she evidently was, and even her long-lost brother was forgotten for a moment as the big man engulfed her in his gray overcoat, and the tall son and daughter added their arms to the group. But it was only a moment, in the big brotherly grasp of my new relation's hand, the cordial nephewly grip, and the affectionate niece's kiss gave me a new and unexpected sense of the joys of homecoming. These were people, real people, as warm and kind and cheery as people ever were, and they greeted me with evident goodwill. It was Uncle John in no time, and Hallie in especial seized upon me as her own. I know Mother's got you all broken in by this time, she said, and that you are prepared for all manner of amazing disclosures. But Mother never told us how handsome you are, Uncle John. In vain is the net spread in sight of any bird, murmured young Gerald. Don't listen to him, uncle. I am perfectly sincere, she protested, leaning over to hug her mother again, and turning back to me with a confiding smile. Why, should I doubt such evident good judgment? Said I, and she slipped her hand into mine and squeezed it. Nellie sat there looking as proud and happy and motherly as anybody could, and a great weight rolled off her heart. Some things were left of my old world anyway. We talked gaily and excitedly on our way of immediate plans, rolling smoothly along broad open streets. A temporary conclusion was to stop at Hallie's apartment for the time being, and I was conscious of a distinct sense of loss to think of my new-found niece being already married. How still is it? I presently observed. Is that because it's afternoon too? Oh no, they assured me. We aren't as noisy as we used to be. These children don't know anything about what we used to have to put up with, said Owen. They never were in New York while it was screaming. You see, there are no horses. All surface vehicles are rubber-tired. The minor delivery and the freight all goes underneath on those silent monorails. The great city spread about us, clean as a floor, quiet as a country town by comparison with what I remembered, yet full of the stir and murmur of moving crowds. Everyone we passed or met looked happy and prosperous, and even my inexperienced eye caught a difference in costuming. There's no masquerade on, is there? I asked. Oh no, we all wear what we please, that's all. Don't you like it? Hallie asked. Generally, there appeared the trim short skirt I had noticed as so appropriate on shipboard. Here and there, a sort of Florentine gown, long, richly damasked, sometimes a Greekish flow of drapery. The men mostly knickerbockered. I couldn't deny that it was pleasant to the eye, but it worried me a little nonetheless. There's no hurry, John, said Nellie, always unobtrusively watching me. Some things you'll just have to get used to. Before I wholly accept the sudden new brother, I presently suggested, I'd like to know his name. Montrose. Owen Montrose. At your service, he said, bowing his fine head. Also, Jared Montrose and Hallie Robertson. Dear, dear, I protested. So it's come to that, hasn't it? It's come to that, and we still love each other, Nellie cheerfully agreed. But it isn't final. There's a strong movement on foot to drop hereditary names altogether. I groaned. In the name of common humanity, don't tell me anything worse than you have now. Hallie's apartment was in the big building, far uptown overlooking the Hudson. I have to live in town 9 months of the year, you see, Uncle, on account of my work, she explained rather apologetically. Hallie's an official and awfully proud of it, her brother whispered very loudly. Gerald's only a musician and pretends to be proud of it, she retorted, whereat he forcibly held and kissed her. I could see no strong difference between this brother and sister and others I had known, except they were perhaps unusually affectionate. It was a big, handsome place. Their front windows faced the great river. The rear ones opened on a most unexpected scene of loveliness. A big sheltered garden, every wall space surrounding it a joy to the eye. Rich masses of climbing vines, a few trees, a quiet fountain, beautiful stone seats and winding walks, flowers in profusion, and birds singing. We used to only have Song of the Tomcat in my time. Have you taught the cat to lie down with the canary, or killed him? There are no animals kept in the cities any more, except the birds. They come and go. Mostly sparrows, I suppose. No, the sparrow went with the horse, Owen replied, and the mouse, and the fly, and the croton bug went with the kitchen. I turned with a gesture of despair. No homes left? I didn't say home, I said kitchen. Brace up, old man. We still eat, and better food than you ever dreamed of in your hungriest youth. That's a long story, Nellie here suggested. We mustn't crowd him. Let's get washed and rested, and we'll have some food you're boasting of. They gave me a room with a river window, and I looked out the broad current, changed only in its lovely clearness. Changeless,
I started and seized the traveling glass still on its strap. The high cliffs reached away to the northward, still wooded, though sprinkled with buildings. The waterfront was green parked, white piered, rimmed with palaces, and the broken slopes terraced and garlanded in rich foliage. White cottages and larger buildings climbed and nestled along the sunny slopes, as on the cliffs of Capri. It was a place one would go far to see. I dropped my eyes to the nearer shore. Again the park, the boulevard, the gracious outlines of fine architecture. It was a beauty, undeniably beautiful, but a strange world to me. I felt like at a play. A plain, ordinary American landscape ought to not look like a theater curtain. Chapter 4. They called me to supper. Most of us have our heartiest meal in the middle of the day, said my sister. The average man, O victim of copious instruction, added my brother-in-law, does his work in the morning, the 2 hours that he has to, or the 4 that he usually puts in, 8 to 12 or 9 to 1. That is the working day for everyone. Then home, rest, a bath maybe, and then allow me to help you to some of our improvements. I was hungry, and this simple meal looked and smelled most appetizing. There is a large shining covered dish, which, being opened, gave forth so savory a steam as fairly to make my mouth water. A crisp and toothsome bread was by my plate. A hot drink, which they laughingly refused to name, proved most agreeable. A suave, cool salad followed. Fruits, some of which were new to me, the most delicate little cakes, closed the meal. They would not tell me a thing, only saying, "Have some more," and I did. Not till I had eaten, with continuous delight, 3 helpings from the large dish, did I notice that it stood alone, so to speak. Nellie followed my eye with her usual prompt intelligence. "Yes," she said, "this is all, but we can send for other things in the twinkling of an eye. What would you like?" I leaned back in my chair and looked at her reproachfully. "I would like some of that salad. Not very much, please. And some of those products yonder, and one particular brown little cake, if I can hold it." Nellie smiled demurely. "Oh," she said mildly remarked, "I thought for a moment that our little supper seemed a scant to you." I glared at her, retorting, "Now I will not utter the grateful praises that were rising to my lips. I will even try to look critical and dissatisfied." And I did, but they all laughed. "It's no manner of use, Uncle John," cried my pretty little niece. "We saw you eat it." "It, indeed," I protested. "What is this undeniably easy-to-take concoction you have stuffed me with?" "My esteemed new brother," Owen answered, "we have been considering your ease in conclave assembled, and we think it is wiser to feed you for a while and demand by all the rights of hospitality that you eat what is set before you and ask no questions for conscience sake. When you begin to pine, to lose your appetite, to look wan and hollow-eyed, then we may reconsider. Meanwhile, we will tell you everything you want to know about food in general, and even some particulars, present dishes always excepted." "I will now produce information," began Hallie, "my office being that food inspector. Her main purpose is bringing you here, Uncle, was to give you food and then talk about it," said Gerald solemnly. Hallie only made a face at him and went on. "We have a magnificent system of production and distribution," she explained, "with a decreasing use of animal foods." "Was this a vegetarian meal?" I asked in a hollow voice. "Mostly, but you shall have meat when you want it. Better meat than you used to get too." "Cold storage meat?" "Oh no, that's long since stopped. The way we manage about meat is a proper portion of edible animals are raised under good conditions. Nice, healthy, happy beast. Killed till they don't know it, and never kept beyond a certain time limit. You see," she paused, looking for the moment like her mother, "the whole food business is changed." "You don't realize." "Go ahead and tell me. Tell me all. My life at present is that of Rollo, I perceive, and I am most complacent after this meal. Uncle, I rejoice in your discovery. I do indeed. You are an uncle after my own heart, said Gerald. So my fair niece, looking like any other charming girl in a pretty evening frock, began to expound her specialty. Her mother begged to interrupt for a moment. Let me recall to him things as they were, which you hardly know, you happy child. Don't forget, John, that when we were young, we did not know what good food was. I started to protest, but she shook her finger at me. No, we didn't, my dear boy. We knew what we liked, as the people said at the picture show, but that did not make it good in itself or good for us. The world was ill-fed. Most of the food was below par. A good meal was injurious, some absolutely poison. People sold poison for food in 1910. Don't forget that. You may remember the row that was beginning to be made about it. I admitted recalling something of the sort, though it had not been particularly interested me at the time. Well, the row went on and gained in force. The women woke up. If you have said that once since we met, my dear sister, you've said it 40 times. I wish you would make a parenthesis in this food discussions and tell me how, when, and why the women woke up. Nellie looked a little dashed, and Owen laughed outright. You stand up for your rights, John, he said, rising and slapping me on the shoulder. Let's go in the other room and settle down for a chin. It's our fate. Hold him till he sees our housekeeping, said Gerald. I stood watching while they rapidly placed our dishes, which I now noticed were very few, in a neat square case which stood on the side of the table. Everything went in and out of sight. Paper napkins from the same receptacle wiped the shining table. Then a smooth-running dumbwaiter took it out of sight. This is housework, said Nellie mischievously. I refused to be impressed. Come back to our mutants, I insisted. You can tell me about your domestic slight out of hand in due season. So we lounged in the large and pleasant parlor, the broad river before us, rimmed with starry lamps, sparkling everywhere in the lights of tiny pleasure craft, and occasionally the blaze and the wash of larger boats. I had a sense of pleasant well-being. I had eaten heartily, very heartily, yet was not oppressed. My newfound family pleased me well. The quiet room was beautiful in color and proportion, and as my eyes wandered idly over it, I noted how few in number and how harmonious were its contents, giving a sense of peace and spaciousness. The air was sweet. I did not notice then, as I did later, that the whole city was sweet-aired now, at least by comparison with the cities used to be. From somewhere came the sound of soft music, grateful to the ear. I stretched myself luxuriously with, Now then, Nellie, let her go. The women woke up. Some women were waking up tremendously before you left, John Robertson, only I dare say you never noticed it. They just kept on, faster and faster, till they all did. About all. There are still some dodos left, even yet, but they don't count, discredited grandmothers. And being awake, I gently suggested. In being awake, she paused for an instant, seeking an expression, and Gerald's smooth bass voice put it in. They saw their duty, and they did it. Exactly, his mother agreed, with a proudly loving glance at him. That's just what they did. And in regard to the food business, they recognized at last that it was their duty to feed the world, and that it was miserably done. So they took hold. Now, Mother, this is my specialty, Hallie interposed. When a person can only talk about one thing, why oppose them? Murmured Gerald. But she quite ignored him and reopened her discussion. We, that is, most of the women and some of the men, began to seriously study the food question, both from a hygienic and an economic standpoint. I can't tell you that 30 years' work in a minute, Uncle John, but there's a way we manage it now. We have learned very definitely what people ought to not eat, and it is not only a punishment, but a punished offense to sell improper foodstuffs. How are the people to know? I ventured. The people are not required to know everything. All the food is watched and tested by specialists. What goes into the market is good, all of it. By impeccable, angelic specialists like my niece? She shook her head at me. If there were not, the purchaser would spot them at once. You see, our food supply is not at the mercy of the millions of ignorant housewives anymore. Food is bought and prepared by people who know how, and they all have the means and knowledge for expert test. And if the purchaser, too, was humanly fallible, she cast a pitying glance at me, and her father took the floor for a moment. You see, John, in the old time, the dealers were mostly poor and sold cheap and bad stuff to make a little money. The buyers were mostly poor and had to buy the cheap and nasty stuff. Even large manufacturers were under pressure and had to cheat to make a profit, or thought they had to. Then when we got to inspectors and such, they were under the harrow too, and were by no means impeccable. Our big change is this: nobody is poor now. I hear you say that, I answered, but I can't seem to get it through my head. Have you really divided all the property? John Robertson, I am ashamed of you, cried Nellie. Even in 1910, people knew better than that. People who knew anything. That wasn't necessary, said Owen, nor desirable. What we have done is this. First, we have raised the productive capacity of the population. Second, we have secured the right to our natural resources. Third, we have learned to administer business without waste. The wealth of the world grows enormously. It is not what you call equally distributed, but everyone has enough. There is no economic danger anymore. There is economic peace. And economic freedom? Asked I, sharply. And economic freedom. People choose to work what they like and work freely more than they have to. I pondered on this. But they have to. Labor is compulsory. Owen grinned. Yes, labor is compulsory. Always was. It is compulsory on everyone now. We used to have two sets who wouldn't work. Paupers and the idle rich. No such classes left. All busy. But the freedom of the individual, I persisted. Come, brother. Society always played hob with the freedom of individuals whenever it saw fit. It killed, imprisoned, fined. It had compulsory laws and regulations. It required people to wear clothes and furnished no clothes for them to wear. If society has a right to take human life, why has it not right to improve it? No, my dear man, continued Owen. He was evidently launched on his specialty now. Society is not somebody else domineering over us. Society is us, taking care of ourselves. I took no exception to this and began again. Society in our young days was in a state of auto-intoxication. It generated its own poisons and absorbed them in peaceful, slow suicide. To think, it seems impossible now, to think of allowing anybody to sell bad food. That wasn't the only bad thing they sold, I suggested. No, unfortunately. Why, look here. Owen slid a glass panel in the wall and took out a book. That's clever, I remarked approvingly. Bookcases built in. Yes, they are everywhere now, said Nellie. Books, a few of them, are common human necessities. Every home, every room almost, has these little dust-tight, insect-proof wall cases. Concrete construction has helped that very much. Owen had found his place, and now poured upon the concentrated list of the adulterated materials deteriorating the world in my period so slightingly referred to as my day. I noticed with gratitude that Owen said, when we were young. You never were sure of anything pure, he said scornfully, no matter what you paid for it. How we submitted to such rank outrage for so long I cannot imagine. This was taken up by very definitely some 20 years ago, by the women mostly. Aha, when the women woke up, I cried. Yes, just that. It is true that their being mostly mere housewives and seamstresses was a handicap in some ways, but it was a direct advantage in others. They were almost all consumers, you see, not producers. They were not so much influenced by considerations of the profits of manufacture as they were by the direct loss to their own pockets and health. Yes, he smiled. There were some pretty warm years while this thing was thrashed out. One of the most successful lines in attack was the new food system, though. "I will talk," cried Hallie. "Here, Uncle John. Up here, and fed him to repletion, and have him completely at my mercy. And then you have people butt in and do all the talking." "Go it, little sister. You're dead right," agreed Gerald. "You see, Uncle, it's one thing to restrain and prevent and punish, and another thing to substitute improvements." "Kindergarten methods?" I ventured. "Yes, exactly. As women had learned this in the handling of children, they began to apply it to grown people. The same children, only a little older. Ever so many people had been talking and writing about this food business, and finally some of them got together and really started it. "One of these cooperative schemes?" I was beginning, but the woman looked at me with such pitying contempt that I promptly withdrew the suggestion. "Not much," said Nellie disdainfully. "Of course, those cooperative schemes were a natural result of growing difficulties in our old methods, but they were on utterly wrong lines. No, sir, the new food business was a real business, and a very successful one. The first company began around 1912 or 1913, I think. Just some women with a real business sense and enough capital. They wisely concluded that a block of apartments was the natural field for their services, and that professional women were the natural patrons. The unprofessional women, or professional wives, as you might call them, had only the housewifery to preserve their self-respect, you see," put in Owen. "If they didn't do housekeeping for a living, what, in the name of decency, did they do?" "This was called the Home Service Company," said Hallie. "I will talk, Mother. They built some unusually attractive apartments, planned by women to please women. This block was one of the finest designs. Their architects, women too, by the way." "Who had waked up," murmured Gerald, unnoticed. "It was frankly advertised as specially designed for professional women. They looked at it, liked it, and moved it. Teachers, largely doctors, lawyers, dressmakers, women who worked." "Sort of a nunnery?" I asked. "My dear brother, do you imagine that all working women were orphan spinsters, even in your day?" cried Nellie. "The self-supporting women of that time generally had other people to support too. Lots of them were married. Many were widows with children. Even the single ones had brothers and sisters to take care of." "They rushed in anyhow," said Hallie. "The place was beautiful and built for enjoyment. There was a nice garden in the middle." "Like this one here?" I interrupted. "This charming patio? How did they make space for it?" "New York blocks were not divinely ordained," Owen replied. "It occurred to the citizens at last that they could bisect those 200 by 800 foot oblongs, and they did. Wide, tree-shaded, pleasant ways to run between the old avenues, and the blocks remaining are practically squares." "You noticed the irregular border of grass and shrubbery as we came up, didn't you, Uncle?" asked Gerald. "We forgot to speak about it because we were used to it." I did recall now that our ride had been not through monotonous stone-faced right-angled ravines, but along pleasant fronts of gracious-bearing buildings, whose skyline was a pleasure and street-line bordered greenly. "You didn't live here and don't remember, maybe," Owen remarked, "but the regular thing uptown was one of those lean, long blocks, flat-faced and solid, built to the sidewalk's edge. If it was a line of private houses, they were bordered with the gloomy little stone-paved areas, and ornamented with ash cans and garbage pails. If the avenue end was faced with tall apartments, their lower margin was infested with a row of little shops, meat, fish, vegetables, fruit, with all their litter and refuse and flies and constant traffic. Now a residence block is a thing of beauty on all sides. The really necessary shops are maintained, but planned for in the building, and made beautiful. The fly-tainted meat markets no longer exist." "I will talk," said Hallie, and that we all laughed at her and let her.
The first one I was telling you about was very charming and attractive. There were arrangements on the top floor for nurseries and child gardens, and the roof was for children all day. Evenings the grown-ups had it. Great care was taken by management in letting this part to the best professionals in child culture. There were big rooms too, for meetings and parties, places for billiards and bowling and swimming. It was planned for real human enjoyment, like a summer hotel. But I thought you said this place was for women, I ventured. Oh, Uncle John, and it has never occurred to you that women like to amuse themselves? Or that professional women have men relatives and men friends? There were plenty of men in the building, and plenty more to visit. They were shown how nice it was, you see, but the chief card was the food and service. This company engaged, at high wages, first-class houseworkers, and the residents paid for them by the hour. And they had a food service which was beyond the dreams of homes, of boarding houses. Your professional women must have been millionaires, I mildly suggested. You think so because you do not understand the food business, Uncle John. Nobody did in those days. We were so used to the criminal waste of individual housekeeping, with its pitiful low standards, and to monotonous low-grade restaurant meals, with their waste and extortion, that it never occurred to us to estimate the amount of profit there was really going in the business. These far-seeing women were pioneers, but not for long. Dozens are claiming first place now, just as they were early women's clubs. They established in that block a meal service that was so wonderful for excellence and for cheapness too, and people began to learn. I was impressed, but not convinced, and she saw it. Look here, Uncle John. I hate to use figures on a helpless listener, but you drive me to it. Then she reached for the bookcase and produced her evidence, sparingly, but with effect. She showed me that the difference between the expense of hiring separate service and the same number of people patronizing a service company was sufficient to reduce expenses to the patrons and leave a handsome payment for the company. Owen looked on, interpreting my ignorance. You never kept house, old man, he said, nor thought much about it, I expect, but you can figure this out for yourself easily enough. Here were 100 families, equal to, say, 500 persons. They hired 100 cooks, of course, paid them something like $6 a week, call it $5 on average. There's 500 a week, just for cooks, $26,000 a year. Now, as a matter of fact, our learned daughter tells us this, 10 cooks are plenty for 500 persons. At the same price would cost $1,300 a year. 10 are plenty and to spare, said Hallie, but we pay them handsomely. One chef at $3,000, 2 next best at $2,000 each, $4,000, 2 at $1,000 apiece, $2,000, 5 at $800, $4,000, and that's $13,000, half what we paid before, and the difference in service between a kitchen maid and a scientific artist. 50% saved on wages, and 500% added to skill, Owen continued. And you can go right on and add 90% saving in fuel, 90% in plant, 50% in utensils, and see how much it is? Hallie materials? Hallie looked very important. Even when they first started, when food was shamefully expensive and required all the manner of tests and examinations, the saving was all of 60%. Now it is fully 80%. That makes a good deal of all told, Uncle John, Gerald quietly remarked, handing me a piece of paper. You see, it does leave a margin of profit. I looked rather helplessly at the figures, also at Hallie. It is a shame, Uncle, to hurry you so, but the sooner you get these little matters clear in your head, the better. We have these great food furnishing companies now all over the country, and they have market gardens and dairies and so on of their own. There is a food bureau in every city, and a national food bureau and international relations. The best scientific knowledge is used to study food values and to improve old materials and develop new ones. There is a tremendous gain. But do people swallow things as directed by the government? I protested. Is there no chance to go and buy what you want to eat it when you want it? They rose to their feet with one accord. Gerald seized me by the hand. "Come on, Uncle," he cried. "Now is as good time as any. You shall see our food department. Come to scoff and remain to pray, if you like." The elevator took us down, and I was led unresistingly among the shining modernities. "Here is the source of supply," said Owen, showing where the basement supply room connected with a clean, airy subway under the glass-paved sidewalk. "Ice we make drinking water, we distill. Fuel is wired to us, but the foodstuffs are brought this way. Come down early and you will find these arteries of the city flowing steadily with—" "Milk and honey," put in Gerald. "With the milk train, the meat train, and the vegetable train, and so on." "Ordered beforehand?" I asked. "Ordered beforehand. Up to midnight you may send down word as to the kind of mushrooms you prefer, and no extra charge. During the day you can still order, but there's a trifle more expense. Not much. But most of us are more than content to have our managers cater for us. From the home outfit you may choose at any time. There are lists upstairs, and here is the array." There were but few officials in this part of the great establishment at this hour, but we were politely shown about by a scholarly-looking man in white linen, who had been reading as we entered. They took me between rows of glass cases, standing as books do in library, and showed me the day's baking, the year's preserves, the fragrant, colorful shelves of such fruit, vegetables, as were not fresh picked from day to day. "We don't get today's strawberries till the local ones are ripe," Gerald told us. "These are yesterday's, and pretty good yet." "Excuse me, but those just have come in," said the white linen person. "This morning's picking, from Maryland." I tasted them with warm approval. They were a fascinating display of cakes, cookies, some old recipes, some of the new but attractive aspect, and in the glass-doored separate ice chambers, meats, fish, milk, and butter. "Can people come in here and get what they want, though?" I inquired triumphantly. "They can and occasionally do, but it will take you some time to realize, John," my sister explained, "is the different attitude of people toward their food. We are not only well-fed, sufficiently fed, but so wisely fed that we are seldom to think of wanting anything further. When we do, we can order from upstairs. Come down to the eating room and order. Send to the big depots if it is some rare thing, or even come in like this. To the regular purchasers, it is practically free. And how if you are a stranger, a man in the street? In every city in our land, you may go to any eating house and find food as good and cheap as this," said Hallie triumphantly.
Chapter 5. While below they took me into the patio, that quiet inner garden which was so attractive from above. It was a lovely place. The moon was riding high, and shone into it. A slender fountain spray rose shimmering from its carved basin. On the southern-facing wall, a great wisteria vine drooped in, budding purple, and beds of violet made the air rich with soft fragrance. Here and there were people walking, and in the shadowy corners sat young couples, apparently quite happy. "I suppose you don't know the names of one of them," I suggested. "On the contrary, I know nearly all," answered Hallie. "These apartments are taken very largely by friends and acquaintances. You see, the gardens and roofs are in common, and there are reading rooms, ballrooms, and so on. It is pleasant to be friends to begin with, and most of us get to be afterward, if we are not at first." "But surely there are some disagreeable people left on earth." "Yes, but where there is so much more social life, people get together in congeal sets," put in Nellie, "just as we used to in summer resorts." "There aren't as many bores and fools as there used to be, John," Owen remarked. "We really do raise people better. Even the old ones have improved. You see, life is much more happy and interesting. We are all healthier, Uncle John, because we are better fed. That makes us more agreeable." "There's more art in the world to make us happier," said Gerald. "Hallie thinks it's all due to her everlasting bread and butter. Listen to that now." From a balcony up in there in the moonlight came a delicious burst of melody, a guitar and two voices, and the refrain was taken up from another window, from one corner of the garden, from the roof, all in smooth accord. Your group here must be an opera one, I suggested, but my nephew answered that it was not, but that music, good music, was so common now, and so well taught, that the average was high in both taste and execution. We sat late that night, my new family bubbling over with things to say, and filling my mind with a confused sense of new advantages, unexplained and only half believed. I could not bring myself to accept as commonplace facts the unusual excellences so glibly described, and I suppose my silence showed this as well as what I said, for my sister presently intervened with decision. "We must all stop this for tonight," she said. "John feels as if he's being forcibly fed. He's got to rest. Then I suggest that tomorrow Owen take him in hand. Go off for a tramp, why don't you? And really straighten out things. You see, there are two distinct movements to consider. The unconscious progress that would have taken place anyway in 30 years, and then the deliberate measures adopted by the new lifers. And it's rather confusing. I've labored with him all the way home. I think the man's point of view will help." Owen was a big man, with a strong, wholesome face, and a quizzical little smile of his. He and I went up the river next morning in a swift motorboat, which did not batter the still air with muffled banging as they used to, and strolled off in the bright spring sunshine into Palisade Park. "We've saved all the loveliest of it for keeps," he said. "Out here where the grass and trees are just as they used to be, you won't be bothered, and one expetor will be easier to handle than four at once. Now, shall I talk, or will you have questions?" "I like to ask a few questions first, then you can expound by the hour. Do you give me the long and short of this women waked up proposition? What does it mean to a man?" Owen stroked his chin. "No loss," he said. "At least, no loss that's not covered by a greater gain. Do you remember the new biological theory in regard to the relative position of the sexes that was beginning to make headway when we were young?" I nodded. "Ward's theory? Oh yes, I heard something of it. Pretty far-fetched, it seemed to me." "Far-fetched and dear-brought, but true for all that. You'll have to swallow it. The female is the race type. The male is her assistant. It's established beyond pre-adventure." I meditated, painfully. I looked at Owen. He had just a happy and proud look on his face, as if he were a real man, not merely an assistant. I, though of Gerald, thought nothing about him. Of the officers and the men of the ship, of such men as I had seen in the street. "I suppose this applies in the main to remote origins," I suggested. "It holds good all through life, is just as true as it ever was." "Then, do you mean that women run everything, and men are only helpers?" "Oh no, I wasn't talking about human life at all, only about sex. Running things has nothing to do with it. Women run some businesses and are practically all, but men still do the bulk of the world's work. There is a natural division of labor after all." This was pleasant to hear, but he dashed my hopes. "Men do almost all the violent plain work, digging and hoeing and hammering. Women, as a class, prefer the administrative and constructive kinds. But all in that is open yet, and settling itself gradually. Men and women are working everywhere. The big change which Nellie is always referring to means simply that women waked up to a realization of the fact that they were human beings." "What were they before? Prey?" "Only female beings." "Female human beings, of course," said I. "Yes, a little human, but mostly female. Now they are mostly human. It is a great change." "I don't follow you. Aren't there still wives and mothers?" "There are still mothers, far more than so they were before, as a matter of fact. But as to being wives, there's a difference." I was displeased, and showed it. "Well, is it polygamy, or polyandry, or trial marriages, or what?" Owen gazed at me with an expression very like Nellie's. "There it is," he said. "You can only think about women in some sort of relation to men, of a change in marriage relations as merely as a change in kind, whereas what has happened is a change in degree. We still have monogamous marriages. on a much purer and more lasting plane than a generation ago. But the word wife does not mean what it used to. Go on, I can't follow you at all. A wife used to be a possession. Wilt thou be mine, said the lover, and the wife was his. Well, whose else is she now? I asked with some sharpness. She does not belong to anyone, in the old sense. She is the wife of her husband, and that she is his true lover, and that their marriage is legally recorded, but her life and work does not belong to him. He has no right to her services anymore. A woman who is in a business, like Hallie for instance, does not give it up when she marries. I stopped him. What? Hallie isn't married? No, not yet. But that is her flat? Yes, why not? He laughed at me. You see, you can't imagine a woman having a home of her own. Hallie is 23. She won't marry for some years probably, but she has her position and is doing excellent work. It's only a minor introspectorship, and she likes it. Why shouldn't she have a home? Why doesn't she have it with you? Because I like to live with my wife. Her business and mine are in Michigan. Hallie's is in New York. And when she marries, she keeps being an inspector? I queried. Precisely. The man who marries that young woman will have much happiness, but he will not own her, and she will not be his wife in the sense of a servant. She will not darn his socks and cook his meals. Why should she? Will she not nurse his babies? No, she will nurse her babies. Their babies, not merely his. And keep on being an inspector? Yes, and keep on being an inspector for 4 hours a day and 2 shifts. Not a bit more difficult than cooking, my dear boy. But she will not be with her children. She will be with her children 20 hours of the 24, if she wants to. But Hallie's not especially good with children. You see, John, the women have specialized, even in motherhood. Then he went on at a considerable length to show how they had arisen a recognition of far more efficient motherhood than there is being given, that those women best fitted for the work had given an eager, devoted lives to it and built up some new science of human culture, that no woman was allowed to care for her children without proof of capacity. Allowed by whom? I put in. By the other women, the Department of Child Culture, the government. And the fathers, do they submit to this tamely? No, they cheerfully agree and approve. Absolutely the biggest thing that has happened, some of us think, is the new recognition of the importance of childhood. We are raising better people now. I was silent for a while, pulling up bits of grass and snapping small sticks into inch pieces. There was a good deal of talk about eugenics, I remember, I said at last. And what was that thing? Endowment of motherhood? Yes, man's talk, Owen explained. You see, John, we couldn't look at women but in one way in the old days. It was all a question of sex with us. Inevitably, we being males, our whole idea of improvement was in the better breeding. Our whole idea of motherhood was in each woman's devoting her whole life to her own children. That turbid facet of an Englishman, Wells, who did so much to stir his generation, said, I am wholly feminist. And he was. He saw women only as females and wanted them endowed so much. He was never able to see them as human beings and amply competent to take care of themselves. Now, our women are getting hold of this idea that they really are human creatures, simply blossomed forth in a new efficiency. They specialize the food business. Hallie's right about the importance of that. And then the women specialize the baby business. All women who wish to have babies. But if they wish to take care of them, they must show a diploma. I looked at him. I didn't like it. But what difference did it make? I had died 30 years ago, it appeared. A diploma for motherhood? I repeated. But he corrected me. Not at all. Any woman can be a mother, if she's normal. I said she had to have a diploma as a child culturist. Quite a different matter. I don't see the difference. No, I suppose not. I didn't once, he said. And every other mother was supposed to be competent to raise children, and look at the kind of people we raised. You see, we are beginning to learn, just beginning. You needn't imagine that we are in a state of perfection. There are more new projects up for discussion than ever before. We've only made a start. The consequences so far are so good that we are boiling over with propositions for future steps. Go on about the women, I said. I want to know the worst and become resigned. There's nothing very bad to tell, he continued cheerfully. When a girl is born, she is treated in all ways as if she were a boy. There is no hint made in any distinction between them except in the perfectly open physiological instruction as to their future duties. Children, young humans, grow up precisely the same conditions. I speak, of course, of the most advanced people. There are still backward places. There's plenty to do yet. Then the grown girls are taught of their place and power as mothers, and they have tremendously high ideals. That's what has done so much to raise the standard in men. It came hard, but it worked. I raised my head with keen interest, remarking, I've glimpsed a sort of iron hand and a velvet glove back of all this. What did they do? Owen looked rather grim for a moment. The worst of it was 20 or 25 years back. Most of the men are dead. That new religious movement stirred the socio-ethical sense to sudden power. It coincided with the women's political movement, urging measures for social improvements. Its enormous spread, both by preaching and literature, lit up the whole community with new facts, ideas, and feelings. Health, physical purity was made a practical idea. The young women learned the proportion of men with syphilis and gonorrhea and decided it was wrong to marry them. That was enough. They passed laws in every state requiring a clean bill of health with every marriage license. Diseased men had to die bachelors. That's all. And did men submit to legislation like that? I protested. Why not? It was so patently for the protection of the race, of the family, of the women and children. Women were solid for it, of course, and all the best men with them. To oppose it was almost a confession of guilt, and injured a man's chances of marriage. It used to be said that any man could find a woman to marry him, I murmured meditatively. Maybe he could once. He certainly cannot now. A man who has one of those diseases is so reported, just like the smallpox, you see. Moreover, it is registered against him by the Department of Eugenics. Physicians are required to send in list. Any girl can find out. It must have left a large portion of unmarried women. It did at first, and that was the very thing that was of great value to the world. They were wise, conscientious, strong women, you see, and they poured all their tremendous force into social service. Lots of them went into child culture, used their mother power that way. It wasn't easy for them. It wasn't easy for the leftover men either. It must have increased prostitution in awful extent, I said. Owen shook his head and regarded me. That is the worst of it, he said. There isn't any. I sat up. I stood up. I walked up and down. No prostitution. I can't believe it. Why, prostitution is a social necessity, as old as Nevaeh. Owen laughed outright. Too late, old man. Too late. I know, we used to think so. We did used to call it a social necessity, didn't we? Come on now, tell me, what necessity is it to the women? I stopped my march and looked at him. To the women, he repeated. What did they want out of prostitution? What good did it do them? Why, they made a living at it, I replied, rather lamely. Yes, a nice, honorable, pleasant, healthy living, didn't they? With all women perfectly well able to earn an excellent living decently. With all women fully educated about these matters and knowing what a horrible death was before them in this business. With all women brought up like human beings and not like oversexed female animals. And with all women quite free to marry if they wished to. How many, do you think, would choose that kind of business? We never waited for them to choose it, remember? We fooled them and lied them and dragged them into it, and drove them in, forced them in, and kept them as slaves and prisoners. They didn't really enjoy the life, you know that. Why should they go into it if they do not have to? To accommodate us? Do you mean to tell me that There are no wantons among women, I demanded. No, I don't mean any such thing. There are various kinds of overdeveloped and morbidly developed women, as there are men, and we haven't weeded them out entirely. But the whole thing is now recognized as pathological, cases for medical treatment, or perhaps surgical. Besides, wantonness is not prostitution. Prostitution is a social crime of the worst order. No one thing did more harm. Women stamped it out. Legislated us all into morality, did they? I inquired sarcastically. Legislation did a great deal. Education did more. The new religion did most. Social opinion helped. You remember we men never really tried to legislate against prostitution. We wanted it to go on. Why, surely we did legislate against it. And it was of no use, I protested. No, we legislated against the women, but not against the men or the thing itself. We examined the women and fined them and licensed them, and never did anything against the men. Women legislators used very different measures, I assure you. I suppose it is for the good of the world, I presently admitted, but you don't quite think the men of this new and peculiar position of having to be good. Frankly, I don't. I'm willing to be good, but I don't like to be given no choice. Well, now look at it. As it was, we had one way, according to what we thought was good for us. Rather than lead clean, contented lives at some expense to ourselves in the way of moral and physical control, we deliberately sacrificed an army of women to a horrible life and a more horrible death, and corrupted the blood of the nation. It was on the line of health they made their stand, not on the morality alone. Under our new laws, it is held a crime to poison another human being with syphilis, just as much as it is with prussic acid. Nellie said you had no crime now. Oh, well, Nellie is an optimist. I suppose she meant the old kinds and definitions. We don't call things crimes anymore, and then really, there is not 100th part of the evil done that there used to be. We know more, you see, and have less temptation. We were silent for a while. I watched a gull float and wheel over the blue water. Big airships flew steadily along certain lines. Little ones sailed about on all sides. One darted over our heads and lit with a soft swoop on an open promontory. Didn't they used to buzz? I asked Owen. Of course, just as the first motorboats thumped and banged. We will not stand for unnecessary noise as we used to. How do you stop it? More interference with individual rights? More recognition of public rights. A bad noise is a nuisance, like a bad smell. We didn't used to mind it much, but the women did. You see, what women like has to be considered now. It was always considered, I broke in with some heat. The women of America were the most spoiled, pampered lot on earth. Men gave up to them in all ways. At home, perhaps, but not in public. The city and state weren't run to suit them at all. Why should they be? Well, women belong at home. If they push into a man's world, they ought to take the consequences. Owen stretched his long legs and looked up at a soft, brilliant blue above us. Why do you call the world man's? He asked. It was man's. It ought to be. Woman's place is in the home. I suppose I sound like an ancient history to you. And I laughed a little shamefacedly. We have rather lost that point of view, Owen guarded admitted. You see, and then he laughed. It's no use, John. No matter how we put it to you, it's a jar. The world's thought has changed, and you have got to catch up. Suppose I refuse. Suppose I really am unable. We won't suppose it for a moment, he said cheerfully. Ideas are not nailed down. Just take what you had and insert it with some new ones. Women are people, just as much as we are. That's a fact, my dear fellow. You'll have to accept it. And are men allowed to be people too? I asked gloomily. Why, of course. Nothing has interfered with our position as human beings. It is only our sex supremacy that we have lost. And do you like it? I demanded.
Some men made a great deal of fuss, at first, the old-fashioned kind, and all the worst varieties. But modern men aren't worried in the least over their position. See here, John, you don't grasp this. Women are vastly more agreeable than they used to be. I looked at him in amazement. Fact, he said. Of course we loved our own mothers and daughters and sisters, more or less, no matter how they looked or what they did. And when we were in love, there was no limit to the glory of the beloved object. But you and I know that women were pretty unsatisfactory in the old days. I refused to admit it, but he went on calmly. The wife and mother was generally a tired, nervous, overworked creature. She soon lost her beauty and vigor, her charm and inspiration. We were forever chasing fine, handsome, highly desirable young girls, and forever reducing them to weary, worn-out women in the name of love. The gay outsiders were always a fresh attraction, as long as we couldn't have them. See here, John, can't you understand? Our old way of using women wasn't good for them, nor for us either, by the way, but it simply spoiled the women. They were hopelessly out of the running with us and all the human lines. Their business was housework, and ours was world work. There was very little real companionship. Now women are intelligent, experienced, well-trained citizens, fully our equals in any line of work they take up, and with us everywhere. It's made the world over. Made it feminist, through and through, I suppose, I groaned. Not a bit. It used to be maculist, through and through. Now it's just human. And see here, women are more attractive as women than they used to be. I stared at this unbelievingly. That's true, you see. They really are healthy. There's a new standard of physical beauty, very Greek. You must have noticed already, the big, vigorous, fresh-colored, free-stepping girls. I had, even in my brief hours of observation. They are far more perfect, physically, better developed mentally, with a higher moral sense, yes. You needn't look like that. We used to call them our moral superiors, just because they had on one virtue we insisted on, and we never noticed the lack in other lines. Women today are truthful, brave, honest, generous, self-controlled. They are jollier, more reasonable, more compatible. Well, I'm glad to hear that, I rather grudgingly admitted. I was afraid they would have lost all the charm. Yes, we used to feel that way. I remember, funny. We were convinced, on one hand, that there was nothing to a woman but her eternal womanliness. And on the other, we were desperately afraid her womanliness would disappear the moment she turned her mind to anything else. I assure you that men love women, in general, and in particular, much more than they used to. I pondered. But what sort of home life do you have? Think for a moment of what we used to have, even in a happy home. The man had the whole responsibility of keeping it up, his business life and entrance, all foreign to her. She had the whole labor of running it, the direct manual labor in the great majority of cases. The management in any case. They were strangers in an industrial sense. When he came home, he had to drop all his line of thought, and she hers, except that she generally unloaded on him the burden of inadequacy in housekeeping. Sometimes he unloaded too. They could sympathize and console, but neither could help the other. The whole thing cost like sin, too. It was a living nightmare to lots of men and women. The only things they had in common were their children and social interests. Well, nowadays, in the first place, everybody is easy about money. I'll go into that later. No woman marries except for love, and good judgment, too. All women are more desirable, more men want to marry them, and that improves the men. You see, a man naturally cares more for women than for anything else in life, and they know it. It's the handle they lift by. That's what has eliminated tobacco. Do you mean to say that these women are arbitrarily preventing smoking? I do not smoke myself, but I was angry nevertheless. Not one bit, John, not a bit. Anybody can smoke who wants to. Then why don't they? Because women do not like it. What has that have to do with it? Can a man do what he wants, even if they don't like it? Yes, he can, but it costs too much. Men like tobacco, but they like love better. Old man. Is it one of your legal requirements for marriage? No, not legal. But women disapprove of tobacco-y lovers, husbands, fathers. They know the excessive use of it is injurious and won't marry a heavy smoker. But the main point is they simply don't like the smell of it, or of the man who uses it. Most women, that is. But what difference does it make? I dare say that most women did not like it before, but surely a man has a right. To make himself a disgusting object to his wife? Owen interrupted. Yes, he has a right to. We would have a right to bang on a tin pan, I suppose, or to burn rubber, but he wouldn't be popular. It's tyranny, I protested. Not at all, he said. We had no idea what a nuisance we used to be, that's all, or how much women put up with that they did not like at all. I asked a woman once, when I was a bachelor, why she objected to tobacco, and she frankly replied that a man who did not smoke was much pleasanter to kiss. She was very fascinating, little widow. I confess, it made me think. It's the same with liquor, I suppose. Let's get it all told. Yes, only more so. Alcoholism was a race evil of the worst sort. I cannot imagine how we put up with it so long. Is this a spotless world of yours, one solid temperance union? Practically. We use some light wines and a little spirits, but infrequently. In the country, at least, and Europe is vastly improved. But that was a much more serious thing than the other. It wasn't a mere matter of not marrying. They used all kinds of means. But come on, we'll be late to dinner. And dinner, at least, is still a joy, Brother John. Chapter 6. Out of the mass of information offered by my new family and the pleasant friends we met, together with the books and publications profusely piling around me, I felt it necessary to make a species of digest for my own consideration. This I submitted to Nellie, Owen, and one or two others, adding suggestions and corrections, and thus established in my own mind a coherent view of what had happened. In the first place, as Owen repeatedly assured me, nothing was done, finished, brought to static perfection. 30 years isn't much, you see, he said cheerfully. I dare say if you had been here all along you wouldn't think it was such a great advance. We have removed some obvious and utterly unnecessary evils, and cleared the ground for new beginnings, but what we are going to do is an exciting thing. Now, you think of it so wonderful that we have no poverty. We think it is still more wonderful that a world even partially sane people could have been born poverty so long. We naturally discussed this point a good deal, and they brought up a little party of new economists to enlighten me. Dr. Harkness, sociologist, Dr. Alfred Brown, Department of Education, Mrs. Allerton, of the local transportation bureau, and a young fellow named Pike, who had written a little book on distinctive changes of 3 decades, which I found very useful. It was such a simple matter, after all, you see, the sociologist explained to me, in classroom manner. Suppose you are now considering the poverty of one family, an isolated family, sir. Now, if this family was poor, it would be due to the limitations of the individual, or of the environment. Limitations of the individual would cover inefficiency, false theory of industry, ill-judged division of labor, poor system of production, or misuse of product. Limitation of environment would, of course, apply to climate, soil, natural products, etc. No amount of wealth, intelligence, or virtue could make Iceland rich if it was completely isolated, nor England, for that matter, owing to the limitations of the environment. Here in this country, we have no complaint to make our natural resources. The soil is capable of sustaining an enormous population, so we have merely to consider the limitations of individuals, transferring our problem from the isolated family to the general public. What do we find? All the limitations enumerated. Inefficiently, nearly everyone below par in working power in the generation before last, as well as miserably educated, false theories of industry everywhere, idiotic notions to what was respectable and what wasn't, more idiotic notions of payment, worst of all, most idiotic ideas that work was a curse. Might as well call digestion a curse. Dear, dear, how benighted we were. Then there was an ill-judged division of labor, almost universal. that evil. For instance, look at this one point. Half the workers of the world nearly were restricted to one class of labor, and that in the lowest industrial grade. He means women in housework, John. Nellie interrupted. We never used to think of that part as our economic problem. It was a very serious part, the professor continued, forestalling the evident intention of Mr. Brown to strike in. But there were many others. The obvious utility of natural specialization in labor seemed scarcely to occur to us. Our system of production was archaic in the extreme. Practically no system was followed. You must give credit to the work of the Department of Agriculture, Dr. Harkness, urged Mr. Brown. The introduction of new fruits, the improvement of stocks. Yes, agreed Dr. Harkness. The rudiments were there, of course, but no real grasp of organized productivity. And as to misuse the product, why, my dear Mr. Robertson, it is a wonder anybody had enough to live on in those days, in a view of our criminal waste. The real turning point, Mr. Robertson, if we can put our finger on one, is where the majority of the people recognized the folly and evil of poverty, and saw it to be a thing of our own making. We saw that our worst poverty was poverty in the stock, that we raised a terrible percentage of poor people. Then we established a temporary commission of human efficiency, away back in 1913 or 1914. 13, put in Mr. Pike, who sat back listening to Dr. Harkness with an air of repressed superiority. Thank you, said the sociologist. These young fellows have it all on their fingers' ends, Mr. Robertson. Better methods in education nowadays, far better. As I was saying, we established a commission of human efficiency. You will remember the dawning notions of scientific management we began to have in the first decade of the century, Mrs. Allerton quietly suggested. It occurred to us later that we applied to ourselves, and we did. The commission found that the majority of human beings were not properly reared, Dr. Harkness resumed, with a resultant low standard of efficiency, shockingly low, and that the loss was not merely to the individual, but to the community. Then society stretched out a long arm and took charge of the work of human culture, began to lift human standard. I won't burden you with the details online at present. It touched that one cause of poverty after all. The false theory of the industry was to be changed next. A few foreseeing humans were already writing and talking about work as an organic social function, but the sudden spread of it came through the new religion. And new voters, Dr. Harkness, my sister added. He smiled at her benevolently. A large, comfortable, full-bearded, rosy-old gentleman was Dr. Harkness, and evidently in full enjoyment of his present task. Let us never forget the new voters, of course. They have ceased to be thought of as new, Mr. Robertson. So easily does the human mind accept established conditions. The new religion urged work, normal, well-adapted work, as the duty of life, as life itself. And the new voters accepted this idea as one woman. They were, as a class, used to be doing their duty in patient industry, generally distasteful to them, and the opportunity of doing work they liked with a sense of higher duty added was universally welcomed. I certainly remember a large class of women who practiced no industry at all, no duty either, unless what they called was social duties, I rather sourly remarked. Mrs. Allerton took me up with that sudden heat. Yes, there were such in large numbers, in our great cities particularly, but public opinion was rising against them, even as far as back in 1910. The more progressive women turned on the light on them at first, and then men took it up and began to see that the domestic pet was not only expensive and useless, but injurious and absurd. I don't suppose we can realize, she continued, how complete the change in public opinion is, and how supremely important. In visible material progress, we have only followed simple lines, quite natural and obvious, and accomplished what was perfectly possible at any time, if we had only thought so. That's the point. Mr. Pike was unable to preserve his air of restraint any longer and burst forth loudly. That was the greatest, the most sudden, the most vital of our changes, sir. The change in its world's thought. Ideas are real things, sir. Brick and mortar? Bah! We can put brick and mortar in any shape we choose, but we have to choose first. What held the old world back was not facts, not conditions, not any material limitations or psychic limitations either. We had every constitute of human happiness, sir, except the sense to use them. The channel of progress was obstructed with a deposit of prehistoric ideas. We choked up our children's minds with this mental refuse, as we choked our rivers and harbors with material refuse, sir. Dr. Harkness still smiled. Mr. Pike was in my class 10 years ago, he observed. I always said he was the brightest young man I had. We are all very proud of Mr. Pike. Mr. Pike seemed not over pleased with the communication, and the old gentleman went on. He is entirely right. Our idiotic ideas and the theories were the main causes of poverty, after all. The new views on economics, true social economics, not the dismal science with the blaze of the new religion to show what was right and wrong, and the sudden uprising of half the adult world, the new voters, to carry out new ideas. These were what changed things. There you have it, Mr. Robertson, in a nutshell. Rather a large nutshell, as it were, but I think it covers it. We students used to have to admire Dr. Harkness. Power of easy generalization, said Mr. Pike in a mild tone. But if any ground of inquiry was left to you, Mr. Robertson, I could perhaps illuminate some special points. Dr. Harkness laughed in high good humor and clapped his pupil on the back. You have the floor, Mr. Pike. I shall listen to you. The young man looked a little ashamed in his small irony and continued our first step, or one of our first steps, for we advanced like a strenuous centipede, was to check the birth of defectives and degenerates. Certain classes of criminals and perverts were rendered incapable of reproducing of any kind. In that matter of those diseases, most injurious to young, very stringent measures were taken. It was made a felony to infect wife or child knowingly, and a misdemeanor if it were done unknowingly. Physicians were obliged to report all cases of infectious disease, and young girls were clearly taught the consequence of marriage with infected persons. The immediate result, of course, a great decrease in marriage, but the increase in population was scarce, checked at all because of the lower death rate among children. It was checked a little, for 20 years now, but it has been recovering itself. We increase a little too fast now, but we see every hope of a balanced population long before the resources of the world are exhausted. Mr. Brown seized upon a second moment's pause to suggest the world's resources were vastly increased also, and still increasing. Let Pike rest a moment and get his breath, said he, warming to the subject. I want to tell Mr. Robertson that the productivity of the earth is gaining every year. Here's this old earth feeding us all, laying golden eggs, as it were, and we used to get those eggs by the operation. We uniformly exhausted the soil, uniformly. Now a man would think no more of injuring the soil that the soil feeds him than he would of hurting his mother. We steadily improve the soil. We improve the seed. We improve the methods of culture. We improve everything. Mrs. Allerton struck in here. Not forgetting the methods of transportation, Mr. Robertson. There was one kind of old-world folly which made great waste of labor and time. That was our constant desire to eat things out of season. There is now a true sense of what is really good eating. No one wants to eat asparagus that is not the best. An asparagus cut 5 or 10 days cannot be really good. We cannot carry things about unnecessarily, and the carrying we do is swift, easy, and economical. For slow freight we use waterways, wherever possible. You will be pleased to see all water routes that thread through the country now. And our roads? You haven't seen our roads yet. We lead the world. We used to be at the foot of the class as roads. Did we not? I asked. And Mr. Pike swiftly answered, We did indeed, good sir. But that was the very need of good roads made us easy, to the second step of abolishing poverty. Here was a great social need calling for labor. Here were thousands of men calling for employment. And here were we keeping the supply from the demand by main strength, merely those archaic ideas of ours. We had a mass of valuable data already collected, and now that the whole country teemed with new ideals of citizenship and statesmanship, it did not take very long to get the two together. We furnished employment for all the women too, my sister added. A social service union was formed the country over. It was a part of the new religion. The same spirit that used to give us crusaders and missionaries now gave us plenty of enthusiastic workers. I don't see yet how you got up to any enthusiasm about work, said I. It was not work for oneself, Nellie explained. That is what we used to make of it. We used to really believe that we were working each for himself, and this new idea was overwhelming in its simplicity and truth. Work is social service, and social service is religion. That's about it. Not only so, Dr. Harkness added, it made a threefold appeal: to the old, deep-seated religious sense, to the new, vivid intellectual acceptance, and to the widespread, wholesome appreciation of a clear advantage. When a thing was offered to the world that agreed with every social instinct, that appealed to common sense, that was established by the highest scientific authority, and that had an overwhelming sanction of religion, why the world took to it. But it is surely not natural to people to work, much less to like work, I protested. There's where the change comes in, Mr. Pike eagerly explained. We used to think that people hated work. Nothing of the sort. What people hated was too much work, which is death. Work that they personally were unfit for, and therefore disliked, which is torture. Work under improper conditions, which is disease. Work held contemptible, looked down upon by other people, which is a grievous social distress. And work so ill-paid that no human beings could really live by it. Why, Mr. Robertson, if you could throw any light on now the inconceivable folly of that time so utterly behind us, we shall be genuinely indebted to you. It was quite understood in your day that the whole world's life, comfort, prosperity, and progress depended upon the work done, was it not? Why, of course. That was an economic platitude, I answered. Then why were the workers punished for doing it? Punished? What do you mean? I mean just what I say. They were punished, just as we punish criminals, with confinement at hard labor. The great mass of the people were forced to labor for cruelly long hours at dull, distasteful occupations. Is that not punishment? Not at all, I said hotly. They were free to leave at any time an occupation they did not like. Leave for it for what alternative? To take up another, said I, perceiving that this, after all, was not much of an escape. Yes, to take up another under the same heavy conditions, if there was any opening, or to starve. That was their freedom. Well, what would you have? I asked. A man must work for his living, surely. Remember your economic platitude, Mr. Robertson, Dr. Harkness suggested. The whole world's life, comfort, prosperity, and progress depends upon the work done, you know. It was not their living they were working for. It was the world's. That is very pretty as a sentiment, I was beginning, but his twinkling eye reminded me that an economic platitude is not precisely sentimental. That's where the change came, Mr. Pike eagerly repeated. The idea that each man had to do it for himself kept us blinded to the fact that was all social service, that they worked for the world, and the world treated them shamefully so, shamefully that their product was deteriorated, markedly deteriorated. You will be continually surprised, Mr. Robertson, at all the improvements of our output, remarked Mr. Brown. We have standards in every form of manufacture, required standards, and to label an article incorrectly is a misdemeanor. That was just the starting in the peer-reviewed system, you remember, my sister put in, with apple juice containing 0.1% of benzoate of soda. And now, Mr. Brown continued, all wool is all wool. If it isn't, you can have the dealer arrested. Silk is silk nowadays, and cream is cream. And caveat emptor is a dead letter? Yes, and caveat vendor now. You see, selling goods is public service. You apply that term quite differently from what it stood from my memory, said I. It used to mean some sort of beneficent statesmanship at first, Nellie agreed. Then it spread to various efforts and wider grades of government activities. Now it means any kind of world work. She saw that this description did not carry much weight with me, and added, any kind of human work, John, that is, work a man gives his whole time to and does not himself consume, is world work, is social service. If a man raises, by his own labor, just enough to feed himself, that is working for himself, Mr. Brown explained. But if he raises more corn than he consumes, he is serving humanity. But he does not give it away, I urged. He is paid for it. Well, you paid for the doctor who saved your child's life, but the doctor's work was social service nonetheless, and the teacher's anybody's. But that kind of work benefits humanity. Yes, and it does not benefit the humanity to eat, to have shoes and clothes and houses. John, wake up. Nellie for the first time showed impatience with me, but my brother-in-law extended a protecting arm. Now, Nellie, don't hurry him. This thing will burst upon him all at once. Of course, it's glaringly plain, but there was a time when you and I did not see it either. I was a little sulky. Well, as far as I gather, and I took out my notebook, people all of a sudden changed all their ideas about everything, and your demi-millennium followed. I wish we could say that, said Mrs. Allerton. We're not telling you of our present-day problems and difficulties, you see. No, Mr. Robertson, we have merely removed our most obvious and patently unnecessary difficulties, of which poverty was at least the largest. What we did, as we rather confusedly suggested, I'm afraid, was to establish such measures as to ensure better births and vastly better environment and education for every child, that raised the standard of the people, you see, and increased their efficiency. Then we provided employment for everyone under good conditions and improved the world in two ways at once. And who paid for this universal employment? I asked. Who paid for it before? She returned promptly. The employer, of course. Did he? Out of his own private pocket? At a loss to himself? Why, of course not, I replied. Out of the profits of the business. And the business was the work done by the employees? Not at all. He did it himself. They only furnished the labor. Could he do it alone, without labor? Did he furnish employment as a piece of beneficence, outside of his business? Mr. Robertson, surely it is clear that unless a man's labor furnished a profit to his employer, he would not be employed. It was on that profit of labor was paid. They paid themselves. They do now, but at a higher rate. I was annoyed by the clever juggling with these hard facts of business. That is very convincing, Mrs. Allerton, I said with some warmth, but it unfortunately omits certain factors. A lot of laborers could make a given article, of course, but they could not sell it, and that is where the profit comes in. What good would it do for the laborer to pile up goods if he could not sell them? And what good would the ability to sell goods if there were none, Mr. Robertson? Of course I recognize the importance of transportation. That is my own line of work. But there must be something to transport. As long ago as St. Paul's days, it was known that the hand could not say to the foot, I have no need of thee. To cover the ground more easily, Mr. Robertson, Dr. Harkness explained, just put down in your digest that the bureaus of employment were formed all over the country, some at first of individual initiative, but in a few years' time all were in government management. There was a swift and general improvement in the whole country. The roads became models to the world. The harbors were cleared, canals dug, cities rebuilt. Bare hills reforested. The value of all our national property doubled, tripled, all owing to the employment, neglected labor. Out of the general increase of wealth, they got their share, of course. And where there is work for everyone, at good wages, there is no poverty. That's clearly seen. Chapter 7. The country was astonishing to me as the city. Its old beauty added to it in every direction. They took me out about in motor cars, motorboats, and airships, on foot and on horseback. The only horses now to be found were in the country. And while I speak of horses, I will add that the only dogs and cats I saw, or heard, were in the country too, and not very numerous at that. We have changed our views as to pets and domestic animals, Nellie said. We ourselves are the only domestic animals allowed now. Meat eating, as Hallie told you, is decreasing every day, but the care and handling of our food animals improves even more rapidly,
Every city has its municipal pastures and dairies, and every village or residence group. By the way, I might as well show you one of those last and get it clear in your mind. We were on an air trip in one of the smooth-going, noiseless machines commonly used, which opened a new world of delight to me. This one held two, with the aviator. I had inquired about accidents and was glad to find that 30 years' practice had eliminated the worst dangers and reared a race of flying men. In our education plan today, all the children are given full physical development and control, my sister explained. That goes back to the woman again, the mothers. There was a sort of Hellenic revival, a recognition that it was possible for us to rear as beautiful human beings as walked in Athens. When women were really free of man's selective discrimination, they proved quite educatable and learned to be ashamed of their deformities. Then we began to appreciate the human body and to have children reared in an atmosphere of lovely form and color, statues and pictures, all about them, and the news stories. Oh, I haven't told you a thing about them, have I? No, I said, and please don't. I started to see out in the country and your newfangled resident groups, whatever they may be, and I refuse to have my mind filled up with educational information. Take me on a school expedition another time, please. All right, she agreed. But I can tell you more about the beast without distracting your mind, I hope. For one thing, we no longer have any menageries. What? I cried. No menageries? How absurd! They were certainly educational and a great pleasure to children and other people. Our views of education have changed, you see, she replied, and our views of human relation to the animal world. Also, our ideas of pleasure. People do not think it is a pleasure now to watch animals in pain. More absurdity. They were not in pain. They were treated better than when left in wild, I hotly replied. Imprisonment is never a pleasure, she answered. It is a terrible punishment. A menagerie is just a prison, not any offense of inmates, but to gratify men in the indulgence of grossly savage impulses. Children, being in the savage period of their growth, feel anew the old satisfaction of their huge enemies harmless or their small victims helpless and unable to escape, but it did no human being any good. How about the study of these victims of yours, the scientific value? For such study as is really necessary to us or to them, some laboratories keep a few. Otherwise, the student goes to where the animals live and studies their real habits. And how much would he learn of wild tigers by following them about, unless it was an inside view? My dear brother, can you mention one single piece of valuable information for humanity to be found in the study of imprisonment tigers? As a matter of fact, I don't think there are any left by this time. I hope not. Do you mean to tell me that your new humanitarianism has exterminated whole species? Why not? Would England be pleasant if the grey wolf ran still at large? We are now trying as rapidly as possible to make this world safe and habitable everywhere. And how about the hunting? Where's the big game? Another relic of barbarism. There is very little big game left, and very little hunting. I glared at her, speechless. Not that I ever was a hunter myself, or even wanted to be, but to have that splendid, manly sport utterly prevented. It was outrageous. I suppose this is more of the woman's work, I said at length. She cheerfully admitted it. Yes, we did it. You see, hunting as a means of livelihood is even lower than private housework, far too wasteful and expensive to be allowed in a civilized world. When women left off using skins and feathers, that was a great blow to the industry. As to the sport, why, we had never greatly admired it. You know, the manly sport of killing things for fun, and with our new power, we soon made it undesirable. I groaned in spirit. Do you mean to tell me that you have introduced legislation against hunting, and found means to enforce it? We found means to enforce it without much legislation, John. As for instance, in rearing children who saw and heard the fullest condemnation of all the primitive cruelty, that is another place where the new storybooks come in. Why on earth should we have fed our children on silly savagery 1,000 years old just because they liked it? It is more than I can see. We were always interfering with their likes and dislikes in other ways. Why so considerate in this? We have a lot of splendid writers now, first-class ones, making a whole lot of new literature for children. Do not leave out your storybooks. You were telling me how redoubtable females coerced men into giving up hunting, mostly by disapproval, consistent and final. This was the sort of thing Owen had referred to in regard to tobacco. I didn't like it. It gave me a creepy feeling, as of one slowly surmounted by a rising tide. Do you mean to tell me, Nellie, that you women are trying to make men over to suit yourselves? Yes, why not? Didn't you make women to suit yourselves for several thousand years? You bred and trained us to suit your taste. You liked us small, you liked us weak, you liked us timid, you liked us ignorant, you liked us pretty. What you called pretty, and you eliminated the kinds you did not like. How, if you so please? By the same process we use, by not marrying them. Then, you see, there aren't any more of that kind. You are wrong, Nellie. You're absurdly wrong. Women were naturally that way, that is, womanly women, and men preferred that kind, of course. How do you know that women were naturally like this, without special education and artificial selection, and all manner of restrictions and penalties? Where were any women ever allowed to grow up naturally until now? I maintained a sulky silence, looking down at the lovely green fields and forests beneath. Have you exterminated dogs? I asked. Not yet. There are a good many real dogs left, but we don't make artificial ones anymore. I suppose you keep all the cats, being women, she laughed. No, we keep very few. Cats kill birds, and we need the birds for our farms and gardens. They keep the insects down. Do you keep the mice down too? Owls and nighthawks do, as far as they can, but we attend to the mice ourselves. Concrete construction and the removal of the kitchen did that. We do not live in food warehouses now. There, look. We are coming to Westholme Park. That was one of the first. In all the beauty spread below me, the great park showed more beautiful, outlined by a thick belt of trees. We kept our vehicle gliding slowly above it while Nellie pointed things out. It's about 300 acres, she said. You can see the woodland and the empty part. All that is left, that big patch, that is the pasturage. They keep their own sheep and cows. There are gardens and meadows. Up in the corner is the children's playground, bathing pool, and special buildings. Here's the playground for grown-ups, and their lake. This big spreading thing is the great guest house, and the general playhouse for the folks. Ballroom, billiards, bowling, and so on. Behind it is the plant for the whole thing. The water tower you'll see to your advantage when we land. And all around you can see the homes. Each family has an acre or so. We dropped softly to the landing platform and came down to the pleasure ground beneath. In a little motor, we ran about the place for a while. That I see the perfect roads, shaded with arching trees, the endless variety of arrangement, the miles of flowers, the fruit on every side. You must have a good landscape architect to plan this, I suggested. We did, one of the best. It's not so very unlike a great first-class summer hotel, with singularly beautiful surroundings. No, it's not, she agreed. We had our best summer resorts in mind when we began to plan these places. People used to pay heavily in summer to enjoy a place where everything was done to make life smooth and pleasant. It occurred to us last that we might want to live that way. Who wants to live in a summer hotel all the time? Excuse me. Oh, they don't. The people here nearly all live in homes, the homiest kind, each on its own ground, as you see. Only some unattached ones, and people who really like it, live in the hotel, with transients, of course. Let's call here. I know this family. She introduced me to Mrs. Mason, a sweet, motherly little woman, rocking softly on her vine-shuttered piazza, a child in her arms. She was eager to tell me about things. Most people were, I found. I'm a reactionary, Mr. Robertson. I prefer to work at home, and I prefer to keep my children with me, all I can. Isn't that allowed nowadays? I inquired. Oh yes, if one qualifies. I did. I took the child culture course, but I do not want to be a regular teacher. My work is done right here, and I can have them as well as not, but they won't stay much. Even as she spoke, the little thing in her arms whispered eagerly to her mother, slipped to the floor, ran out of the gates, her little pink legs fairly twinkling, and joined an older child who was passing. They like to be with the others, you see. This is my baby. I managed to hold on to her for part of the day, but she's always running off to the garden when she can. The garden? Yes. It's a regular child garden, where they're cultivated and grow. They do so love to grow. She showed us her pretty little house and her lovely work, embroidery. I'm so fortunate, she said, loving home as I do, to have work that's just as well done here. I learned that there were some 30 families living in grounds, not counting the hotel people. Quite a number found their work in the necessary activities of the place itself. We have a long string of places, you see, from the general manager to the gardeners and dairymen. It is really quite a piece of work to care for some 250 people, Mrs. Mason explained with some pride. Instead of a horde of servants and small tradesmen to make a living off these 30 families, we have a small corps of highly trained officers, added Nellie. And do you cooperate in housekeeping? I inquired, meaning no harm though. My sister was quite severe with me for this slip. No, indeed, protested Mrs. Mason. I do despise being mixed up with other families. I've been here nearly a year, and I hardly know anyone. And she rocked back and forth, complacently. But I thought the meals were cooperative. Oh, not at all. Not at all. Just see my dining room. And you must be tired and hungry now, Mrs. Robertson. Don't say no. I'll have lunch in a moment. Excuse me, please. She retired to the telephone, but we could hear her ordering lunch. Right away, please. Number 5. No, let me see. Number 7, please. And have you fresh mushrooms? Extra, 4 plates. Her husband came in time for the meal, and she presided just like any other little matron over a pretty table and a dainty served lunch. But it came down from the hotel in a neat light case, to which the remnants and the dishes were returned. Oh, I wouldn't give up my own table for the world, and my own dishes. They take excellent care of them. Our breakfasts were all together. See my kitchen? And she proudly exhibited a small little closet where an immaculate porcelain sink with hot and cold water, a glass door, cold closet, and a shining electric stove allowed the preparation of many small meals. Nellie smiled blandly as she saw this little lady claiming conservatism in what struck me as being quite sufficiently progressive, while Mrs. Mason smiled in proud content. I took you on there on purpose, she told me later. She is really quite reactionary for nowadays, and not overpopular. Come and see the guest house. There was a big, widespread concrete building, with terraces and balconies and wide roofs, where people strolled and sat. It rose proudly from its wide lawns and blooming greenery, a picture of peace and pleasure. It's like a country club, with more sleeping rooms, I suggested. But it isn't awfully expensive, the year round. It's about a third cheaper than it would have cost these people to live in if they kept a house. Funny. It took us nearly 20 years to prove that organization and housekeeping paid. like any other form of organized labor. Wages have risen, all the work is better done, and it costs much less. You can see all that, but what we can't possibly realize is the difference it makes to women. All the change the men feel is in better food, no fret and worry at home, and smaller bills. That's something, I moderately suggested. Yes, that's a good deal, but to the women it's 1,000 times more. The women who liked that kind of work are doing it now, as a profession, for reasonable hours and excellent salaries, and the women who did not like it are now free to do work they are fitted for and enjoy. This is one of our great additions to the world's wealth, freeing so much productive energy. It has improved our health too. One of the worst causes of disease is malposition, you know. Almost everybody used to work at what they did not like, and we thought it was beneficial to character. I tried without prejudice to realize the new condition, but a house without housewife, without children, without servants, seemed altogether empty. Nellie reassured me as to the children, however. It is no worse than when they went to school, John, not a bit. If you were here at home about 9 a.m., you'd see the mothers taking a morning walk, or ride if it's stormy, to the child garden, and leaving the babies there, asleep mostly. There are seldom more than 5 or 6 real little ones at a time in our groups like this. Do mothers leave their nursing babies there? Sometimes. It depends on the kind of work they do. Remember, they only have to work 2 hours, and many mothers get ahead of their work and take a year off at baby time. Still, 2 hours work a day that one enjoys does not even hurt a nursing mother. I found it extremely difficult, from the first, to picture a world whose working day was but 2 hours long, or even the 4 that they told me was generally given. What do people do with the rest of their time? Working people, I mean, I asked. The old ones usually rest a good deal, loaf, visit one another, play games, in some cases they travel. Others who have the working habit ingrained keep on the afternoon in their gardens often. Almost all old people love gardening, and those who wish have one now, you see. The city ones do an astonishing amount of reading, studying, going to lectures, in the theaters. They have a good time. But I mean, the low, rowdy, common people. Don't they merely loaf and get drunk? Nellie smiled at me good-humoredly. Some of them did for a while, but it became increasingly difficult to get drunk. You see, their health was better, with sweeter homes, better food, and more pleasure, and except for the dysbomaniacs, they improved in their tastes presently. Then the children all made a great advance under the new educational methods. The women had an intense power as soon as they were independent, and between the children's influence and the woman's and the new opportunities, the worst men had to grow better. There was always more power in between people than there were given credit for. But surely there were thousands, hundreds of thousands of hobos and paupers, wretched, degenerate creatures. Nellie grew sober. Yes, there were. One of our inherited handicaps was that great mass of wreckage left over from the foolishness and ignorance of the years behind us. But we dealt very thoroughly with them. As I told you before, hopeless degenerates were promptly and mercifully removed. A large class of perverts were incapacitated for parentage and placed where they could do no harm and could still have some usefulness and some pleasure. Many proved curable and were cured, and for the helpless residue, blind and crippled, through no fault of their own, a remorseful society provides safety, comfort, and care, with all of the devices for occupation and enjoyment that our best minds could arrange. There are remaining asylums, decreasing every year. We don't make that kind of people anymore. We talked about as we strolled through, or sat on the stone benches, under rose gardens, or grapevines. The beauty of this place grew on me irresistibly.
Each separate family could do as they liked in their own yard, under some restriction from the management in regard to general comfort. I was always ready to cry out about interference with personal rights. But my sister reminded me that we were not allowed to commit a nuisance in the old days either. Only our range of objections had widened. A disagreeable noise is now prohibited as much as a foul smell, and conspicuously ugly forms and colors also. And who decides? Who's your dictator and censor? Our best judges we elect, recall, and change them. But under their guidance, we have developed some general sense of beauty. People would complain loudly now of what we did not use to trouble them at all. Then I remembered that I had seen no row of wooden cows in the green meadows, no invitation to meet me at the fountain, no assailing finger to assure me that my credit was good, no gross cathartic reminders, nothing anywhere to mar the beauty of the landscape, but many a graceful gate, temple-like summer houses, crowning the grassy hills, arbors, pergolas, cool seats by stone-rimmed fountains, signs everywhere of the love and beauty and the power to make it. I don't see how yet you ever manage to pay for all this extra work everywhere. I suppose in a place like this it comes out of the profit made on food, I suggested. No, the gardening expenses of these home clubs come out of the rent. And what rent do they have to pay approximately? I can tell you exactly about this place, because it was opened by a sort of stock company of women, and I was in it for a while. The land cost $100 an acre, then $30,000. To get it into shape, about $10,000. To build 30 of these houses, about $4,000 apiece. There was a great saving in doing it all in one time. The guest house, furnished, was only $50,000. It is very simple, you see. The general plant and child garden, and everything else, some $40,000 or more. I know we raised a capital of $250,000 and used it all. The residents pay $600 a year for the house rent, and $100 more for club privileges. That is $20,000. We take 4%, and it leaves plenty of taxes and keep up. Those who have children keep up the child garden. The hotel makes enough to keep everything else going easily, and the food and service departments pay well. Why, if these people had kept on living in New York, it would have cost them altogether at least $3,000 a year. Here it just costs them about $2,000, and just see what they get for it. I had an inborn distrust of my sister's figures, and consulted Owen later, also Hallie, who had much detailed knowledge on the subject. And furthermore, I did some reading. There was no doubt about it. The method of living, of which we used to be so proud, for which I still felt a deep longing, was expensive. Much smaller amounts, wisely administered, produced better living, and for the life of me I could not discover the cackling herds of people I had been led to expect when such utopian schemes used to be discussed in my youth. From the broad, shady avenues of this quiet place, we looked over green hedges or wire fences thick with honeysuckle and rose, into pleasant home-like gardens where families sat on broad piazzas, swung in hammocks, played tennis, ball, croquet, tetherball, and badminton, just as families used to. Groups of young girls, or young men, or both, strolled under the trees and disported themselves all together, as I remembered them to have done, and happy children frolicked in about their houses and gardens, all the more happier, it would appear, because they had their own place for that part of the day. We had seen the fathers come home in time for the noon meal. In the afternoon, most of the parents seemed to think it was the finest thing in the world to watch their children learning or playing together in that amazing garden of theirs, or to bring them home for more individual companionship. As a matter of fact, I had never seen, in any group of homes that I could recall, so much time given to children by so many parents, unless on a Sunday in the suburbs. I was very silent on the way back, revolving these things in my mind, point by point. It seemed so vividly successful, so plainly advantageous, so undeniably enjoyed by those who lived there. And yet, the old objections surged up continually. The noisy crowd all herding together to eat, I remembered Mrs. Mason's quiet dining room. They all had dining rooms, it appeared. That dreadful separation of children from their houses. I thought of all those parents, watching with intelligent interest their children's guarded play, or enjoying their companionship at home. The forced jumble with disagreeable neighbors. I recalled those sheltered, quiet grounds, each house with its trees and lawn, its garden and its outdoor games. It was against all my habits, principles, convictions, theories, and sentiments. But there it was, and they seemed to like it. Also, Owen assured me it paid. Chapter 8. After all, it takes time for a great change in world thought to strike in. That's what Owen insisted on calling it. He maintained that the amazing uprush of these 30 years was really due to the wholesome acceptance and application of the idea of evolution. I don't know which to call more important, the new idea or the new power to use it, he said. When we were young, practically all men of science accepted the evolutionary theory of life, and it was general popular favor, though little understood. But the governing ideas of all our earlier time were so completely out of touch with life, so impossible of any useful application, that the connection between belief and behavior were rusted out of us. Between our detached religious ideas and our brutal ignorance of brain culture, we had made ourselves pre-eternally inefficient. Then, you remember the talk there was about mental healing, power and repose, the human machine, or was that a bit later? Anyway, people had begun to waken up to the fact that they could do things with their brains. At first, they used them only to cure diseases, to maintain an artificial peace of mind, and tricks like that. Then it suddenly burst upon us. 2 or 3 important books came along nearly at once, and hosts of articles, that we could use this wonderful mental power every day to live with. That all these scientific facts and laws had an application to life, human life. I nodded. I was getting quite fond of my brother-in-law. We were in a small, comfortable motorboat, gliding swiftly and noiselessly up the beautiful Hudson. Its blue cleanness was a joy. I could see fish, real fish, in the clear water when we were still. The banks were one long succession of gardens, palaces, cottages, and rich woodlands charming to view. It's the time that puzzles me more than anything, I said. Even more than the money. How on earth so much could be done in so little time? That's because you conceive of it as being done in one place after another, instead of in every place at once, Owen replied. If one city in 1 year could end the smoke at once, Owen replied. If one city in 1 year could end the smoke nuisance, so could all the cities on earth, if they chose to. We chose to, all over the country, practically at once. But you speak of evolution. Evolution is the slowest of slow processes. It took us thousands of dragging years to evolve the civilization of 1910. And you show me a 1940 that seems thousands of years beyond that. Yes, but what you call evolution was that of an unaided nature. Social evolution is a distinct process. Below us, you see, all improvements had to be built into the stock, transmitted by hereditary. The social organism is open to lateral transmission, what we used to call education. We never understood it. We thought it was supposed to supply certain piles of information, mostly useless, or to develop certain qualities. And what do you think it is now? I asked. We know now that the social process is to constantly improve and develop society. But the thing is that matters most is growth in the social spirit and body. You're beyond me now, Owen. Yes. Don't you notice that ever since you began to study our advance, what puzzles you most is not that the visible details about you, but a changed spirit in people. 30 years ago, if you showed a man that someone had dumped a ton of soot in his front yard, he would have been furious and had that man arrested and punished. If you showed him the numbers of men were dumping thousands and tons of soot all over his city every year, he would have neither been felt nor acted. It's the other way now. You speak as if man had really learned to love thy neighbor as himself, I said sarcastically. And why not? If you have a horse, on whose strength you absolutely depend on to make a necessary journey, you take good care of that horse and grow fond of him. It dawned on us at last that life was not an individual affair, that other people were essential to our happiness, to our very existence. We are not what they used to call altruistic in this. We do not think of neighbors, brothers, others anymore. It is all ourself. I don't follow you. Sorry. Owen grinned at me. No matter, old chap. You can see results, and we'll have to take the reasons on trust. Now here's this particular river, with its natural beauties and its unnatural defilements. We simply stopped defiling it, and one season's rain did the rest. Did the rains wash away the railroads? Oh no, they are still there. But the use of electric power has removed the worst evils. There is no smoke, dust, cinders, and a yearly saving of millions in forest fires on the side. Also, very little noise. Come and see the way it works now. We ran in at Yonkers. I wouldn't have known this old town. It was so beautiful. Where are the factories? I asked. There, and there, and there. Why, those are palaces. Well, why not? Why shouldn't people work in palaces? It doesn't cost any more to make a beautiful building than an ugly one. Remember, we are much richer now and have plenty of time, and the spirit of beauty is encouraged. I looked at the rows of quiet, stately buildings, wide-windowed, garden-roofed. Electric power there too? I suggested. Owen nodded again. Everywhere, he said. We store electricity all the time with windmills, water mills, tide mills, solar engines, even hand power. What? I mean it, he said. There are all kinds of storage batteries now. Huge ones for mills, little ones for houses, and there are ever so many people whose work does not give them bodily exercise, and who do not care much for games. So we have both hand and foot attachments, and a vigorous man or woman, or child, for that matter, can work away for half an hour and have the pleasant feeling that the power used will heat their house or run the motor. Is that why I don't smell gasoline in the streets? Yes. We use all those sloppy, smelly things in special places, and apply all the power by electric storage mostly. You saw the little batteries in our boats. Then he showed me the railroad. There were 6 tracks, clean and shiny, thick turf between them. The inside 4 are for special trains, rapid transit, and long-distance freight. The outside 2 are open to anyone. We stopped long enough to see some trains go by. The express at an incredible speed, yet only buzzing softly, and the fast freight, cars seemingly of aluminum, like a string of silver beads. We use aluminum for almost everything. You know, it was only a question of power. The stuff is endless, Owen explained. And all this time, on the outside tracks, which had a side track at every station, he told me, ran single coaches, or short trains, both passenger and freight, at a comfortable speed. All kinds of regular short-distance traffic runs this way. It's a great convenience, but the regular high roads are the best, have you noticed? I had seen from the air motor how broad and fine they looked, but I told him I had made no special study of them. Come on, while we're about it, he said, and called a little car. We ran up the hills to Old Broadway, and along its shaded reaches for quite a distance. It was broad indeed. The center track, smooth, firm, and dustless, was for swift traffic of any sort, and well used. As the freight wagons were beautiful to look at and clean, they were not excluded, and the perfect road was strong enough for any load. There were rows of trees on either side, showing a good growth, though young yet. Then a narrower roadway for slower vehicles on either side, a second row of trees, the footpaths, and the outside trees. These are only about 25 years old. Don't you think they are doing well? They are a credit to the National Bureau of Highways and Arboriculture that I see you are going to tell me about. You are getting wise, Owen answered with a smile. Yes, that's what it does. It furnishes employment. I can tell you, In the early morning, these roads are alive with caretakers. Of course, the bulk of it is done by running machines, but there is a lot of pruning and trimming and fighting with insects. Among our richest victories in that line is the extermination of the gypsy moth, brown tail, elm beetle, and the rest. How on earth did you ever do that? Found the natural predator, as we did with the scale pest, also by raising birds instead of killing them, and by swift and thorough work in the proper season. We gave our minds to it, you see, at last. The outside path was a delightful one, wide, smooth, soft to the foot, agreeable in color. "What do you make this sidewalk of?" I asked. Owen tapped it with his foot. "It's a kind of semi-flexible concrete. Wears well, too. And we color it to suit ourselves, you see. There was no real reason why a path should be ugly to look at." Every now and then there were seats, also concrete, beautifully shaped, and too heavy to easily move. A narrow crack ran along the lowest curve. "That keeps them dry," said Owen. Drinking fountains bubbled invitingly up from graceful standing basins, where birds drank and dipped in the overflow. "Why, these are fruit trees," I said suddenly, looking along the outside row. "Yes, nearly all of them. In the next row are mostly nut trees. You see, the fruit trees are shorter and don't take the sun off. The middle ones are elms wherever elms grow. I tell you, John, it is the experience of a lifetime to take a long motor trip over the roads of America. You can pick your climate, or run with the season. Nellie and I started once from New Orleans in February. The violets out. We came north with them. I picked her a fresh bunch every day." He showed me the grapevines, trained from tree to tree in Tuscan fashion, the lines of berry bushes, and the endless ribbons of perennial flowers that made the final border of the pathway. On its inner side were beds of violets, lilies of the valley, and thick ferns, and around each fountain were groups of lilies and water-loving plants. I shook my head. "I don't believe it," I said. "I simply don't believe it. How could any nation afford to keep up such roads?" Owen drew me to a seat. We had dismounted to examine a fountain and see the flowers. He produced pencil and paper. "I'm no expert," he said. "I can't give you exact figures, but I want you to remember that trees pay. Pay! These roads, hundreds of thousands of miles of them, constitute quite a forest and quite an orchid. Nuts, as Sally told you, are in growing as food. We have along these roads, as beautiful clean shade trees, the finest improved kinds of chestnut, walnut, butternut, pecan, whatever grows best." And then he made a number of startling assertions and showed me the profit per mile of 2 rows of well-kept nut trees. "I suppose Hallie has told you about tree farming," he added. "She said something about it, but I didn't rightly know what she meant." "Oh, it's a big thing. It has revolutionized agriculture. As you're sailing over the country now, you don't see so many bald spots. A healthy, permanent world has to be kept its fur on." I was impressed by the casual remark. "As you're sailing all over the country?" "Look here, Owen. I think I have the glimmer of an idea. Didn't the common use of airships help to develop this social consciousness you're always talking about? This general view of things?" He clapped me on my shoulder. "You're dead right, John. It did. And I don't believe any of us would have thought to mention it." He looked at me admiringly. "Behold, the power of a naturally strong mind, in spite of circumstances. Yes, really that's a fact. You see, few people are able to visualize what they have not seen. Most of us had no idea of the surface of the earth than an ant has of a meadow, and each mind was only a thready fragment of an idea of the world. No real geographic view. And when we got flying all over it commonly, it became real and familiar to us, like a big garden. I guess that helped on the tree idea. You see, in our earlier kind of agriculture, The first thing we did was to cut down the forest, dig up and burn over, plow, harrow, and brush fire. To plant our little grasses, all that dry, soft, naked soil was helplessly exposed to the rain, and the rain washed it away steadily. In one heavy storm, soil it had taken centuries of forest growth to make would have carried off to clog the rivers and harbors. This struck us all at once as wasteful. We began to realize the food could grow on trees as well as grasses, that the cubic space occupied by a chestnut tree could produce more bushels of nutrient than the linear space below it. Of course we have our wheat fields yet, but around every exposed, flat acreage is a broad belt of turf and trees. Every river and brook is broadly bordered with turf and trees or shrubs. We have stopped soil waste to a very great extent. Also, we make soil, but this is a different matter. Hurrying Mother Nature again, huh? Yes, the advance in scientific agriculture is steady. Don't you remember that German professor who raised all kinds of things in water? Just fed them a pinch of chemicals now and then. They said he had a row of trees before his door with their roots in barrels of water, the third generation that had never touched ground. We kept on studying and began to learn how to put together the proper kind of soil for different kinds of plants. Rock crushers furnished the bases, then add the preferred constitutes and sell by the bag or the shipload. You can have a radish bed and a box on your windowsill if you like radishes. That will raise you the fattest, sweetest, juiciest, crispiest, tenderest little pink beauties you ever saw, all year round. No weed seeds in the soil either. We rolled slowly back in the green shade. There was plenty of traffic, but all quiet, orderly, and comfortable. The people were a constant surprise to me. They were certainly better looking, even the poorest, and on the faces of the new immigrants there was an expression of blazing hope that was almost better than the cheery peacefulness of the native born. Wherever I saw workmen, they worked swiftly, with eager interest. Nowhere did I see the sagging slouch, the slow drag of foot, and dull swing of arm which I had always associated with day laborers. We saw men working in fields, and women too, but I had learned not to lay my neck on the block too frequently. I knew that my protest would only bring out explanations of the advantage of field work over housework, and that women were as strong as men, or thereabouts. But I was surprised at their eagerness. They look as busy as a lot of ants on an ant heap, I said. It's their heap, you see, Owen answered, and they're not tired. That makes a great difference. They seem phenomenally well dressed. Looks like a scene in an opera. Sort of agriculture uniform? Why not? Owen was always asking me why not, and there wasn't any answer to it. We used to have hunting suits, and fishing suits, and plumbing suits, and so on. It isn't really a uniform, just the natural working out of the best appointed dress for the trade. Again, I held my tongue, not asking how they could afford it, but remembering the shorter hours, the larger incomes, the more universal education. We got back to Yonkers, put up the car. These things could be hired, I found, for 25 cents an hour, and had lunch in a little eating place, which bore out Hallie's statement as to the high standard of food everywhere. Our meal was 25 cents for each of us. I saw Owen smile at me, but I refused to be surprised. We settled down in our boat again and pushed smoothly up the river. I wish you'd get one thing clear in my mind, I said at last. Just how did you tackle the liquor question? I haven't seen a saloon or a drunken man. Nellie said something about people not wanting to drink anymore. But there were several millions who did want to, 30 years ago, and plenty of people who wanted them to. What were your steps? The first step was to eliminate the self-interest of the dealer, the big business pressure that had to make drunkards. That was done in state after state within a few years by introducing government ownership and management. With that went on an absolute government guarantee of purity. In 5 or 6 years, there was no bad liquor sold in no public drinking places except government ones. But that wasn't enough, not by a long shot. It wasn't the love of the liquor that supported the public house. It was the need of the public house itself. I stared, rather uncertainly. The meeting place, he went on. Men have to get together. We have had public houses as long as we have had private ones, almost. It is a social need. A social need with a pretty bad result, it seems to me, I said. Taking men away from their families, leading to all manner of vicious indulgence. Yes, they used to. But that was because only men used them. I said a social need, not a masculine one. We have met it in this way. Whenever we build private houses, if it is the lowest country unit or the highest city block, we build accommodations for living together. Every little village has its townhouse, with clubrooms of all sorts. The people flock together freely, for games, for talk, for lectures and plays, and dances and sermons. It is universal. In the city, you don't see a saloon on every corner, but you do see almost as many places where you can meet a man or talk with him on equal ground. Meet a woman too, I suggested. Yes, especially yes. People can meet as individuals or in groups, freely and frequently, in city or country, but men cannot flock by themselves in special places provided for their special vices, without taking a great deal of extra trouble. I should think they would take the trouble then, said I. But why? When there is every arrangement made for a natural good time, when you are not overworked, not underfed, not miserable and hopeless, when you can drop into a comfortable chair and have excellent food and drink in pleasant company and hear good music or speaking or reading or see pictures, or if you'd like, play any kind of game, swim, ride, fly, do what you want to for a change and recreation. Why long for liquor in a low place? But the men, the real men, people as they were, I insisted. You had a world full of drinking men who liked the saloon. Did you? What did you call it? Eliminate them? A few of them, yes, he replied gravely. Some preferred it. Others, going through dysbomaniacs. We gave hospital treatment and permanent restraint. They lived and worked and were well provided for in those places where there was no liquor. But there were not many of that kind. Most men drank under a constant pressure of conditions driving them to it, and the mere force of habit. Just remember that the weight and terror of life is lifted off us, for good and all. Socialism, you mean? Yes, real socialism. The wealth and power of us all belongs to all of us now. The wolf is dead. Other things besides poverty drove a man to drink in my time, I ventured. Oh yes, and some men continued to drink. I told you there was a liquor to be had, good liquor too, and other drug habits held on for a while, but we stopped the source of the trouble. The old man died off, the younger ones got over it, and the new ones, that's what you don't realize yet. We make a new kind of people now. He was silent, his strong mouth set in a kind smile, his eyes looking far up the blue river. Well, what comes next? What's done it? I demanded. Religion? Education? Or those everlasting women? He laughed outright. Laughed till the boat rocked. How do you hate to admit that it's their turn, John? Haven't we had full swing everything in our hands for all historic time? They have only begun. 30 years. Why, John, they have done so much in these 30 years. The world's heart is glad at last. You don't know. I didn't know. but I did feel a distinct resentment at being treated like an extinct species. They have simply stepped on to an eminence men have been all these years building, said I. We have done all the hard work, are doing it yet, for all I see. We have made it possible for them to live at all. We have made the whole civilization of the world. They just profit by it. And now you speak as if somehow they managed to achieve more than we have? Owen considered a while thoughtfully. What you say is true. We have done a great deal of work. We did largely make and modify our civilization. But if you read some of the newer histories, he stopped and looked at me as if I had just happened. Why, you don't know yet, do you? You speak as if history was a one-act play. I don't mean it's all done, of course, but we do now have a complete set treatment of the world's history, each nation of its own, some several of them. There's no dead level of agreement, I assure you, but our old androcentric version of life began to be questioned about 1910, I think, and new versions appeared, more and more of them. The big scholars took it up. There was a new research work, and we are not all so glib in our assurance that we did it all. You're getting pretty close to things I used to know something about, I remarked dryly.
If you knew all that was known then, you wouldn't know this, John. Don't you remember what Lester Ward called the illusion of the mirror? How the most familiar facts were precisely those we often failed to understand. In all our history, ancient and modern, we had the underlying assumption that men were the human race and the people who did things, and that women were their women. And precisely, what have you lately discovered? That Horatio at the bridge was Horatia, after all? And that the world was conquered by Alexandra and a Napoleona? I laughed with some bitterness. No, said Owen gently. There's no question about the battles men did, the fighting, of course. But we have learned that the decisive battles of history were not so decisive as we thought of them. Man, as a destructive ancient, did not modify history, unquestionably. What did make history, make civilization, was constructive industry, and for many ages, women did most of that. Did women build the pyramids and the roads of Rome? No, nor many of other things, but they gave the world its first start in agriculture and the care of animals. They clothed it and fed it and ornamented it and kept it warm. Their ceaseless industry made rich the simple early cultures. Consider, without men, Egypt and Assyria could not have fought, but they could have grown rich and wise. Without women, they could have fought until the last man died alone, if food held out. But I won't bother you with this, John. You'll get all you want out of books better than I can give it. What I set out to say was the most important influence in weeding out intemperance was that of the women. I was in a very bad temper by this time. It was disagreeable enough to have this, or any part of it, true. But I could not understand was to see the big-hearted man speak in such a cheerful, matter-of-fact way. Have the men of today no pride? I asked. How can you stand it, being treated as inferiors by women? Women stood it for tens of thousands of years, he answered, being treated as inferiors by men. We went home in silence. Chapter 9. I learned to understand the immense material prosperity of the country much more easily than its social progress. The exquisite agriculture, which made millions of acres, from raw farms and ranches into rich gardens. The forestry, which had changed our straggling woodlands into great tree farms, yielding their steady crops of cut boughs, thinned underbrush, in full-grown trunks. Those endless orchid roads with their processions of workers making continual excursions in their special cars, keeping roadway and bordering trees in perfect order. All this one could see. There were, of course, far more of the wilder, narrower roads, perfect as the roadbed, but not parked, with all untrimmed nature to travel through. The airships did make a difference. To look down on the flowing outspread miles beneath gave a sense of unity and continuous beauty of our country, quite different from the strict views we used to get. An airship is a moving mountaintop. The cities were even more strikingly beautiful, in that the change was greater, the contrast sharper. I never tired of wandering about on foot along the streets of cities, and I visited several, finding, as Nellie said, that it took no longer to improve 20 than one. The people in each could do it as soon as they chose to. But what made them choose? What had gotten to these people? That is what puzzled me most. It did not show outside, like the country changes and rebuilt the cities. The people did not look remarkable, though they were different too. I watched and studied them, trying to analyze the changes that could have been seen. Most visible were cleanliness, comfort, and beauty in dress. I had never dreamed of the relief to the spectator in not seeing any poverty. We were used to it, of course. We had our excuses, religious and economic. We even found, or thought we found, artistic pleasure in this social disease. But now I realized what a nightmare it had been. The sights, the sounds, the smells of poverty, merely to an outside observer. These people had good bodies too. They were not equally beautiful, by any means. 30 years, of course, could not be wholly returned to the normal long race, stunted and overworked. But in the difference in the young generation, I could see at a glance the world's best hope, that the long inheritance is far deeper than the short. Those of about the 20 and under, those who were born after some of these changes had been made, were like another race. Big, sturdy, blooming creatures, boys and girls alike. Swift and graceful, eager, happy, courteous. I supposed at first that these were the children of exceptionally placed people, but soon found, with a heart-stirring sort of shock, that all the children were like that. Some of the old folk still carried the scars of earlier conditions, but the children were new people. Then, my own accord, I demanded reasons. Nellie laughed sweetly. "I'm so glad you've come to your appetite," she said. "I've been longing to talk to you about that, and you were always bored. It's a good deal of dose now. You'll admit that, and one hates to be forcibly fed. But now I do want to get an outline, a sort of general idea of what you do with children. Can you condense a little recent history and make it easy to an aged stranger?" "Aged? You are growing younger every day, John. I believe that comparatively brainless life you led in Tibet was good for you. That was an all-new impression on the brain. The first part rested. Now you are beginning where you left off. I wish you would recognize that." I shook my head. "Never mind me. I'm trying not to think of my chopped-off life. But tell me how you manufacture this kind of people." My sister sat still, thinking for a little. "I want to avoid repetition if possible. Tell me just how much you have in mind already, but I refuse to be chastised. You put it all together straight. I want to get the whole of it, as well as I can." "All right, on your head be it. Let me see, first. Oh, there isn't any first, John. We were doing ever so much for children before you left, before you and I were born. It is the vision of the great child lovers, that children are people, and the most valuable people on earth. The most important thing to a child is its mother. We made new mothers for them. I guess that is a first. Suppose we begin this way. A. Free, healthy, independent, intelligent mothers. B. Enough to live on. Right conditions for child raising. C. Specialized care. D. The new social consciousness with its religion, its art, its science, its civics, and its industry, its wealth, its brilliant efficiency. That's your outline. I sat down these points in my notebook. An excellent outline, Nellie. Now for details on A. I will set my teeth till it's over. My sister regarded me with amused tenderness. How do you hate the new women, John? In the abstract. I haven't seen you averse to any of them in the concrete. At the time, I refused to admit any importance to this remark, but I thought it over later, and to good purpose. It was true. I did not hate the new kind of human being who loomed so large in every line of progress. She jarred on every age-old masculine prejudice. She was not what women used to be, and yet, as Nellie said, the women I met I liked. Get on with your lesson, my dear, said I. I am determined to learn and not argue. What did your omnipresent new woman do to improve the human stock so fast? Then Nellie settled in earnest and gave me all I wanted, possibly more. They wakened as if to a new idea, to their own natural duty as mothers, to the need of a high personal standard of health and character in both parents. That gave us a better start, right away. Clean, born, vigorous children, inheriting strength and purity. Then came the change in conditions, a change so great you've hardly glimpsed it yet. No more, never more again, please God, that brutal hunger and uncertainty. The black devil of want and fear. Everybody sure of the decent living. That one thing lifted the heaviest single shadow from the world and from the children. Nobody is overworked now. Nobody is tired, unless they tire themselves unnecessarily. People live sanely, safely, easily. The difference to children, both in nature and nurture, is very great. They all have proper nourishment and clothing, an environment from birth. And with that, as advanced in special conditions for child culture, we build for babies now. We, as a community, provide suitably for our most important citizens. At this point, I opened my mouth to say something, but presently shut it again. Good boy, said Nellie. I'll show you later. The next is his specialized care. That one thing is enough, almost, to account for it all. To think of all the ages when our poor babies had no benefit at all of the advance in human intelligence. We had the best and wisest specialist we could train and hire in every field of life, and the babies left utterly at the mercy of amateurs. Well, I mustn't stop to rage at past history. We do better now. John, guess the salary of the head of the baby gardens in a city. Oh, call it $1 million and go on, I said cheerfully, which somewhat disconcerted her. It's as big as a place as being head of Harvard College, she said, and better paid than what it used to be. Our highest and finest people study for this work. Real geniuses, some of them. The babies, all the babies, mind you, get the benefits of the best wisdom we have, and it grows fast. We are learning by doing it. Every year we do better. Growing up is an easier process than it used to be. I'll have to accept it for the sake of argument, I agreed. It's the last point I care for most, I think. All these new consciousnesses you were so glib about. I guess you can't describe that so easily. She grew thoughtful, rocking to and fro for a few moments. No, she said at length. It's not so easy, but I'll try. I wasn't very glib, really. I spoke of religion, arts, civics, science, and industry, wealth, and efficiency, didn't I? Now, let's see how they apply to the children. This religion, dear me, John, am I to explain the greatest sunburst of truth that ever was to in 2 minutes? Oh no, I said loftily. I'll give you 5. You've got to try anyway. So she tried. In place of revelation and belief, she said slowly, we now have facts and knowledge. We used to believe in God, variously, and teach the belief as a matter of duty. Now we know God as much as we know anything else. More than we know anything else, it is the fact of life. This is the base knowledge, underlying all other knowledge, simple and safe and sure. And we can teach it to children. The child mind opening to this lovely world is no longer filled with horrible or ridiculous old ideas. It learns to know the lovely truth of life. She looked so serenely beautiful and sat so still after she said this that I felt a little awkward. I don't mean to jar on you, Nellie, I said. I didn't know you were so religious. Then she laughed again happily. I'm not, she said, no more than anybody is. We don't have religious people anymore, John. It's not a separate thing, a body of doctrine, and a set of observations. It is what all of us have at the bottom of everything else, the underlying basis of fact of life. And it goes far, far indeed, to make strong good cheer you see in these children's faces. They have never been frightened, John. They have never been told any of those awful things we used to tell them. There is no struggle with church-going, no gagging over doctrines, no mysterious queer mess, only life. Life is now open to our children, clear, brilliant, satisfying, and yet stimulating. Of course, I don't mean that this applies equally to every last one. The material benefit does, but could be enforced by law where necessary. But this world wave of new knowledge is irregular, of course. It has spread wider and gone faster than any of the old religions ever did. But you can find people yet who believe things as almost as dreadful as Father did. I well remembered my father's lingering Calvinism and appreciated its horrors. Our educators have recognized a new duty to children, Nellie went on. To stand between them and the past, we recognize that the children mind should lift and lead the world, and we feed it with our newest, not our oldest, ideas. Also, we encourage it to wander on ahead, fearless and happy. I began to tell you the other day, and you snubbed me, John. You really did. That we have a new literature for children and have dropped the old. At this piece of information, I could no longer preserve the attitude of a patient listener. I sat back and stared at my sister, while the full awfulness of this condition slowly rolled over me. Do you mean, I said slowly, that children are taught nothing of the past? Oh, no, indeed. They are taught about the past from the earth's beginning. In the mind of every child is a clear view of how life on earth has grown. And our own history? Of course, from savagery to today, that is a simple story, endlessly interesting as they grow older. What do you mean, then, by cutting off the past? I mean that their stories, poems, pictures, and the major part of their instruction deals with the present and future, especially the future. The whole teaching is dynamic, not static. We used to teach mostly facts, or what we thought were facts. Now we teach processes. You'll find out if you talk to children anywhere. This I'm mentally determined to do, in due time, of course. I may as well say right here that I found children more delightful companions than they used to be. They were polite enough, even considerate, but so universally happy, so overflowing with purposes, so skillful in so many ways, so intelligent and efficient that it astonished me. We used to have a sort of race myth about happy childhood, but none of us seemed to study the faces of the children we saw about us. Even among well-to-do families, the discontented, careworn, anxious, repressed, or rebellious faces of children ought to have rooted our myth forever. Timid, browbeaten children, sulky children, darkly resentful, nervous, whining children, foolish, mischievous, hysterically giggling children, noisy, destructive, uneasy children. How well I remembered them. These new ones had a strange air of being persons, not subordinates and dependents, but equals. Their limitations frankly admitted, but not cast up at them, and their special powers fully respected. That was it. I am wandering far ahead of the day's conversation, but it led to wide study among children, analysis, and some interesting conclusions. When I hit on this one, I began to understand. Children were universally respected, and they liked it. In city or country, place was made for them, permanent, pleasant, properly appointed place, to use, enjoy, and grow up in. They had their homes and families just like before, losing nothing, but they added to this background their own wide gardens and houses, where part of each day was spent. From earliest infancy, they observed the idea that home was a place to come out from and go back to, the sweetest, dearest place, for there was a mother and father and one's own little room to sleep in. But the day hours were to go somewhere, to learn and do, to work and play, to grow in. I branched off from Nellie's startling me with her new literature for children idea. She went on to explain it further. The greatest artists work for children now, John, she said. In the child gardens and child homes, they are surrounded with beauty. I do not mean that we hire painters and poets to manufacture beauty for them, but that painters and poets, architects and landscape artists, designers and decorators of all kinds love and revere childhood and delight to work for it. Remember that half our artists are mothers, now a longing, loving, serving, giving spirit that has come into expression, a wider and more lasting expression than it was ever possible to put into donuts and embroidery. Wait till you see the beauty of our child gardens. Why don't you call them schools? Don't you have schools? Some. We haven't wholly outgrown the old academic habit. But for the babies, there was no precedent, and they do not go to school. You have some sort of central nursery? I ventured. Not necessarily central, John. And we have great numbers of them. How can I make it any more clear to you? See here. Suppose you were a mother, and a very busy one, like the old woman in the shoe. And suppose you had 20 or 30 permanent babies to be provided for. And suppose you were wise and rich, able to do what you wanted to do. Wouldn't you build an elaborate nursery for those children? Wouldn't you engage the very best nurses and teachers? Wouldn't you want the cleanest, quiet garden for them to play or sleep in? Of course you would. That is our attitude. We have at last recognized babies as a permanent class. They are always here, about a fifth of our population, and we as mothers have at last ensured to these, our babies, the best accommodation known to our time. It improves as we learn, of course. I said. I'll go and gaze upon these infant paradises later. At the sleeping hour, please. But how about the new literature you frightened me with? Oh, why, we have tried to treat their minds as we do their stomachs, putting in only what is good for them. I mean, The very littlest understand. As they grow older, they have a wider range. We have not expunged the world's past, my dear brother, but we do prepare them with all the wisdom, love, and power we have, the mental food for literature. Simple, lovely music is about them always. You must have noticed how universally they sing. I had and said so. The coloring and decoration of their rooms is beautiful. Their clothes are beautiful and simple. You've seen that too? Yes, dear girl. It's because I've seen and heard and noticed the surprisingness of the new child that I sit here fairly guzzling information. Pray proceed to the literature. Literature is the most useful of the arts, the most perfect medium for transfer of ideas. We wish to have the first impressions in our children's minds above all things true, all the witchery and loveliness possible in presentation, but the things presented are not senseless and unpleasant. We have plenty of true stories, based on real events and on natural laws and processes, but the viewpoint from which they are written have changed. You'll have to read some to see what I mean, but the major difference is in our stories of the future, our future here on earth. They are good stories, mind. The very best writers make them. Good verses and pictures too. And a diet like that, while it is just as varied and entertaining as the once upon a time kind, leaves the child with a sense of that things are going to happen, and he or she can help. You see, we don't consider anything as done. To you as a new visitor, we point with pride, but among ourselves, we view with alarm. We are just as full of reformers and propagandists as ever, and overflowing with plans for improvement. These are the main characteristics of the new children literature. Truth and something better ahead. I don't like it, I said firmly. No wonder you judged it for so long. You feed it to these poor babies through a tube. This time my sister rebelled. She came firmly to my side and pulled my hair, precisely as she used to 40 years ago, and more. The little hairs at the crown which still troubled me in brushing because of pulling straight out so often. You shall no more oral instruction, young man, she said. You shall be taken about and shown things. You shall stop, look, listen, until you admit the advantages I have striven in vain to pump into your resisting intellect. You product of past methods. You're the product of the same methods yourself, my dear, I replied. But I'm quite willing to be shown. Always was something of a Missourian. No part of my re-education was pleasanter, and I'm sure none the less more important, than the next few days. We visited place after place, in different cities, or in the country, and everywhere was the same high standard of health and beauty, of comfort, fun, and visible growth. I saw babies and wee toddlers by the thousands, and hardly ever heard one cry. Out of the mass of experience, some vivid pictures remain in my mind. One was mother time in a manufacturing village. There was a big group of mills with water power, each mill a beautiful clean place, light, airy, rich in color, sweet with flowers about it, where men and women worked their 2-hour shifts. The women took off their work aprons and slipped into the neighboring garden to nurse their babies. They were in no haste. They were pleasantly dressed and well fed and not tired. They were known and welcomed by the women in charge of the child garden, and each mother slipped into a comfortable rocker and took in her arms that little rosy piece of herself, and the man she loved. It was a thing to bring one's heart into one's throat. The clean peace and quiet of it, time enough, the pleasant neighborliness and atmosphere of contented motherhood, those healthy, drowsy little mites, so busy with their dinner. Then they put them down, asleep for the most part, kissed them, and strolled back to the pleasant workroom for another 2 hours. Specialization used to be a terror when a whole human was held down to one motion for 10 hours. But specialization hurts nobody when it's done to not last so long. In the afternoons, some mothers took their babies home at once. Some nursed them and then went on out together for exercise or pleasure. The homes were clean and quiet. No kitchen work, no laundry work, no self-made clutter and dirt. It looked so comfortable that I couldn't believe my eyes. Yet it was just as common, everyday life. As the babies grew old enough to move about, their joys widened. They were kept in rooms of a suitable temperature and wore practically no clothes. This in itself, I was told, was the main cause of their health and contentment. They rolled and tumbled on a smooth mattress, pulled themselves up, and swung back and forth on a large, soft, horizontal ropes fastened within reach. Delightful little bunches of rose leaves and dimples and perfect happiness. Very early they had water to play in, clean, shallow pools kept at proper temperature, where they had splashed and gurgled in rapture, and learned to swim before they learned to walk sometimes. As they grew larger and more competent, their playgrounds were more extensive and varied. But the underlying idea was always clear in safety and pleasure, full exercise and development of every power. There was no quarreling over toys. Whatever they had to play with, they all had in abundance, and most of the time they did not have exchangeable objects, but these ropes, pools, sand, clay, and so on, materials common to all. And the main joy was in the use of their own little bodies, in as many ways as possible. At any time when they were not asleep, a procession of crawling toddlers could be seen creeping up a slight incline and sliding or rolling triumphantly down the other side. A sort of beautiful cellar door, this is. Strange that we always punish children for sliding down unsuitable things and never provided suitable ones. But then, of course, one could have not had machinery like this in a brief family. Swings, seesaws, all manner of moving things they had, with building blocks, of course, and balls. But as soon as it was easy to them, they had tools and learned to use them. The major joy of their expanding lives was doing things. I speak of them in an unbroken line, for that was the way they lived. Each staged, lapped over to the next, and that natural ambition to be with older ones and to do what they did was the main incentive in their progress. To go on, to get further, higher, to do something better and more interesting, this was in the atmosphere. Growth, exercise, and joy. I watched and studied, and grew happy as I did so, which I could see the gratification to Nellie. "Aren't they ever naughty?" I demanded one day. "Why should they be?" she answered. "How could they be?" What we used to call naughtiness was only the misfit. The poor little things were in the wrong place, and nobody knew how to make them happy. Here there is nothing they can hurt, and nothing that can hurt them. They have earth, air, fire, and water to play with. "Fire?" I interrupted. "Yes, indeed. All children love fire, of course. As soon as they can move about, they are taught fire." "How many burn themselves?" "None. Never any more. Did you never hear a burnt child dreads the fire?" "We said that, but we never had the sense enough to use it. No proverb ever said a whipped child dreads the fire. We never safeguarded them, and the poor little things were always getting burnt to death in our barbarous homes." "Do you arbitrarily burn them all?" I asked. "Have you an annual branding?" "Oh no, but we allow them to burn themselves, within reason. Come and see." She showed me a set of youngsters learning heat and cold with basins of water, a row of them, eagerly experimenting with cautious little fingers, very cold, cold, cool, tempered water, hot, very hot. They could hardly say the words plain, but learned them all, even when they all had to shut their eyes and the basins were changed about. Straying from house to house, from garden to garden, I watched them grow and learn. On the long walls about them were painted an endless panorama of human progress. When they noticed and asked questions, they were told without emphasis that people used to live that way, and grew to this and this. I found that as children grew older, they had a year of travel, each human being new to this world. When I did question to this expense, as I always did, Nellie would flatten me with things like this. Remember, we used to spend 70% of our national income on the expenses of war, past and present. If we women had done no more than to save that, it would have been paid for all, you see. She would remind me again of the immense sums we used to spend on hospitals and prisons, or refer to the general change in economics, that inevitable socialization of industry, which had checked waste and increased productivity so much. We are a rich people, John, she repeated. So are other nations, for that matter. The world's richer. We have increased our output and lowered our expenses at the same time. One of our big present problems is what to do with this big surplus. We quarrel roundly over that. But meanwhile, it is a very poor nation indeed that does not provide full education for its children. I found that the differences in education were both subtle and profound. The baby's experience of group life, as well as the daily return to family life, gave a sure groundwork for the understandings of civics. Their first impressions included other babies. No child grew up with the intensified self-conscious what used to be forced upon them. In all the early years, learning was ceaseless and unconscious. They grew among such carefully chosen surroundings as made it possible not to learn what was really necessary, and to learn it as squirrels learn the trees, by playing and working in them. They learn the simple beginnings of the world's greatest trades, led by natural interest and desire, gathering by limitation and asked instruction. I saw nowhere the enforced task, everywhere the eager attention of real interest. Are they never taught to apply themselves, to concentrate? I asked. And for the answer she showed me the observed, breathless concentration of fresh young minds and busy hands. I saw nowhere the enforced task, everywhere the eager attention of real interest. Are they never taught to apply themselves, to concentrate? I asked. And for the answer she showed me the absorbed, breathless concentration of fresh young minds and busy hands. But they soon tire of these things and want to do something else, do they not? Of course, that is natural to childhood. There is something else for them to do. But they are only doing what they like to do. That is no preparation for a life work, surely. We find it an excellent preparation for life work. You see, we all work at what we like now. That is one reason we do so much better work. I had talked on this line before with those who explained the workings of industrial socialism. Still, as a matter of education, I urged, is it not necessary for a child to learn to compel himself to work? Oh no, they told me, and to say truth convincingly showed me. Children like to work. If anyone does not, we know he is sick. And as I saw more and more of the children, and sat silently, watching for well-spent hours, I found how true this was. The children had around them the carefully planned stimuli of a genuinely educational environment. The work of the world was there, in words of one syllable, as it were, and among wise, courteous, pleasant people, themselves actually doing something, yet always ready to give information when asked. First, the natural appetite of the young brain, then every imaginable convenience for learning.
then the cautiously used accessories to encourage further effort, and then these marvelous teachers who seemed to like their work too. The majority were women, and all of them nearly all mothers. It appeared that children had not lost their mothers, as at first one assumed, but each child kept his own and gained others. And these teaching mothers were somehow more motherly than average. Nellie was so pleased when I noticed this. She liked to see me going to school so regularly. I was not alone in it either. There seemed to be numbers of people who cared enough to watch children enjoying and playing. Nobody was worn out with childcare. The parents were not. The nurses and teachers had short shifts. It seemed to be considered a pleasure and an honor to be allowed with the little ones. And in all this widespread, costly, elaborate, and yet perfectly simple and lovely environment, these new little persons grew and blossomed with the divine unconsciousness which belongs to children. They did not know that the best intellects were devoted to their service. They never dreamed or thought about the love and labor made these wide gardens, these bright playing places, these endlessly interesting shops where they could learn to make things as soon as they were old enough. They took it all as life, just life, as a child must take his first environment. And don't you think, John, Nellie said when I spoke of this, don't you really think that this is a more normal environment for a young human soul than a kitchen, or a parlor, or even a nursery? I had to admit that it had its advantages. As they grew older, there was every chance for specialization. In the first years, they gathered the rudiments of general knowledge and general activity, of both hand and brain. From infancy, each child was studied, his growth or hers, carefully recorded, not by adoring intimately related love, but by that of larger, wiser tenderness of those great child lovers, who had hundreds of them to study.
They were observed intelligently. Notes were made. The mother and father contributed theirs. In freedom and unconsciousness, the young nature developed, never realizing how its environment was altered to fit its special needs. As the cool, spacious, flower-starred, fruitful forest of this time differed from the tangled underbrush, with crooked, crowded, imperfect trees struggling for growth that I remembered as woods, or from clipped and twisted products of the forcing and pruning process. So did the new child gardens differ from the old schools. No wonder children were so different in aspect. They had fresh, insatiable thirst for knowledge, which had been wisely slacked, but never given the water torture. As I recalled my own youth, and thought of all those young minds, set in rows, fixed open with a stick between their teeth, and forced to drink, till all desire was turned to loathing, I felt a sudden wish to be born again, now, and begin over. As an adult observer, I found this rearranged world jarring and displeasing in many ways. But as I sat among the children, played with them, talked with them, became somewhat acquainted with their views of things, I began to see to them the new world was both natural and pleasant. When they learned that I was left over from what to them of past ages, I became extremely popular. There was a rush to get near me, an eager request to tell them all about the old times, checked somewhat by politeness, yet always eager. But the cheerful pride with which I began to describe the world I knew, it was considerably dashed by their comments. What I had considered as necessary evils, or as no evils at all, to them appeared as silly and disgraceful as cannibalism. And there grew among them an attitude of chivalrous pity for my unfortunate upbringing, which was pretty to see. "I see no child in glasses," I suddenly remarked one day. "Of course not," answered the teacher. I stood by. "We use books very little, you see. Education no longer impairs our machinery." I recalled the Boston school children and the myopic victims of Germany's archaic letterpress, and freely admitted that this was advance. Much of the instruction was oral. Much, very much, came through games and exercises. Books, I found, were regarded rather as to things to consult, like a dictionary, or as instruments of high enjoyment. School books, textbooks, scarcely existed, at least for children. The older ones, some of them, plunged into study with passion, but their eyes were good and their brains were strong, also their general health. There was no breakdown from overstudy, that slow, cruel, crippling injury, sometimes death, which we wise and loving parents of past days so frequently forced upon our helpless children. Naturally happy, busy, self-respecting, these grew up, with a wide capacity for action, a breadth of general knowledge, which was almost incredible, a high standard of courtesy, and vigorous, well-exercised minds. They were trained to think, I found, to question, discuss. They could reason, and they faced life with such loving enthusiasm, such pride in the new accomplishments of the world, such a noble, boundless ambition to do things, to make things, to help the world still further. And from infancy to adolescence, all through these years of happy growing, there was nothing whatever to differentiate the girls from the boys. As a rule, they could not be distinguished. Chapter 10. It was this new growth of humanity which made continuing social progress so rapid and so sure. These young minds had no rubbish in them. They had a vivid sense of the world as a whole, quite beyond their family relations. They were marvelously reasonable, free from prejudice, able to see and willing to do. And this spreading tide of hope and courage flowed back to the older minds as well as forward into the new. I found that people's ideas of youth and age had altered. Nellie said it was due to the change in women, but then she laid most things to that. She reminded me that women used to be considered only as females, and were old when no longer available in that capacity, but that as soon as they recognized themselves as human beings, they put grandma back into ground, and mother too, and simply went on working and growing and enjoying life up into the lively 80s, even 90s sometimes. Brains do not cease to function at 50, she said. Just because a woman is no longer an object to fall in love with, it does not follow that life has no charms for her. Women today have all they ever had before, all of that was good in, and more, 1,000 times more. When the lives of half the world widen like that, it widens the other half too. This quite evidently had happened. The average mental standard was higher, the outlook broader. I found many very ordinary people, of course, some whose only attitude toward the wonderful new world was to enjoy its advantages, and even some who grumbled. These were either old persons with bad digestions or new immigrants from very backward countries. I traveled about, visiting different places, consulting all manner of authorities, making notes, registering objections. It was all interesting, and grew more so as it seemed less strange. My sense of theatrical unreality gave way to a growing appreciation of the universal beauty about me. Art, I found, held a very different position from what it used to hold. It had joined hands with life again, was common, familiar, used in all things. There were pictures, many and beautiful, but the great word art was no longer so closely confined to its pictorial form. It was not narrow, expensive, requiring a special education, but part of the atmosphere in which all children grew, all people lived. For instance, the theater, which I remember as a $2 affair, and mainly vulgar and narrow, was now the daily companion and teacher. The historic instinct with which every child is born was cultivated without check. The little ones played through all their first years of instruction, played the old Stone Age, most natural to them, the new Stone Age, the first stages of industry. Older children learned history that way, and as they reached years of appreciation, special dramas were written for them, in which psychology and sociology were learned without hearing their names. Those happy, busy, eager young things played gaily through wide ranges of human experience, and when these emotions touched them in later years, they were not strange and awful, but easy to understand. In every smallest village, there was a playhouse, not only in the child gardens, but for the older people. They each had their dramatic company, as some used to have their bands, had their musical companies too, and better ones. Out of this universal use of the drama rose freely from the special talent who made it the major business of their lives, and the higher average everywhere gave to these greater ones the atmosphere of real appreciation which a growing art must have. I asked Nellie how the people managed who lived in the rural country, remote and alone. "We don't live that way anymore," she said. "Only some stubborn old people, like Uncle Jake and Aunt Dorcas. You see, the women decided that they must live in groups to have proper industrial and educational advantages, and they do." "Where do the men live?" I asked grimly. "With the women, of course. Or should they? I don't mean that a person cannot go and live in a hut on a mountain, if he likes. We do that in the summer, very largely. It is a rest to be alone part of the time, but living, real human living, requires a larger group than one family. You can see the results. I could, and I did, though I would not always admit it to Nellie, in this beautiful commonness of good music, good architecture, good sculpture, good painting, good drama, good dancing, good literature, impressed me increasingly. Instead of those perpendicular peaks of isolated genius we used to have, surrounded by the ignorant, indifferent many and the excessively admiring few, those geniuses now sloped gently down to the average on long graduated lines of decreasing ability. It gave the commonest people a possible road upward development, and to the most developed a path of connection with the commonest people. The geniuses seemed to like it too. They were not so conceited, not so disagreeable, not so lonesome. People seemed to have a very good time, even at work. Indeed, very many found their work more fun than anything else. The abundant leisure gave a sort of margin to life which was a wholly new, to the majority at least. It was that spare time and the direct efforts of the government in wholesome educational lines which had accomplished so much in the first 10 years. Owen reminded me of the educational vitality even of the years I knew, of the university extension movement, the lectures in the public schools, the push of the popular magazines, the summer schools, the hundreds of thousands of club women, whose main effort seemed to improve their minds. "And the press," I said, "our splendid press. That was one of our worst obstacles, I'm sorry to say," he answered. I looked at him. "Oh, go ahead, go ahead. You'll tell me that public schools were an obstacle next." "They would have been, if we hadn't changed them," he agreed. "But they were in our hands at least, and we got them rearranged very promptly. That absurd old despotism which kept the grade of teachers down so low was so promptly changed. We have about 5 times as many teachers now, 50 times as good, and far better paid, not only in cash, but in public appreciation. Our teachers are leading citizens now. We have elected one president from the school principalship of a state." This was news, and not unpleasant. "Have you elected any editors?" No, but we may soon. They are a new set of men now, I can tell you, and women, of course. You remember in our day, journalism was frankly treated as a trade, whereas it is visibly one of the most important professions. And did you reform those editors so that they became self-sacrificing as country doctors? Oh no, but we changed the business conditions. It was the advertising that corrupted the papers mostly, and the advertisers were only screaming for bread and butter, especially butter. When socialism reorganized business, there was no need to scream. But I find plenty of advertising in the papers and magazines. Certainly, it is a great convenience. Have you studied it? I had to own that I never did like advertising. You'll find it worth reading. In the first place, it's all true. How do you secure that? We have made lying to the public a crime, don't you remember? Each community has its board of standards. There is a constant effort to improve standards, you see, in all products. An expert judgment may have always been had, for nothing. If any salesman advertises falsely, he loses his job if he's an official and is posted if he's selling as a private individual. When the public is told officially that Mr. Jones is a liar, it hurts his trade. You have a government press? Exactly. The press is a pre-eminently a public function. It is not and never was a private business, not legitimately. But you do have private papers and magazines. Yes, indeed, lots of them. Ever so many personal organs, large and small. But they do not carry advertising. If enough people will buy a man's paper to pay them, he is quite free to publish. How do you prevent his carrying advertising? It's against the law, like any other misdemeanor. Post office won't take it. He can't distribute. No, if you want to find out about the latest breakfast food, and there are a score you never heard of, or the last improvement in fountain pens or airships, you find it all, clear and short and reliable, in the hotel paper of every town. There's no such bulk of advertising matter now. You see, not so many people are struggling to sell the same thing. Is all business socialized? Yes and no. All the main businesses, the big assured steady things that our life depends on, but there's a free margin for individual initiative, and always will be. We are not so foolish as to cut off the supply. We have more inventors and idealists than ever, and plenty of chance for trial. You ever see the 2 hours a day which pays board, so to speak, leaves plenty of time to do other work. And if the new thing the man does is sufficiently valuable to enough people, he is free to do that alone. Like the little one-man papers I spoke of. If a man can find 5,000 people who will pay $1 a year to read what he says, he is quite as likely to make a living that way. Have you no competition at all? Plenty of it. All our young folks are racing and chasing to break the world record, to do more work, better work, new work. But not under the spur of necessity. Why, yes, they are. The most compelling necessity we know. They have to do it. It is in them and must come out. But they are all sure of a living, aren't they? Yes, of course. Oh, I see. What you meant by necessity was hunger and cold. Bless you, John. Poverty was no spur. It is a deadly anesthetic. I looked my disagreement, and he went on. You remember the hideous poverty and helplessness of the old days. Did that spur the population to do anything? Don't you see, John, that if poverty had been the splendid stimulus it used to be thought, there wouldn't have been any poverty? Some few exceptional persons triumphed in spite of it, but we shall never know the amount of world loss in the many who did not. It was funny, he continued. He went on believing that in some mysterious way poverty strengthened character, developed initiative, stimulated industry, and did all manner of fine things, and never turned our eyes on the millions of people who lived and died in poverty with weakened characters, no initiative, a slow enforced and hated industry. My word, John, what fools we were. I was considering this government press he described. How did you dispose of the newspapers you had? Just as we disposed of the saloons, drove them out of business by underselling them with better goods. The laws against lying helped too. I don't see how you can stop people's lying. We can't stop their lying in private, except by better social standards. But we can stop public lying, and we have. If a paper published a false statement, anyone could bring a complaint, and if the district attorney was obliged to prosecute. If a paper pleaded ignorance or misinformation, it was let off with a fine and a reprimand the first time, a heavy fine the second time, and a confiscation the third time, as being proved by their own admission incompetent to tell the truth. If it is shown to be an intentional falsehood, they were put out of business at once. That's all very pretty, I said. All sounds easy as you tell it, but what made people so hot about lying? They didn't used to mind it. The more you tell me of these things, the more puzzled I am as to what altered the minds of the people. They certainly had to alter considerably, from the kind I remember, to even want all these changes, much more to enforce them. Owen wasn't much of a psychologist, and said so. He insisted that people had wanted better things, only they did not know of it. Well, what made them know of it? I insisted. Now here's one thing, small in a way, but showing a very long step in alteration. People dress comfortably and beautifully, almost all of them. What made them do it? They had more money, Owen began, more leisure, and better education. But I waved this aside. That has nothing to do with it. The people with money and education were precisely the ones who wore the most outrageous clothes. And as to leisure, they spent their leisure in getting up foolish costumes, apparently. Women are more intelligent, you see, he began again, but I dismissed this also. The intelligence of our Lord Chancellor didn't prevent his wearing a wig. How did people break loose from the force of fashion, I want to know. He could not make this clear, and said he wouldn't try. You show me all these material changes, I went on, and I can see that there was no real obstacle to them, but the obstacle that lasted so long was in people's minds. What moved that? Then you show me this marvelous new education as resulting in new kinds of people, better people, wiser, freer, stronger, braver. And I see that at work. But how did you come to accept this new education? You needn't lay it all on the women as Nellie does. I knew one or two of the most advanced of them in 1910, and they had no such worldview as this. They wore foolish clothes and had no ideas beyond votes for women, some of them. No, sir, I admit that there was potential wealth enough in the earth to support all this ease and beauty, and potential energy in the people to produce the wealth. I admit that there is possible for people to leave off being stupid and become wise. Evidently, they have done so. But I don't see what made them. You go and see Dr. Borderson, said Owen.
Chapter 11.
Dr. Borderson, it seemed, held the chair in ethics at the university. I knew a Borderson once, and was very fond of him. Poor Frank. If he was alive, he would have more likely reached a prison or a hospital than a professorship. Yet, he was brilliant enough. We were great friends in college, and before. Let me see, 35 years ago. But he was expelled for improper conduct, and went from bad to worse. The last I heard of him was in a criminal case, but he had run away and disappeared. I well remember the grief and shame it was to me at the time to see such a promising young life ruined and lost so early. Thinking of this, I was shown into the study of the great teacher of ethics, and as I shook hands, I met the keen brown eyes of Frank Borderson. He had both my hands and shook them warmly. "Well, John, it is good to see you again. How well you look. How little you have changed. It's a good world you've come back to, isn't it?" "You are the most astonishing thing I've ever seen so far," I replied. "Do you really mean it? Are you a professor of ethics?" "When I used to be a godforsaken rascal, eh? Yes, it's really so. I've taught ethics for 20 years, and gradually pushed along to this position, and I was a good deal farther off than Tibet, old man." I was tremendously glad to see him. It was more like a touch of the old life than anything I had found yet, except Nellie, of course. We spoke for some time of those years of boyhood, of the good times we had together, of our common friends. He kept me to dinner, introduced me to his wife, a woman with a rather sad, sweet face, which seemed to bear marks of deep experience, and we settled down for an evening's talk. "I think you have come to the right person, John, not only because of my special studies, but because of my special line of growth. If I can tell you what changed me, so quickly and so wholly, you won't be much puzzled about the others, eh?" I fully agreed with him. The boy I knew was clever enough to dismiss all theology, to juggle with philosophy, and pick ethics to pieces. But his best friends had been so reluctantly compelled to admit that he had no moral character. He had, to my knowledge, committed a number of unquestionable sins, and by hearsay I knew of vices and crimes that followed. And he was Dr. Borderson. "I'll take myself as a sample, Whitman fashion," said he. "There I was when you knew me, conceited, ignorant, clever, self-indulgent, weak, sensual, dishonest. After I was turned out of college, I broke a good many laws and nearly all the commandments. What was worse in one way was that my wages were being paid to me in disease, horrible disease. Also, I had 2 drug habits, alcohol and cocaine. Will you take me as a sample?" I looked at him. He had not the perfect health I saw so much of the younger people, but he seemed to be in no way an invalid, much less a drug victim. His eyes were clear and bright, his complexion good, his hand steady, his manner assured and calm. "Frank," I said, "you beat anything I've seen yet. You stand absolutely to my mind as an illustration of before taking and after taking. Now, in the name of reason, tell me, what is it you took?" I took a new grip on life. That's the whole answer. But you want to know the steps, and I'll tell you. The new stage of ethical perception we are in now, or as you would probably say, the new religion, presents itself to me in this way. The business of the universe about us consists in the transmission of energy. Some of it's temporarily and partially arrested in material compositions. Some is more actively expressed in vegetable and animal form. This stage of expression we call life. We ourselves, the human animals, were specially adapted for high efficiency in storing and transmitting this energy. And so we're able to enter the combination still more efficient, that is, into social relations. Humanity, man, and social relation is the best expression of the energy that we know. This energy is what the human mind has been conscious of ever since it's conscious at all, and calls God. The relation between this God and this humanity is in reality a very simple one. In common with all the other life forms, the human being must express itself in normal functioning. Because of its special faculty of consciousness, this human engine can feel, see, think about the power within it, and can use it more fully and wisely. All it has to learn is the right expression of its degree of life force, of social energy. He beamed at me. "I think it's about there, John." You may be a very good professor of ethics for these new made minds, but you don't reach the old kind, not a little bit. To my mind, you haven't said anything yet." He seemed a little disappointed, but took it mildly. "Perhaps I am a little out of touch. Wait a moment. Let me go back and try to take up the old attitude." He leaned back in his chair and shut his eyes. I saw an expression of pain slowly grow and deepen on his face, and suddenly realized what he was doing. "Oh, never mind, Frank, don't do it. Don't try. I'll catch on somehow." He seemed not to hear me, but dropped his face in his hands. When he raised it, it was clear again. "Now I can make things clear, perhaps," he said. "We had in our minds 30 years ago a strange hodgepodge of old and new ideas. What was called God was still largely patterned after the old tribal deity of the Hebrews. Our ideas of sin were still mostly of the nature of disobedience, wrong only because we were told not to do it. Sin as a personal offense against somebody, and somebody very much offending. That was it. We were beginning to see something of social values too, but not clearly. Our progress was in what we called the natural sciences, and we did not think with the part of our minds wherein we stored the religion. Yet there was a great activity and progress in religious thought. The whole field was in motion, the new churches widening and growing in every direction, the older ones holding on like grim death, trying not to change, and changing in spite of themselves. And ethics being taught indeed, but with no satisfying basis. That's the kind of atmosphere you and I grew up in, John. Now here I am, an ill-sorted team of impulses and characteristics, prejudiced against religion, ignorant of real ethics, and generally doing the devil, as we used to call it. You know far down I went, for something to speak of it. Don't speak of it, Frank, I said. That was long ago. Forget it, old man." But he turned toward me with a smile of triumph. "Forget it. I wouldn't forget one step of it, could I? Why, John, it's because of my intimate knowledge of these down-going steps that I can help other people up. You looked decidedly miserable just now, all the same, when you were thinking them over." "Oh, bless you, John. I wasn't thinking of myself at all. I was thinking of the awful state of mind the world was in, and how it suffered, of all the horror and misery and shame, all the misplaced, unnecessary cruelty we called punishment. The dark ages we were still in spite of all we had to boast of. However, this new perception came." I interrupted him. "What came? Who came? Did you come to a new revelation? Who did it? What do you call it? Nobody seems to give me a definite information." He smiled broadly. "You're a beautiful proof of the kind of mental jumble I spoke of. Knowledge of evolution did not come by revelation, did it? Or did any one man or two give it to us? Darwin and Wallace were not the only minds that helped us see and express that great idea, and many more had to spread it. These great truths break into the world mind through various individuals, so that we cannot disconnect them. We had many writers, preachers, lecturers, who discoursed and explained. The new percept as to the relation between man and God came with such general sweep that no one even tries to give personal credit for it. These things are not personal. They are world percepts. But every religion has its founder, hasn't it? I don't call it a religion, my dear fellow. It's science, like any other science. Ethics is the science of human relation. It is called applied sociology. That's all." "How does a thing like that touch one personally?" I asked. "How does any science touch one personally? One studies a science. One teaches a science. One uses a science. That's the point of it, the use of it. Our old scheme of religion was a thing to believe or deny. It was a test question one had to pass an examination to get into good marks. What I'm telling you about is a general recognition of right behavior and a general grasp of necessary power. You leave out entirely the emotional side of religion. Do I? I did not intend to. You see, we do not distinguish religion from life now, and are apt to forget old terms. You are thinking, I suppose, of the love of God and man, which we used to preach. We practice it now. The energy I spoke of, when perceived by us, is called love. Love is the real thing we had in mind when we said God is love. It is the impulse of service, the desire to do, to help, to make, to benefit. That is the love we were told to bestow on one another. Now we do it. Yes, but what made you do it? What helps keep you up on it? Just nature, John. It's human nature. We used to believe otherwise. He was quiet for a while. One of the new doctors got a hold of me when I was about as near the bottom as one can go and get back. Not a priest with a formula, nor a reformer, but a real physician, a soul doctor, with a passionate enthusiasm for an interesting case. That's what I was, John. Not a lost soul, not even a sinner, just a case. Have you heard about these moral sanitariums? Yes, but not definitely. Well, as soon as this view of things took hold, they began to want to isolate bad cases and cure them if they could. And they cured me. How, Frank? How? What did they tell you that you didn't know before? What did they do to you? Sane, strong, intelligent minds put themselves in connection with mine, John, and shared their strength with me. I was made to feel that my individual failure was no great matter, but that my social duty was, that the whole of my dirty past was nothing to an all-splendid future, that whatever I had done was merely to be forgotten, the sooner the better, and that all life was open before me, all human life, endless, beautiful, profoundly interesting. The game was on, and I was in it. John, I wish I could make you feel it. It was as if we had all along had it inside of us, an enormous reservoir of love, human love, that had somehow been held in and soured. This new arrangement of our minds let it out, to our limitless relief and joy. No sin, think of that. Just let it sink in. No such thing as sin. We had collectively and privately made mistakes and done the wrong thing often. What of it? Of course we had. A growing race grew that way. Now we are wiser and need not keep on going wrong. We had learned that life was far easier, pleasanter, more richly satisfying when followed on these new lines. And the new lines were not hard to learn. Love was the natural element of social life. Love meant service. Service meant doing one's special work well, and doing it for persons served, of course. All our mistakes lay in our belated individualism. You cannot predict ethics of individuals. You cannot fulfill any religion of individuals. My fellow creatures took hold on me, you see. The power that was being used so extensively for physical healing in our young days had become a matter of common knowledge and use. How many of these moral hygienists did you have? Scores, hundreds, thousands. We all help one another now. If a person is tired and blue and has lost his grip, if he cannot rectify it by change of diet and change of scene, he goes to a moral hygienist, as you rightly call it, and gets help. I do a lot of that sort of work. I meditated a while, and again shook my head. I'm afraid it's no use. I can't make it seem credible. I hear what you say, and I see what you've done. But I cannot get any clear understanding of the process. with people as they were, with all those case-hardened old sinners, all the crass ignorance, the stupidity, the sodden prejudice, the apathy, the selfishness, to make a world like that see reason in 30 years? No, I don't get it. You are wrong in your premises, John. Human nature is and was just as good as the rest of nature. Two things kept us back: wrong conditions and wrong ideas. We have changed both. I think you forget the sweeping advance in material conditions and its effect on characters. What made the well-bred, well-educated, well-meaning, pleasant people we used to know? Good conditions for them and their ancestors. There were just as pleasant people among the poor and among the millions of their children. They had every capacity for noble growth. Given the chance, it took no wholesale change of heart to make people want shorter hours, better pay, better housing, food, clothes, amusements. As soon as the shameful pressure of poverty was taken off humanity, it rose like a freed spring. Humanity's all right. There were some things all wrong, I replied, that I know. You could not obliterate hereditary disease in 10 or 30 years. You couldn't make clean women of hundreds of thousands of prostitutes. You couldn't turn an invalid tramp into a healthy gentleman. He stopped me. We could do better than that, he said, and we have. I begin to see your central difficulty, John. The difficulty that used to hold us all. You are looking at life as a personal affair, a matter of personal despair or salvation. Of course, what else is it? What else? Why, that is no part of human life. Human life is social, John, collectively, common, or it isn't human life at all. Hereditary disease looks pretty hopeless when you see one generation or two or three so cursed. But when you realize how swiftly the stream of human life can be cleansed of it, you take a fresh hold. The percentage of hereditary disease has sunk by more than half in 30 years, John, and at its present rate of decrease will be gone, clean gone, in another 20. Remember that every case is known, and that they're either prevented from transmitting the inheritance, isolated, or voluntarily living single. Diseases from bad conditions we no longer endure, nor diseases from ignorance. We are able to resist and cure. Disease was never a permanent thing, only an accident. As for the prostitutes, we thought them ruined, because they were no longer suitable for our demands in marriage. As if that was everything. I tell you, we opened a way out for them. Namely, all the rest of life. Sex life isn't everything, John. Not fit to be a mother, we said to them. Never mind. There is everything else in the world to be. You may remember, my friend, that thousands of men, as vicious as any prostitutes, and often as diseased, continued to live, work, and enjoy. Why shouldn't the women? You haven't ruined your lives, we said to them. Only one part. It's a great loss. But never mind, the whole range of human life remains open to you. The great moving world of service and growth and happiness. If you're sick, you're sick. We'll cure it if possible. If not, you'll die. Never mind. We all die. That's nothing. Does your new religion call death nothing? Certainly. The fuss we made about death was wholly owing to the old religions, the post-mortem religions. Their whole basis was death. Hold on a bit. Do you mean to tell me that people aren't afraid of death anymore? Not a bit. Why should they be? Every living thing dies. That's a part of living. We do not hide it from the children now. We teach it to them. Teach death? To children? How horrible! Did you see or hear anything horrible in your education excursions, John? I know you didn't. No. They learn it naturally, in their gardens, in their autumn and winter songs, in their familiarity with insects and animals. Our children learn life, death, and immortality from silkworms, and then only incidentally. The silk is what they are studying. It takes a great many silkworms to make silk, generations of them. They see them born, live, and die as incidents in silk culture. So we show them how people are born, live, and die in the making of human history. The ideas worked into our new educational literature, and all our literature for that matter. We see people as a continuous whole now. People are only temporary parts of it. Dying isn't any more trouble than being born. People feared death originally because it hurt. Being chased and eaten was not pleasant. But natural dying does not hurt. Then they were made to fear by the hell school of religions. All that is gone. All religion rests on life. The life of this world or the life eternal. The eternal life of this world, John. We have no quarrel with anyone's belief as to what may happen after death. That is a free field. But the glory and power of our religion is that it rests with an assurance on common knowledge of the beautiful facts of life. Here is humanity, a continuing stream of life. Its line of advance is clear. That which makes humanity stronger, wiser, and happier is evidently what is right for it to do. We teach it to all our children. And they do it? Of course they do it. Why shouldn't they? But our evil tendencies. We don't have evil tendencies, John, and we never did. We have earlier and later tendencies, and it is perfectly possible to show the child which is which. But surely it is easier to follow the lower impulses than the higher, easier to give way than to strive. There is an old misconception, John, that striving idea. We assumed that it was natural to be bad and unnatural to be good, that we had to make these special efforts, painful and laborious, to become better. We had not been seen 30 years ago that social evolution is as natural as evolution of the horse. If it is easier to be a hippus than a horse, why make the change? As to the army of fallen women you are so anxious about, they just got up again. That's all. Got up and went on. They had only fallen from one position. There was plenty of room left to stand and walk. Why were they not a speck on society compared to the fallen men? 200,000 prostitutes in New York City as well? How many patrons? 1 million at least. They kept on doing business and enjoying life. I tell you, John, all the unnecessary evils of condition in the old days were as nothing to the unnecessary evils of our foolish ideas, and ideas can be changed in the twinkling of an eye. As to your hobos and bums, the invalid tramp you instanced, I can settle your mind on that point. I was an invalid tramp, John, a drunkard, a cocaine fiend, a criminal, sick, desperate, as bad as they make 'em. Which brings us back to the moral sanitarium, I suppose. Yes, I strayed away from that. I keep forgetting my own case, but it is an excellent one for illustration. I was taken hold of with a strong hand and given a course of double treatment, deep and thorough. By double treatment, I mean physical and mental at once. Such a complete overhauling and wise care as enabled my exhausted vitality slowly to reassert itself, and at the same time such strong, tender, cheerful companionship and well-devised entertainment, such interesting, irresistible instruction. Why, John, put a tramp into paradise, and there's some hope for him. I was about to say that tramps did not deserve paradise, but as I remembered what this man was and had been, and saw what he was now, I refrained. He read my mind at once. It's not a question of desert, John. We are no longer deal in terms of personal reward or punishment. If I had a bad finger, a bad tooth, I save it if I can. Not because it deserves it, but because I need it. People who used to call sinners are now seen to be diseased members of societies, and society turns all its regenerative forces on at once. We never used to dream of that flood of power we had at hand, the regenerative forces of society.
He sat smiling and his fine eyes full of light. Sometimes we had to amputate, he continued, especially at first. It was very seldom necessary now. You mean you killed the worst people? We killed many hopeless degenerates, insane idiots, and real perverts after trying our best to powers of cure. But it really is astonishing to see how much can be done with what we used to call criminals, merely by first-class physical treatment. I can remember how strange it seemed to me, having elaborate baths, massage, electric stimulus, perfect food, clean, comfortable beds, beautiful clothes, books, music, company, and wonderful instruction. It is very confusing, and went far to rearrange all my ideas. If you treat social invalids like that, I should think that they would lie down, just to remain in hospital forever, or go out and be bad in order to get out again. Oh no, he said. A healthy man can't lie around and do nothing very long. Also, it is good outside to do, remember? Life is good, pleasant, easy. Why on earth should a man want to prowl around at night and steal when he can have all he wants with less effort in the daytime? Happy people do not become criminals. But I can tell you what treatment like that does to one. It gives a man a new view on human life, of what it is if he belongs to, a sense of pride in our common accomplishment, of gratitude for the pleasure he receives, of a natural desire to contribute something. I took these new ethics. It satisfied me. It's reasonable. It's necessary. We make it our basic study now in all the schools. You must have noticed that. Yes, I had noticed it, as I looked back. But they don't call it that, I said. No, they don't call it anything to the children. It's just life, the rules of decent behavior. We sat silent for a while. Things were clearing up a little in my mind. A sort of crystallization of chaotic progressive thought into clear diamonds for usable truth. Is that about what happened? I said. That's exactly it. And a general refutation and clearing out of a lot of things we deeply believed that were not so. That is what was the matter with us, John. Our minds were full of what Mrs. Eddy christened error. I wish I could make you feel what a sunrise it was to the world when we left off believing lies and learned facts. Can you, in a few words, outline a little of your new ethics to lay in the mind? Easily. It is all lay enough. We don't make a separate profession of religion or separate sciences of ethics. Ethics is a social hygiene. It teaches how humanity must live in order to be well and strong. We show the children the patent facts of social relation, how all our daily life, all our accumulated wealth and beauty and continuing power rest on common action, on what people do together. Everything about him teaches him that. Then we show him the reasons why such and such actions are wrong, what the results are, how to avoid wrong lines of action and adopt right ones. It's no more difficult than teaching any other game, and far more interesting. I suppose I looked unconvinced, for he added, remember we have nature on our side. It is natural for a social animal to develop social instincts. Any personal desire which works against the social good is clearly a survival of the lower pre-social period. Wrong, and that is out of place. What we used to call criminals were relics of the past, but artificially maintaining low conditions, such as poverty, individual wealth, we bred low-grade types. We do not breed them anymore. Again, we sat silent. I was nursing my knee and sat looking into the fire, the soft shimmering play of rosy light and warmth, with which electricity now gave jewels to our rooms. He followed my eyes. That clean, safe, beautiful power was always here, John, but we had not learned of it. The power of wind and water, steam, were all here, before we learned to use them. All the splendid power of human life was here, only we did not know of it. After that talk with Frank Borderson, I felt a little clearer in my mind about what had taken place. I saw a good deal of him, and he introduced me to others who were in his line of work. Also, I got to know his wife pretty well. She was not so great an authority on ethics as he, but an excellent teacher, widely useful. One day I said something to her about her lovely spirit, and what she must have been to him, such an uplifting influence. She laughed outright. "I'll have to tell you the facts, Mr. Robertson, as part of your instruction. So far from my uplifting him, he picked me out of the gutter, literally, dead drunk in the gutter, the lowest kind of wreck. He made me over. He gave me life." Her eyes shone. "We worked together," she added cheerfully. They did work together, and evidently knew much happiness. I noticed a sort of deep close understanding between them, as in those who have been through the wars in company. I found Nellie knew about them. "Yes, indeed," she said. "They are devoted to each other and most united in their work." He was just beginning to try to work, after his own rebuilding, but feeling pretty lonesome. He felt that he had no chance of any personal life, you see, and there were times where he missed it badly. He had no right to marry, of course, that is, with a well woman, and then he found this broken lily and mended it. There can't be any children, but there is a great happiness, you can see that. And they are received? Received? Oh, I remember. You mean they are invited to dinners and parties. Why, yes. Not among the best people, surely. Precisely that. The very best. People who appreciate their wonderful lives. Tell me this, sister. What happened to the 400, the FFVs, and the rest of the aristocracy? The same thing that happened to all of us. They were the only people, you see. Their atrophied social consciousness was electrified with the new thoughts and feelings. They woke up too, most of them. Some just died out harmlessly. They were only byproducts. I consulted a rather reactionary old professor of sociology, Morris Banks, one who had been teaching political economy in my youth, and who ought to be able to remember things. I asked him if he would be so good as to show me the dark side of this shield. Surely there must have been opposition, misunderstanding, the usual difficulties of new adjustments, I said. You remember the first years of change? I wish you would give me a clear account of it. The old man considered a while. Take any one state, any city, or country locality, and study back a little, he said, and you find the stories about the same. There was opposition and dissent, of course, but it decreased very rapidly. You see, the improvements at first introduced were such universal benefits that there could not be any serious complaint. By the time we had universal suffrage, the women were more than ready for it, full of working plans to carry out, enriched the experience of the first trials. By the time socialism was generally adopted, we had case after case of proven good and socialistic methods, and also the instructive background of some failures. But the big men who ran the country to suit themselves in my time, they didn't give up without a struggle, surely. You must have had some fighting, I said. He smiled in cheerful reminiscence. We had a good deal of noise, if that's what you mean. But there's no fighting to be done with soldiers. If the soldiers won't fight, our working men decline to shoot or to be shot at any longer, and left the big capitalists to see what they could do alone. But they had the capital. Not all of it. The revenues of the cities and of the United States government are pretty considerable, especially when you save the 70% we used to spend on wars past and possible, and the 10 or 20 more that went into waste and graft. With a socialistic state, private capital has no grip. Did you confiscate it? Did not have to. The people who were worth anything swung into line and went to work like other people. Those that weren't were just left alone. Nobody has any respect for them now. You achieved socialism without bloodshed. We did. It did not happen all at once, you see. Just spread and proved its usefulness. Chapter 12. More and more I cut loose from the explanatory guiding strings of my sister and the family. even from the requested information of specialists, and wandered by myself in search of the widening daily acquaintance, which alone would make my life seem real again. It was an easy world to wander in. The standard of general courtesy and intelligence of the officials and of the average passer-by was much above what I remembered as the standard in Boston used to be above that of New York. As most of the business was public business, one could study and acquire freely. As much work as could be advantageously localized was arranged. This saving in transportation, the clothing industry, for instance, instead of being carried on in swarming centers, then distributed all over the country, formed part of the pleasant everyday work in each community, and was mostly in the hands of women. As a man, I could appreciate little of the improved quality of fabrics, save as I noticed their beauty, and that my own clothes were longer, and both looked and felt more agreeable. But women told me how satisfying it was to know that silk was silk, and wool, wool. The improvement in textile values, with the outgrowing of the long obsession called fashion, reduced the labor of cloth-making. Women's clothes, I found, as I strolled, were very delicate and fine, and had a gracious dignity and sanity far removed from the frantic concoctions I remembered in the windows. Shredded patchwork of muslin and lace, necessarily frail and short-lived even as ornaments, never useful, and costing arduous labor and construction, with corresponding expense to the purchaser. The robes and gowns were a joy to the eye. Some showed less taste than others, naturally, but nowhere was to be seen the shameless ugliness so common in my youth. Beauty and peace I found, care, leisure, quietness, plenty of gaiety too, both young and old. It struck me that the young people, owing to their wider and sounder upbringing, were more serious, and that older people, owing to their safer, easier lives, were jollier. These sweet-faced, broad-minded young women did not show so much giggling inanity as once seemed necessary to them, and a young man, even a young man in college, did not, therefore, find pleasure in theft, cruelty, gross practical jokes, and destruction of property. As I noted this, I brought myself up with a start. It looked as if Nellie had written it, surely, when I was in college, and there rose up within me a memory of the crass, wasteful follies that used to be called pranks in my time, and considered perfectly natural in young men. I had not minded them in those days. It gave me a queer feeling to be seen by my own words how my judgment was affected already. I explored the city from end to end, and satisfied myself that there was no poverty in it, no street that was not clean, no house that was not fit for human habitation. That is, as far as I could judge from an outside view. Among the masses of people, after their busy mornings, there were vast numbers of people who used the afternoons for learning. The easy, interesting, endless learning now carried on far and wide. The more they learned, the more they wanted to know, in the best minds, free for research work, and upheld it in deepening attention of the world, constantly pushed on the boundaries of knowledge. There were some hospitals yet, but as 1 to 100 of what it used to be, of a higher quality and fuller usefulness. There were some of what I should have called prisons, though the life inside was not only as comfortable as that without, but administered with a stricter care for the advantage of those within. They were the moral sanitariums, healthful in beauty, richly endowed with the world's best methods of improvement, and managed by the world's best people. It made me almost dizzy to try and take this in, the opposite pole of judgment on the criminal. Out of town, I found that the park-like roads, so generally in use, by no means interfered with the wide stretches of what I used to call real country. Intensive agriculture took less ground, rather more, and the wide use of food-bearing trees had restored the wooded aspect, so pleasant in every sense. The small country towns were of special interest to me. I visited scores of them, each differing from others, all beauties and clean and busy. There were numerous, too, replacing the areas of scattered lonely farmhouses with these comfortable and pretty groups, each in its home park, with its standard of convenience as high as any town. The smallest group had its power plant, supplying all the houses with heat, light, water, had its child's gardens, its townhouse and clubhouse, its workshops and food shops as necessary as its post offices. The socialized industries ensured employment to every citizen and provided all the necessaries of life. Larger order as this used to be. Quite above this broad base of social control, the life of what people went on, far freer and more open to the individual development than it ever had a chance of in the whole history of the world. This I frankly conceded. I found I was making more concessions in my notebook than I had quite made either to Nellie or Owen. They encouraged me to travel about by myself. In fact, my sister was now about to resume her college position, and Owen was going with her. They both advised me not to settle upon any work for a full year. "There is little enough time to which to cover 30, Nellie said, patting my shoulder. "But you're doing splendidly, John. We are proud of you. And there's no hurry. You know there's enough from our mind to enable you to join the leisure class, if you want to." I had no idea of doing this, as she well knew, but I did feel it necessary to get myself in some way grafted onto this new world before I took up regular employment. I found that there was not much call for ancient languages in the colleges, even if I had been in touch with the new methods. But there remained plenty of historical work, for which I had now a special fitness. Indeed, some of my new scientific friends assured me I would be of the utmost service with my unique experience. So I was not worried about what to do, nor under any pressure about doing it. But the more I saw of these new advantages, the more I was obliged to admit that they were advantages. The more I traveled and read and learned, the more lonesome and homesick I became. It was a beautiful world, but it was not my world. It was like a beautiful dream, but seemed a dream nevertheless. I could no longer dispute that it was possible for people to be healthy, wealthy, and wise. And happy too. Visibly happy. Here they all were, working and playing and enjoying life as naturally as possible. But they were not the people I used to know. Those too were like Frank Borderson and Morris Banks, changed so that they seemed more unreal than the others. The beauty and peace and order of the whole thing wore on me. I wanted to hear the roar of the elevated, to smell the foul air of the subway and see the people pile in, pushing and angry, as I still remembered in my visits to New York. I wanted to see some neglected-looking land, some ragged suburbs, some faraway farmhouse under its big elms, with its own barns in an odorous proximity, its own cows, boy-driven, running and stumbling home to be milked. I wanted a newspaper, which gave me the excitement of guessing what the truth was. I wanted to see some foolish, crazily dressed, giggling girls and equally foolish boys, but better dressed and less giggling, given cigarettes and uproarious good times. I was homesick, desperately homesick. So, without saying a word to anyone, I betook myself to Old Slide Face to see Uncle Jake, all the way down, and I went by rail, no air traveling for this homecoming. I felt an increasing pleasure in the familiar look of things. The outlines of the Alleghenies had not changed. I would not get out of any town. The shining neatness of the railroad station was enough. But the sleeping cars were a disappointment. The beds were wide, soft, cool, the blankets of light and clean wool. The clean air, fresh. The noise and jar almost gone. Oh well, I couldn't expect to have everything as it used to be, of course. But when I struck out on foot from Paintertown and began to climb the road that led to my old home, my heart was in my mouth. It was a better road, of course, but I hardly noticed that. All the outlying farms were better managed, and the little village groups showed here and there, but I shut my eyes to these things. The hills were the same, the hills I had grown up among. They couldn't alter the face of the earth much, but they still were recognizable.
Our own home I did not visit. Both father and mother were gone, and the little wooden building replaced by a concrete mining office. Nellie had told me about this. It was the reason why I had not come back before. But now I went past our place, almost with my eyes shut, and kept along the road to Uncle Jake's. He had been a rich man, as farmers went, owning the land for a mile or two on every side, owning Slide Face as a matter of fact. And as he made enough from the rich little upland valley where the house stood to pay his taxes, he owned it still. The moment I reached his boundary, I knew it unmistakably. A ragged homemade sign, sagging from its nails, announced, "Private road, no trespassers allowed." Evidently, they heeded the warning, for the stony, washed-out roadbed was little traveled. My heart quite leaped as I set foot on it. It was not improved in the least from what I remembered in my infrequent visits. My father and Uncle Jake had a coldness between them, which would have been a quarrel, I fancy, if father had not been a minister, so I never saw much of these relations. Drusilla I remembered well enough, though a pretty babyish thing, and Aunt Dorcas kind, patient, a tired smile, and the fruitcake she made up. Up and up, through the real woods, ragged and thick, with dead boughs, fallen trunks, and underbrush, not touched by any forester, and finally around the shoulder of Slide Face, to the farm. I stood still and drew in a long breath of utter satisfaction. Here was something that had not changed. There was an old black man plowing. The same old black man I remembered, apparently not a day older. It is wonderful how little they change with the years. His wool showed his white through, and he doffed up his ragged cap and greeted me with a cheerful cordiality of Mass John. "We have been hearing about you, Mass John. We've been powerful sorry about you long time among the heathen," he said. "You'll folks be glad to see you." "Well, young man," said Uncle Jake, with some show of cordiality, "better late than never. We wondered if you ever intended to look up your country relations." But Aunt Dorcas put her thin arms around my neck and kissed me, teary kisses with little pats and explanations. To think of it, 30 years among savages! We heard about it from Nellie. She wrote us, of course. Nellie's real good to keep us posted. "She never comes to see us," said my uncle, "nor those youngsters of hers. We've never had them here but once. They're too advanced for old-fashioned folks." Uncle Jake's long upper lip set firmly. I remember that look as he used to sit in his wagon and talk with mother at our gate, refusing to come in, little sunny-haired Drusilla looking shyly at me from under her sunbonnet the while. Where was Drusilla? Surely not that. A frail, weak, elderly, quiet little woman stood there by Aunt Dorcas, her smooth, fine, ash-brown hair drawn tightly back to a flat knot behind her dull blue calico dress, falling starkly about her. She came forward, smiling, and held out a thin, work-worn hand. "We're so glad to see you, Cousin John," she said. "We certainly are." They made much of me in the old familiar ways I had thirsted for. The sense of family background, of common knowledge and experience was comforting in the extreme. The very furnishings and clothes I had recalled them. I told them what a joy it was. This seemed to please Uncle Jake enormously. "I thought you'd do it," he said. "Like to find a place that hasn't been turned upside down by all these newfangled notions. Dreadful things have been going on, John, while you're amongst them Fijis." I endeavored to explain to him something of the nature and appearance of the inhabitants of Tibet, but it made small impression. Uncle Jake's mind was so completely occupied by what it was in that any outside fact or idea had any small chance of entry. "They got women voting now, I understand," he pursued. "I don't read the papers much, they're so ungodly, but I've heard that. And they've been meddling with divine providence in more ways than once. But I keep out of it, and so does Aunt Dorcas and this girl here." He looked around at my aunt, who smiled her gentle, faithful smile, and at Drusilla, who dropped her eyes and flushed faintly. I suspected her of secret leanings towards the movement of the outside world. I don't allow my family off the farm, he went on, except for when we go meetin', and that's not often. There's hardly any Orthodox preacher left, seems to me, but we go up the ridge meetin' house sometimes. I should think you would find it a little dull, don't you? Drusilla flashed a grateful smile at me. Nothing of the sort, he answered. I was born on this farm, and it's big enough for anybody to be contented on. Your aunt was born over in Hadley Holler, and she's contented enough. And for Drusilla, he looked over at her with real affection. Drusilla's always been a good girl, never made any trouble in her life, unless 'twas she was pretty near married to that heretic minister. Eh, Drusilla? My cousin did not respond warmly to this, but neither did she show signs of grief. I was conscious of a faint satisfaction that she had not married that minister. They made me very welcome, so welcome indeed that as days passed, Uncle Jake even broached me on the subject of my remaining there. I've got no son, he said, and a girl can't run the farm. You can stay here, John, keep things going, and it'll be with you to what you do. What do you say? You ain't married, I see. Just go get you a nice girl if there's any left, and settle down here. I thanked him warmly, but I said I must have time to consider, that I had thought of accepting other work which offered. He was most insistent about it. You better stay here, John. Here's pure air and pure food. Nothing of these artificial kickshaws I hear you folks having nowadays. We smoke our own hams just as we used to in your grandfather's time. There's none better. We buy sugar and rice and coffee and such of that, but I grind my own corn in the little mill on the creek. Reckon I'm the only one who uses it now, and your aunt runs her loom these days. Drusilla can too, but she loathes to hates to do it. Girls ain't what they used to be when I was young. It did not seem possible that Uncle Jake had ever been young. His sturdy, stooping frame, his hard, ruddy features were the same at 70 as I remember them at 40. Only his hair, whitened and thinned, was different. My bedroom was exactly the same as I last slept in it, on my one visit to the farm, and a boy at 15. Drusilla had only seemed a baby then, a slender little 5-year-old. She had followed me about in silence, with adoring eyes, and I had teased her. I hated to think about how I teased her. The gold in her hair was dulled and faded. The rose-leaf color in her cheeks had faded too, and her blue eyes wore a wary patience. She worked hard. Her mother was evidently feeble now, and the labor required in the primitive home was considerable. The old black man brought water from the spring and milked the cows, but all the care of the dairy and the cooking for the family, the knitting, the sewing, the mending, and the sweeping, the scrubbing, and washing was in the hands of Aunt Dorcas and Drusilla. She would make her mother sit down and chat with me, while Uncle Jake smoked his cob pipe, and she herself always seemed at work. There's no getting help nowadays, said my uncle, even if we needed it. Old Joe there stayed on. He was about here before I was even born. Joe must about be 80 or over. There's no telling the age. They say a slur here, which is fucked up. But the young ones are too uppity for us of any use. They want to be paid all out of reason and treated like white folks at that. He boasted that he had never worn a shirt or a pair of socks made off the place. In my father's time, we raised a heap of cotton and sold it. Plenty of slur then. Now, I managed to get away for my own use, and we spin it and weave it on the spot. I watched Aunt Dorcas at her wheel and loom and rubbed my eyes. It was only in the remote mountain regions that these things were done when I was young, and to it seemed utterly incredible, but Uncle Jake was proud of it. I don't believe there's another wheel going in the whole country, he said. The mountains ain't what they used to be, John. They've got these trees all grafted up with new kinds of foolishness, nuts and fruit, one thing and another, and unheard of kinds of houses and schools and play acting everywhere. I can't abide it. He set his jaw firmly, making the stiff white beard stand out at a sharp angle. The farm will keep us for my time, he concluded. But I should hate to think of it, have it all reformed and torn to pieces when I'm gone. And he looked at me meaningly. I lingered on, still enjoying the sense of family affection, but my satisfaction in the things about me slowly cooling. A cotton quilt was heavier, but not so warm as a woolen blanket. Homespun sheets were durable, doubtless, and comfortable. The bathing to be done in a small, steep-sided china basin, with water poured from a pitcher, the outlines of which were concave then convex, was laborious and unsatisfying. The relish of the hog and hominy, and the beaten biscuit, the corn pone, and the molasses and pork gravy of my youth wore off. The same viands reappeared on the table from day to day and week to week, and seemed ceaselessly present within me. It was pleasant to listen to Aunt Dorcas' gentle reminiscence of the past years, of my father and mother in their youth, of my infancy, and Drusilla's. She grieved that she had not had more to tell. I never one was to visit much, she said, but it was saddening to find the dear old lady could talk about absolutely nothing else. In all her 68 years she had known nothing else. Her father's home and her husband's alike and their contents and their labors, her own domestic limitations and those of her neighbors, and her church paper, taken for 40 years and arbitrarily discontinued by Uncle Jake because it had grown too liberal. It never seemed over liberal to me, she said softly, and I do miss it. I wouldn't have believed it. I'd have missed anything so much. It used to come to me every week, and I kept more acquainted with that than the rest of the circuit was doing. But your Uncle Jake is so set against liberalism. I turned to my cousin for some wider exchange of thoughts, and strove with all the remembered arts of my youth, and all the recently acquired wisdom of my present years to win her confidence. It was difficult at first. She was shy with the dumb shyness of an animal, not like a wild animal, frankly, curious not like a hunted animal, which runs away and hides, but like an animal in a menagerie, a sullen, hopeless, timidly, due to long restriction. Life had slipped by her, all of it, as far as she knew. She had been an old maid for 25 years. They call them that in the mountains, if they are not married at 20. Her father's domineering ways had discouraged her most of the few young men she had known, and he had ruthlessly driven away the only one who came near enough to be dismissed. Then it was only the housework and caring for her mother as she grew older. The one pleasure of her own she ever had was in her flowers. She had transplanted wild ones and had now been given a slip by remote neighbors in the past years, and those carefully nurtured blossoms were all that brought color and sweetness into her gray life. She did not complain. For a long time I could not get her to talk to me at all about herself. But when she did, it was without hope or protest. She had practically no education, only a few years in a country school in childhood, and almost no reading, writing, conversation, any sort of knowledge of the life of the world about her. And here she lived, meek, patient, helpless, with neither complaint nor desire, endlessly working to make comfortable the parents who had some day leave her alone. To what? My 30 years in Tibet seemed all at once a holiday compared to these 30 years at an upland farm in the Alleghenies of Carolina. My loss of life, what was it to this loss? I at least had never known it, not until I was found and brought back, and she had known it every day and night. For 30 years. I had come back at 55, regaining a new youth in the world. She apparently had no youth, and was now old, older than 45 than women of the 50 and 60 of whom I'd met and talked with recently. I thought of them, those busy, vigorous, eager, active women, of whom no one would ever predict either youth or age. They were never just women, permanently, as men were men. I thought of their wide, free lives, their absorbing work and minor interests, in the big, smooth, beautiful, moving world in which they lived, and my heart went out to Drusilla, as a baby in a well. "Look here, Drusilla," I said to her at last. "I want you to marry me. We'll go away from here. You shall see something of life, my dear. There's not a lot of time left." She raised those quiet blue eyes and looked at me, a long, sweet, searching look, and then shook her head, gentle with finality. "Oh no," she said. "Thank you, Cousin John, but I could not do that." And then all at once, I felt more lonely and out of life than the first shock met me. "Oh, Drusilla," I begged, do. Don't you see? If you won't have me, nobody ever will. I'm all alone in the world, Drusilla. The world has all gone away from me. You're the only woman alive who would understand. Dear cousin, dear little girl, you'll have to marry me, out of pity." And she did. Nobody would know Drusilla now. She grew young at a rate that seemed at a heavenly miracle. To her, the world was like heaven, and being an angel was natural to her anyway. I grew to find this world like heaven too, if only for what it did to Drusilla. The end. Hey guys, I'm curious what you guys thought of this. I liked it. I've read the other books in this trilogy. I'm not completely sure if I've read this before. I don't think so. I'll be honest, I wasn't really sure where this book was going, but the ending really touched my heart. You know, he was a typical man back in the day, and he was resisting this new idea of life, right? He thought men were superior, as mostly everyone did back then. But the very ending of him seeing his old life and his old family and the labor, the unpaid labor that his cousin Drusilla was left to, and the restrictions and control of her life, you can tell how that world changed his view. And now to save his cousin from this old type of way of life, he married her and took her away. And I just thought that was so sweet. I don't know. That was honestly, I think, the perfect ending, even though I wasn't expecting it to go that way at all. I wasn't sure what was going to happen. This is the first book in the trilogy of this feminist utopian series of Charlotte Perkins Gilman's. I've read the other two books. I'm not sure if I've read this one before. I think it's my first time. But I really like it. It makes me want to live in this world. I felt this way the last time I read these series. I wish that as a collective society we could adopt a lot of these things into our world, you know? But yeah, it makes me sad. A lot of things have obviously changed since the 1910s for the better, but as you can see, there's still so much that we are behind in, right? Like in 1910, this woman was able to imagine this better world for women and for everyone. And it's like, we haven't even scratched the surface of that. Like, we are far, far from it. But yeah, that's my thoughts, and I'm curious to hear from you guys in the comments. Thank you for listening.